When it's recording, it's usually blue.
Sorry?
When it's recording, it's usually blue or green here.
Blue.
Blue, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, no, when we're talking,
it's-
we should hear it come. You should be.
They're struggling to start recording that side.
It's not recording, you're saying?
He's trying to record, but he doesn't want to.
Oh, okay.
But they're still busy that side. So
Is it feeding through there?
they can't hear anything.
Oh dear, why is it doing that? I
It
wonder.
does pick it up from this
Yeah.
side. Like,
Okay, let's turn. Do you want to turn it off and on again? Oh, it's turned down, maybe? No, it hasn't been turned down. I think.
no, you fix it from the app.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, cool.
From the app.
No problem.
So I'll just
Great. Okay, super. Thank you. We've still got 15 minutes. That's great.
Yes.
Why is this not working? What the fuck is going on here? Sorry, what is going on? Careful, I say. Very careful. .1. I was actually, as I was driving in this morning, I was thinking,
I mean, that's honestly my favorite photo
that
in
is
my
just
6 years.
beautiful.
That kind of like sums up.
I know, it's
like-
amazing. That's what you do,
Yeah.
though. That's amazing.
That summarizes my 6 years.
Yeah,
Like I'm
that's
quite
just
happy. That's
incredible.
the last picture of me here.
Yeah, that's just
That's
incredible.
awesome, man.
It's on air because maybe maybe it will be, but now my brain works in very strange ways, as you've already
so
figured
now
out.
it's recording.
Is it? Okay, awesome.
I'll just have to
Turn it off, shall we?
I need to get all those games.
Do you want to
loaded.
stop this? Turn this.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, but we're on. We live, yeah. Good morning, everybody from Six Gun Grill Newlands. It's a beautiful day here in the Cape with me, James King, the Cape Fox, and David Brook, the brand and sponsorship manager for Western Province, is here with me this morning. Expecting other commentators to come through later in the day as well, but it's wonderful to have you here on day 3 of this 4-day series match between the Six Gun Grill Western Province and the ITEC Knights. It's Buren Hendricks towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. That's a very good delivery. First up to ITEC, first ball of the 13th over with the the last ball of the 12th over last night, the wicket of Matthew Kleinfeld falling bowled, leaving the ball outside the off stump to Dane Patterson, and a big wicket that was for Six Gun Grill Western Province. But David, we witnessed history yesterday.
Yeah, James, I was buzzing the whole night last night. I struggled to sleep. It was one of those days which will live long in the memory as they take the first quick single of the day. They needed to be on the money there.
Yeah.
But James, it was a special day.
Very
there in both our cricket careers. I've never witnessed a triple century.
Me neither. Never
And,
live, no, ever.
Never live,
Yeah.
at least. And it was one of those special days. And I think it will be one of those days. It was obviously the highest score ever scored at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
Yeah.
Tony DeZorzi now has that little bit of history. And I think it has sunk in now. I think the media coverage overnight has been unprecedented for young
Wonderful.
Tony DeZorzi, and well deserved. I think
Yeah.
it's only right that people are asking what's the next step now for this young man. He played an innings that never gave any chances throughout. The mental capacity throughout the innings was beautiful to watch. He left well. He dealt with the bad deliveries, and he just occupied the crease for an intense period of time, and really taken this game away. And we're sitting at a deficit still of 429 or 430 at the start of play. They've scored one run so far, and there's only one goal for the Knights today, and that's to bat.
Yep.
They need to bat out 2 days effectively to survive this match, and Western Province will be looking for those 9 wickets. That wicket last night of Dane Patterson, removing Matthew Kleinfeld, was massive in the context of this match, and just gave them that perfect start to the Knights' second innings. Bjorn Hendricks is opening up from the Kelvin Grove end.
And he's been pretty much on the money so far, just maybe slightly wide of the off stump, but I'm expecting he's going to bring this one in to Reynard van Tonder, the right-hander. He does indeed bring it in, but well left by van Tonder. And being out in the field for over 120 overs yesterday, I just need to look at how many overs in fact it was that the Knights were out there. 135 overs and 5 balls. Reynard van Tonder would have hopefully learnt a lot.
Yeah, very much so. It's a big day for van Tonder, and I think Isaac De Kali did well last night to survive that little awkward spell. What was it, just under an hour that they needed to bat through.
Was indeed, yeah.
And he's not a natural opener, and that's a good shot there
very
from
well
van
played.
Tonder. Good positive shot. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary.
No, it won't.
No values after it, so it definitely won't.
Yeah.
And they pick up 3 runs.
Yeah, good running there, and Mo Valley perhaps just looking a little bit stiff this morning. He's got to get those legs moving. He's always terrier-like in the field, I must say. And in fact, Zahir has used a number of different breeds of dog to describe him over the last few days. Sorry, there's no offence at all meant there. But there's a lot of cricket happening around the country as well. But we just really, if there's anything we want to do, it's to just almost, I don't know what the right word is, but dwell in the moment that it was yesterday. Just incredible. And DeZorzi out on the field here yesterday, just not out on the field for the rest of the day, not surprisingly, batted for 557 minutes, I think it was. Yep, 557 minutes that he was out at the crease almost, and the Six Gun Grill Western Province team batting at more than a run a minute, which is really quite something in the context of a 4-day game. As it's Patterson, unsurprisingly, away from us now at the Weinberg end, and he's bowling to van Tonder, and he'll take a 1 down to square leg, and we'll give you the field as well now, and we'll give you some score updates as we start the day. Lots of cricket happening around the country, a lot of cricket happening around the world, and involving some of our favourite daughters here,
Yeah.
don't you, as well, and some of our favourite sons from the Western Cape are also plying their trade in different corners of the globe as well as different corners of South Africa, as Dane Patterson plying his trade here. Good delivery, and Dikale just defends back to the bowler. David, so we're looking at some updates there. We just covering the just going across to the Adelaide Strikers. Laura Wolfart playing in that final of the Women's Big Bash League. Adelaide Strikers against the Sydney Sixers, and for once not getting as many runs as she would have hoped, 15. She got off 16 balls. The Strikers batting first, getting to 147 for 5 off their 20 overs, and the Sixers are about to come in to bat. Strikers won the toss there and decided to bat. Contributions down the order from a lady who we came to know quite well in this last summer here in South Africa, playing against us, Deandra Dotton, who's scored 52 of 37 balls to lift the Strikers to that 147 for 5. That is a competitive total. I wouldn't say it's a winning total against the Sixers, but
it's a final
competitive total. Yeah.
It's a final, and runs on the board.
Yep.
Always count for something. The pressure's on in a final, and it's not going to be easy to chase that down, and we hope for Laura's sake that they don't chase that down.
We hope so.
And we hope that she can win the title. Her colleagues down in Western Province, our Six-Gun Grill Western Province women, are in Oudtshoorn this weekend. They're playing at Six-Gun Grill Derby there against the Garden Route Badgers, and we'll give you score updates from there as well. I wanted to see, I think Western Province have won the toss there. And
that's a great delivery from Patterson. That's exactly what he does well, and Dikale does probably well not to get an edge on that. He did play at it, but what can you do? Patterson bowling in that channel of uncertainty again outside the off stump. He's done that so often in the last 2 weeks that we've seen him here at Newlands.
Yeah, so Western Province women have won the toss there in Oudtshoorn, and they are 6 without loss. Andre Steyn and Laura Goodall have been a solid opening pair for Western Province women this season so far.
Momentum Proteas opening, Momentum Proteas batters there, Steyn and Goodall. So looking for something from them. Again, Coach Claire will be.
Yeah, very much so. They've been excellent so far this season, and they'll look to continue in that vein. As the over ends, the 14th over, 39 for 1. Isaac Dikale, 16 not out, Reina Fantona, 4 not out. Deficit sitting at 425. Dane Patterson with the 1 wicket this innings. The last ball last night, 1 for 14 from his 4 overs.
And he has been outstanding for Six-Gun Grill Western Province this match and the previous match. Drafted back into the team, missed the opening match against the Titans. Mhlali Mpongwana there in the side, the medium pace all-rounder who batted incredibly well to lift Six-Gun Grill Western Province to a score of into the 300s in that first match with Centurion before, unfortunately, was rain affected and a result could not be obtained. But a result last week, 557 for we got 575 this week. Last week it was 577 that the Six-Gun Grill Western Province team scored, as Hendricks was on the money again here, making Fanton to play. And I think that's what they're going to be doing most of the day, is make the batters play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see today how long they persist with the seamers. The seamers did the job, but I think there might be something in there for George Linder. They need to watch the over rate as well.
They do. And he's warming up already.
Yeah, well, that might mean he's bowling after lunch. Yeah. I think Georgie. But he's going to be keen to play today. I saw that smile on his face when he arrived at the ground today. He's up for it. And he'll have a role to play. That's what you want from your spinner when it comes to third innings.
Absolutely.
You want your spinner taking key wickets, helping your seamers out, and contributing. He's contributed already with the bat. Was unlucky to be caught. It was a great catch on the 5-leg boundary yesterday. He was. I spoke to him afterwards, and he was like, he felt that he really middled that one, and he
did. We heard it. It was like came up the middle of the bat. A good catch by Kleinveld in the deep. It must be said.
And he did say that he felt like he was good for a century yesterday.
Yeah.
He felt like he missed out, which I like that attitude.
Yeah.
I think he when you're going with that mentality, knowing that you can score centuries, I think that's an excellent mentality to have. It's an international type of mentality, an all-rounder.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he scored 46 to go with his half century last week, and really just took the game away. He was there for that moment. It's a good general knowledge question in a few years' time.
Who was at the other end?
Who was at the other end? And
yeah, well, it's...
was it Nandre Berger, or was it the other end?
It was Nandre Berger,
sorry.
who was, I think, at the other end, yes, towards the end of that innings, was not George Linder,
unfortunately, George, I think.
having gone out just before, and he was indeed there for the 200. And Tony de Zorzi just accelerating that partnership with George Linder was fascinating. It was 147. And the majority of those runs coming off de Zorzi's bat. George out for 46. Oh, that swings noticeably after it goes past the bat. Well left by Fantonda, and he's left that on length more than he has on line. So there's 4 slips, man at backward point, and a mid-off. We got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg. How often have I said that over the past few days? Certainly that first innings of the night, which was only 51 overs. I think the field setting was probably the same for 45 of those 51 overs. It's Hendricks in to Fantonda again, and well left once again. And he's wanting Buren to probably pitch that one up a bit more. And it's interesting, David, because if he does pitch it up a bit more, there are 4 slips waiting for Reynard Fantonda to try and drive it, so perhaps pitching it up is not such a bad idea.
Yeah, he's got the whole cover region free, so he's tempting Fantonda and Dekali to go with the drive. He might, and hoping to find that edge. He's got 4 slips in play. He's got a backward point in Mo Valley who's quick enough to cover even a gully position.
And again, it's a good delivery. It's short of a length, and maybe a man under the helmet would be also good there in short leg.
Yeah, Daniel Smith was warming up under the helmet earlier on before the start of play, so that definitely is the plan at some point.
For Nandre Berger, I think we'll put somebody in under the helmet, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Nandre Berger, that extra pace, you're going to put a couple of guys under the helmet. Tony de Zorzi might even be keen to get under the helmet again, and he's on the field this morning. They gave him a bit of a breather last night. I think he deserved an hour off. He just sat in the recovery. These days, the players sit on the physio bed with those recovery, what do you call them? The recovery machines.
Yes, yeah.
The leg machines.
Yeah.
And the modern athlete, James, in previous days, in previous days, a Castle Light was the recovery method. Or a Castle, Castle Light back in the day.
They didn't have such things as light beer in those days.
There was only Castle, so that was normally the recovery. But these days the physios hook them up to the recovery machines, and that's exactly what Tony de Zorzi did. I think he might have snuck in a Castle Light while he was doing the recovery, and he deserved that one.
It's Patterson in again from the Weinberg end, and on the money yet again to either Dekali. It's difficult as a batter to take Dane Patterson on when he's bowling like this, because the movement, he could get a little bit of movement. That ball's still reasonably new, into the 16th over now only. We've had 2 or 3 overs now with the ball this morning. Still quite a bright new cherry, having started off yesterday evening, and it's going to be some hard grind from the Knights batters today on the pads this time, and it's looks like we've got a substitute. No, Sebon Mareki, coming in from mid-wicket to do the fielding, and he will also have a role to play, strike bowler for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. I'm sure that he is itching to get in at the ITEC Knights batters, as will be Nandre Berger. And so we have 4 slips. We have a man at backward point, a man at mid-off, wideish mid-off, that's Dazorzi mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg, and well left. And it's the personnel that are on the field in those positions for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Clive Rayner at wicketkeeper, Aviva Ngujima first slip, Eddie Moore second slip, Daniel Smith third slip, Bjorn Hendricks fourth slip, George Linder, who is practicing his bowling again at backward point, Tony Dazorzi mid-off, and we have Nandre Berger, Mo Valley, Yassine Valley at mid-on, Tepo Moreki at mid-wicket, and Nandre Berger in front of the North Pavilion at fine leg. Patterson again.
There was that man under the helmet, James, that we spoke about.
Yeah.
Maybe attempted to bring one in for Dane Patterson. Doesn't often stray onto the leg stump.
No.
But that one would have fallen. He would have had a lot of time to even maybe turn around.
Yeah, he probably would have done.
And grab a catch there. But not to be. I think there was some bat in there.
Yeah, I'm sure there was some bat. Otherwise, had there not been any bat, I think that there would have been an appeal worthy of Gerald Kutsia going on there at that time. It's Dane Patterson again and defended into the backward point region. George Linder does the fielding. End of the over. 16 gone at 39 for 1 in this match here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. And
James, the Western Province women have lost their first wicket in Oudtshoorn. Laura Goodall getting an excellent delivery from Michaela Andrews.
All right.
I've just seen the highlight on Pitch Vision. You can catch all those highlights as the wickets go down on Pitch Vision, and she just got a peach of a delivery.
Right.
And that's the first wicket to fall. They are 10 for 1 after 4 overs, so not going too great for our ladies in Oudtshoorn, but there's a long batting lineup, and they'll be looking to put a score on the board.
Yeah, 50 over match there in Oudtshoorn, and Garden Route Badgers having been promoted into the top league of women's cricket. It's Bjorn Hendricks that's coming down softly off the pads, I think, of Reynard van Tonda, and it is a leg by indeed. It just didn't come down as quickly as one might have done off the willow, and that often is an indication the ball doesn't necessarily fly down to fine leg. Often means it's come off the pad. It's a soft sound as well, but Dane Patterson picks it up. They take a single. First extra is on the board. 40 for the loss of 1. So Laura Goodall played particularly well in the Women's World Cup for the Momentum Proteas. Seems to have really made that number 3 slot her own potentially there in that team. Retirement of a couple of key players have also made it interesting to see. Lizelle Lee and Mignon Dupree are both now retiring, have retired from 50 over cricket, and that does mean opportunity knocks for some of the players from around the country. And Michaela Andrews, you spoke about there, David.
Yep.
She's in one of the WSL teams. Going to be the Women's Super League tournament here.
I'm just about to bring those teams up.
Oh my word! That bounced over the middle stump, but it was a no ball from Bjorn Hendricks, so it would not have counted had it gone on to hit the stumps anyway, and they have to bowl that one again. So now 42 for the loss of 1, and 423 still required to make 6 Gun Grill Western Province bat again. David, some of those
I'm just
names
waiting
we've
for
got. We'll just wait for that to come up. Scoreboard is a little bit behind. Didn't pick up that leg by as well from the previous delivery, which was signalled by umpire Adrian Holdstock. It's Hendricks again. Oh, that's a very good delivery once again. I think he is going to sometime put in the delivery that is going to be pitched up to the right-hander, Dikali. It'll be interesting to see if, having been pinned down for a long period, he doesn't want to open his arms to try and swing it through the ball there are 4 slips eagerly waiting for that opportunity to take the catch.
Yeah, James, some Western Province women in the coronation, in the 4 teams.
Yep.
Laura Goodall and Sarah Smith and Nadine Clerk are in the coronations. There's 4 teams in this tournament.
Yep.
And then in the
Thistles, is it?
The Starlights.
Oh, Starlights, yes.
It is Dalmy Tucker's in there as well as Leah Jones.
Good.
And then the Thistles, as I read it out now, as Björn Hendricks comes in. And that's played down to fine leg for a single. In the Thistles, James, Andre Steyn.
Yeah.
Faye Tunnicliffe. And then...
both have been in outstanding form with the bat this season already, Andre Steyn and Faye Tunnicliffe.
There is another team.
Yeah, it is, the under-19s. No, it's the South African under-19s that are playing in that tournament.
Okay.
So, really great opportunity ahead of the World Cup coming up next year, being played in Gauteng, if I stand under correction there. But the women's under-19 World Cup being played as well in South Africa next year, and that is going to be a fantastic period of women's cricket here in the Southern Hemisphere, here in South Africa. The T20 Women's World Cup taking place in Cape Town and Paarl in February this year, and it will be all those matches for that particular World Cup are going to take place in the Western Cape. So looking forward to that as well. The South African team, no doubt, on home soil will want to do particularly well, as it's Hendricks from around the wicket to the right hand. He keeps it down, but it's going to go to Valley at backward point. There is no run. It's the end of the over, and it is 42 for 1 after 17. Dekhali on 17, Fantondo on 4. This partnership 8 since the loss of Matthew Kleinfeld's wicket last night with the last ball, in fact what turned out to be the last ball of the day. There would have been another over had that ball been defended or no run had been, or they just that ball had been not taken the wicket, sorry I should say, but it was not to be, with 2 minutes required for a change of batter and the wicket falling at 17:58. It meant that they called that a day, and what a day it was.
It was, James. It's very difficult to replicate that today, but 9 wickets is all that Western Province need to wrap this one up within 3 days. And you feel that if they get 1 or 2 quite quickly, it can move quite quickly towards a finish here on day 3.
Yes.
As people anticipate that, they have come out already this morning, which is lovely to see. Thank you for coming out. If you're looking for something to do on your, James, it feels like a Sunday, but it actually
does,
because of the progress of the match.
Right.
Last night I didn't realize it was Friday night. I thought it was Saturday.
Yeah.
And today we're Saturday, so we might have a day off tomorrow, James.
We may have a day off tomorrow. There's still 99 overs in the day. One would feel that 6 Gun Grill Western Province, even with the pitch looking decidedly drier and better for batting on than it was on day 1 or day 2, funnily enough, that they would fancy themselves to get these 9 wickets to win the game, and with that most definitely maintain their second spot on the 4-day series log, potentially, which one feels with the Warriors doing very well in their match against the Northwest Dragons. It seems that they are heading for a victory there, a massive lead, with the Dragons still to come in to bat for their second knock, and some good contributions there as well from people that are knocking on the door from a selection aspect. And David sharing with us yesterday evening, and I don't know if it was on air, that convener of selectors Victor Mpitsang was here in the Western Cape yesterday here at Newlands, as that's played very nicely along the ground. Tsepo Mareki is after it towards the Oaks. Is he going to cut it off? Yes, he does. That is outstanding athleticism from the young man, stretching those long legs towards the Oaks, and he gets the appreciation of the crowd that's in already 20 to 30 people on the Oaks, as well as the reserves and teammates that are in the dugout in front of the Oaks for Western Province, and that it was well appreciated. Did not give that one up at all. And if you're a bowler like Dane Patterson, you look at your fellow paceman herring across the turf to do that, you really appreciate it.
Yeah, very much so. There's enough runs in the bank, but it just lifts the entire energy in the team.
He's away from the Weinberg again. Good delivery.
Well,
and that is Fantonda getting in behind that, looking solid in defence. He has got 4 not out. Dekhali's on 20. Reynard Fantonda, he must know this is a huge opportunity, David.
Yeah, very much so. It's an opportunity to bat big. You don't have to bat quickly.
No.
You just need to bat as long as you can. They're going to need a miracle.
They are, yes.
But Reynard Fantonda, people have spoken about him. He's a talent, but he needs to score. And it's these kind of games where your team needs you the most that you put your name up there.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be tough against a bowling lineup that has been relentless, not only in this match, but the whole season in red ball cricket. And even Mkhlali Mpungwana is sprinting onto the sprinting onto the field, which we don't see often. He's normally quite a leisurely guy, but he's showing good energy this morning. Popos as the 12th man. Unlucky that he's not injured anymore, but it's very difficult to change a winning side, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And this pace quartet has been particularly on song, shall we say, over the last 2 games last week, winning convincingly by an innings and 210 runs against the G-Bets Rocks, and at this stage looking as if they may well bowl the Knights out twice as well and have an innings victory. That's nasty. That is so nasty onto Dekhali's hands. He got a few of those in the first innings as well. Oh, no, he didn't. He was out quite early on. But we saw that with Matthew Kleinfeldt and Reynard Fantonda in the first innings.
And we saw it last week as well, James, where guys were getting pinned on the fingers. We saw Ismail Khafieldin fracturing his finger to Buren Hendricks, and it's at pace and it's uncomfortable length. And Buren Hendricks is really just bowling with such aggression at the moment.
He is indeed. He's in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, and that is in that area outside the off stump. Having just got hit on the hands, it's a good ball to bowl to him because he's thinking he's hurting a bit. He's wanting to maybe get those arms opened up and play that one maybe a little bit more expansively, which is exactly what those 4 slips are wanting, and the captain Verena is looking for from his opposing batter to play at them outside the off stump. And a bit of shape already for Buren Hendricks, just a little bit of shape, and he can bring them in, he can take them away from the right hander. What's he going to do with this one? Round the wicket to him he is, and that one does move slightly away, just holds its line outside the off stump though, left alone wisely by Dekhali. A lot of leaving is going to be very important to happen today for the ITEC Knights batters, and by leaving I don't mean departing the crease to go back to the dugout and then home on the plane to Bloem. I mean leaving the ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, let's not get, if they did wrap up the game today, the Knights batsmen, the Knights team wouldn't be rushing back to Bloem. They'll keep that flight. They won't look to change their flight details, but it won't be a happy time necessarily. There won't be any celebrations. They'll be regrouping as they then, both teams will get ready for the One Day Cup. After this 4-day round of 4-day cricket, we then resume in February with the remaining 4 games. So February, March, 4 games in a row. That it's going to be a good test.
It will be indeed.
And you don't want to. Six Gun Grill Western Province will be either first or second in all likelihood.
That's another beauty.
Uncomfortable delivery there for Dekhali, and he is under the pump at the moment. And Buren Hendricks he is bowling very well this morning. His energy levels are up. And he is amped for this day.
just in the zone, isn't he, David? You can see it. I mean, just in his body language, it's excellent as a bowler. Both of these batters very compact. In fact, the top three for the six-gun grill, for the ITEC Knights, all three young men quite short of stature, very compact. Oh, that's a nasty one, and I do think we're missing a trick there at not having that forward short leg. You've got 420 runs to play with before the team's going to make you bat again, and it's not all out attack, and that baffles me a bit. Thinking about that as I came in this morning as well, David, to the ground, and thinking, just pack people around the bat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Dane Patterson looks like he's coming back into continuing from this end, but George Linder there limbering up, but maybe that's just to keep the batsman interested to see.
I think so. When's he coming on? Will we have a respite from this pace attack? I don't think having George Linder coming into you in these particular conditions is going to be a respite, though. It is very windy in Cape Town today. We'll talk a bit about the weather just now. Very well bowled, and Linder, that man at backward pointers across, moving to his left sharply and picking that one up. 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg for Patterson. So yeah, there is really no need, in my opinion. If you've got Dane Patterson bowling, you don't need a 6-3 field. You can have a 7-2 field. You have a man at long leg, you can have a man under the helmet, bring somebody else in on the offside if you need to, bring in a gully. Oh my goodness, that is so close. Oh, wow.
That was a good delivery.
It
didn't stay down a little bit, James.
Yeah, it did look like it stayed down a bit, yes.
Didn't get to Kyle behind the stumps too high. It took it at his ankles basically eventually.
He did.
But a good delivery nevertheless from Dane Patterson. We might see the pitch dry out a little bit. They did have the roller on there this morning. The batting team had the roller on there. They want to flatten it out as much as possible. And the bowlers are going to look for something on day 3.
And well played by Dikale, takes the single.
Van Tonder was on the low back foot there. Lucky that there wasn't a fielder in play, but no harm done there.
And see some comments coming through on the YouTube feed, on the official CSA channel. Thank you. We've got Bebop Williams saying morning, good morning. Yes, the match is at Newlands. We can't read every single comment as we go through, but I have got the feed open and seeing it coming through. So please, if you do have any comments, perhaps a question for us that we may or may not be able to answer, cricket related, that we may be able to come through to you. And yes, Team Clash saying yes, it is at Newlands, and cool, indeed, it is really cool to be here. Bebop Williams, an amazing place to be on this Saturday morning at 6-Gun Grill Newlands. I know there are probably no people listening to us that are at the market at Rondebosch, just down the road, but when I came in from the northern suburbs here of Cape Town this morning to 6-Gun Grill Newlands, the Rondebosch market, a hive of activity this morning. Nicely bowled by Patterson, and would love to see even half of those people coming down here to Newlands.
I think there's a lot going on today. I think there's a trail run as well. Is it the UCT or the U? Right. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a big one. Okay. I'm not a big trail runner myself, James. I was more a road runner. Ran a couple of half marathons and a marathon in my day. Very much a
road runner. Me too. So
prefer driving at the moment, James. But the petrol price is going up. I might have to start running again.
Absolutely. It's Patterson again. Oh, and he does tempt him on the drive, and Van Tonder does try and play that drive, but it just angles into him, and it sort of what's the right word? Sort of just bobbles out onto the leg side and takes a single. He's going to keep the strike. He moves on to 48 for 1 after 20 overs. Run rate at the moment 2.4 and over exactly, and that is of absolutely no importance at all at the moment for the ITEC Knights. At the moment, it's about survival. Get yourself in. Make sure you're seeing that ball like a watermelon, or as was indicated yesterday by Omar Henry, joined us here in the commentary box, ushered in by Zahir Adams, my co-commentator and legendary journalist here, sports journalist in the Western Cape. A real privilege to have Omar Henry here in the commentary booth with us yesterday, and in saying, yes, Tony Dzorzi must be seeing it like a football out there, with reference to another tournament taking place somewhere else in the world at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Sounds like a big tournament, though. Yeah. It's Hendricks in to Fantona once again. Dzorzi fields in the covers, nothing more to report. There are 3 other matches taking place around the country, but just to give you an update, if you are interested, because this will not be on YouTube channel, and the Adelaide Strikers have made massive inroads into the Sydney Sixers batting order. After 5 overs, Sixers are 13 for 3.
Oh, wow. And
that looks like a mountain to climb for them. They need 9 runs and over with only 7 wickets in hand. Destroyer in chief, that lady Deandra Dotton, yet again. She's the lady for the big match, is Deandra Dotton. Remember watching some of her innings against South Africa in that first one-day international, which unfortunately was abandoned due to rain earlier on in the season, scoring a 150 against the Momentum Proteas women in Johannesburg. That is no mean feat, I can tell you.
Yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago when we were under COVID restrictions. I remember an empty, I think, at the Wanderers.
That's right, it was at the Wanderers, yes.
And an eerie feel there for such a good match.
Yeah.
But COVID restrictions are now lifted, and we have the ICC T20 Women's World Cup coming to our shores. The games will be played right here at Six Gun Newlands in Gqeberha and at Boland Park in Paarl. But the majority of games and the big games, the title game, the semi-finals and the opening game will all be here at Newlands. Get your tickets online. But before that, there's also the SA20. I'll tell you about that now, as one of those players who will be playing in that SA20, Björn Hendricks, bowls to Fantonda and he gets a single down to third man. But Björn Hendricks, one of those, will be playing right here for the MI Cape Town. And the ticket sales at my last check, James, have been going extremely well, which is really encouraging news, considering that we're just under 50 days still away from the tournament. And I think that's going to be a game changer for South African cricket, for our domestic players as well, to be broadcast around the world. And
very interesting, if you are you're aware of, it's a bit too short perhaps from Björn to make Isaac play at that one, and just maybe a bit of a punt for one of the doyens of South African cricket commentary, Neil Manthorpe.
I thought you were going to say David Brooke, but Manners is one of the legends.
Next week.
Yeah. Give me a week or 2. Manners has got a few years on me.
He has, yes, a few years on both of us from that experience. Maybe not age-wise on me, I don't think, but certainly cricket commentary experience. One of the men who I admire tremendously. I think we both admire tremendously. One of the best in the world, I would say.
I totally agree with you.
And
he comes to Newlands quite often. He's here for those big matches, and really, knowledge of the game is just
outstanding. Commentates around the world now, and that's no less than Neil deserves. But I do follow his weekly, or it's sometimes not weekly depending on where he is in the world, but he puts out an incredibly good column which he does on his own on social media, on web Manners on Cricket, it's called, MANNERS-ON-cricket. And those of you that are interested, please, I encourage you to subscribe to that newsletter.
And to also buy him a coffee.
Absolutely, buy him a coffee.
There, buy him a coffee. He does put out that content, but that's a good delivery there from Dane Patterson. Again, that man under the helmet is not there. That possibly could have gone to him?
I think it will just put doubt in Dikgale's mind. He's lobbed 2 up into that region already, one off Patterson, one off Hendricks, and there's no reason why it should not be a more attacking field. This just looks a bit too docile to me from a fielding captain point of view. You've got a team needing 414 to make you bat again. Not that they are going to win the match if they score 414. They need that to make you bat again, which I believe would never have happened before in probably first class cricket, let alone here at Newlands. So there is no reason why it could not be more aggressive. It looks like he's going out into the deep. Is Tepo Mareki going to maybe try and entice him with the short one?
Or maybe set him up and thinks that the short one's coming and then goes with the fuller delivery. He's got 4 slips there.
He does indeed. So there's a plan here, definitely from Dane Patterson. He's still got 4 balls in this over to set either Dikgale up, and that's a good delivery outside the line of off stump coming into the right-hander. I expect the next couple of deliveries one or two of them may well be moving away from the right-hander.
I'm wondering if Isaac Dikgale is on loan at the moment. If I'm not mistaken, he was at the Northern Cape Heat and scored a double 100 there in Division 2.
Yeah, excellent. So
he scored a double 100 a couple of weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. So it could be that Isaac Dikgale is on loan. I thought that the loan system was done away with, to be fair, but there might have been some provision made. I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected. He just takes a single here as Dane Patterson does the fielding off his own bowling. James, if I can go through some scores around the country.
Please, that'd be great.
It looks like it hasn't started in Durban yet.
No,
rain has taken place there, but the interesting game here with the Warriors and the Northwest Dragons. The Warriors, in their first innings, 381 all out. Then they rolled Northwest for also 111.
Wow.
And then they are currently 177 for 5, but they lead by 447 runs. So that declaration is going to be coming.
Imminent, I'm sure.
Imminent. They're going to give themselves a lot of time to try and bowl out. Matthew Bretzke just missing out on the second century of the match. He was bowled, Mutasami caught Nicky van der Berg for 93, so disappointing for the young man. That could have been a very special 100 in both innings for Matthew Bretzke. And I'll give you the score from the Titans and the Lions game. This one, James, something has to happen for this game to be heading for a result, but the Lions scored 354 all out in their first innings. Rickleton got 100, and then the Titans are 246 for 3 currently. Rickleton and Joshua Richards got 100s there, and the Titans currently 246 for 3. I'll read some scores. Neil Brunt missed out on 100. He's got 91. Dean Elgar got 55. Sibs Makanya 27. Tennis de Bruin not out on 42. And Heinrich Klaassen on 13 not out.
Of 1 ball.
Conservative at the moment, James. He's just going at a strike rate of 108.33. So he needs to up his game.
Just not good enough.
Just not good enough compared to what we're used to from Heinrich Klaassen. His innings last week was to be there must have been incredible to watch.
I agree.
Very special, and bodes well for the Test team as well. Both Kyle Verona and Heinrich Klaassen getting double centuries last week. Do you think the players follow each other? Will they know what their rivals are doing around the country?
I don't know. I think so. It depends. I guess. I think most certainly when you're probably in between matches, maybe while you're in the match, I think your focus is probably just dedicated to the match that you're in, and that you just got to keep that together. I mean, otherwise you get distracted. You hear a lot of talk. I think it's interesting, talking to the players, and it's sort of been a new thing for me, but last year having the interaction with players, which is courtesy of being here and chatting to some of the players like Wayne Parnell and some of the other players as one of the bales falls off in this very strong southeasterly wind here.
It might be swirling within the bowl, but on the Snakewood side of the ground in the new business precinct, it does seem to be a lot
Yeah, it's protected, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot more windy that side than it is in the Oaks grass. So it might be that it's just swirling within the wicket area, the square.
That's a good delivery. As it's Tepal Mareki who's coming in, replacing Bjorn Hendricks from the Kelvin Grove end, and that first delivery of the over onto the pads of Fantonda, just out into the leg side, and that's who's that out there? Is it Nandre? Yeah, Nandre out there. We now have three slips, a man at backward point mid off, extra cover and mid off, and I'm just baffled a bit by this. Why it's not all out attack. It's quite a defensive, not defensive field. Oh my goodness, that seemed away from the right-hander. Mareki is on fire with the first two deliveries this morning, and very interesting from that aspect. And just, it's David. I mean, it's the wind very, very strong today coming in. Tablecloth coming over the mountain. Yesterday, not enough moisture, I think. It all rained itself out on Thursday, but today some moisture being blown up over the mountain, the classic tablecloth forming. Oh, that is a peach of a delivery from Tepal Mareki. David Brooke has his hands on his head, and only
because I thought I heard something there, James.
Yeah.
It maybe flicked his jumper as it went past him, but from up here it was a beautiful delivery, an unplayable delivery, and he's made 3 deliveries that have been exactly on the money. First up, no looseness from Tepal Mareki today.
No, and
even the pigeons are getting out of the way. They sense that something is coming.
Something special coming here. It's been slowish but steady from the ITEC Knights this morning in Fantonda, this time able to get bat on ball after those previous 2 deliveries. He, fortunately for him, probably didn't get bat on ball because it would have been an edge, possibly. ITEC Dikali, certainly played with Northern Cape last season, David. Playing now with the Knights. He has over the last few games he's been playing almost exclusively with the Knights. I've just loaded up here, so we'll just talk a bit about that now. It's Fantonda playing it into their leg side. Burgerville Field coming around from mid wicket, so playing now from October onwards, playing exclusively for the Knights last season, finishing off with the List A game for Northern Cape, so getting promotion to the franchise, not the franchise team, but to the Bloemfontein-based team from the Northern Cape Tuskers, is it? Or what they call it? No, it's not the Tuskers.
Northern Cape Heat.
Northern Cape Heat. There is heat indeed in the Northern Cape.
Yeah.
Although those of you that sorry, Karen.
Yeah, Dikali has been around the scene for a while. He played here. Down at Western Province in the 3-day side. Right. Played a few games for the Cape Cobras at the time as well. Okay. I remember he played a nice innings in Paarl for the Cape Cobras, the one game. Mm-hmm. Lovely young man. Always has a smile on his face. Enjoys his cricket, and it's quite an asset to a team. You know, a guy that can take the gloves as a wicketkeeper.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And hasn't naturally been opening, in my opinion. Especially when you've got openers such as Jacques Snyman and Gian Clitty in the lineup, so I was quite surprised to see him opening. Yeah. But a good player nevertheless, and his team are going to need a big score from him today, that's for sure.
So 27 years old, ITEC Dikali, educated at King Edward in Johannesburg, in the Norwood area of the sort of slightly eastern suburbs of Johannesburg proper, as Dame Patterson continues from the Wynberg end, and playing now for the Knights. His highest score in first class cricket, 101 not out, average of 24 he has. So he will be wanting to again, bat long here. Opportunity for him to add to those numbers and make sure that he can potentially help his team, even if it is to survive the day here, would be a massive achievement for the ITEC Knights. Patterson away. Oh my goodness, that is two Fantonda. He gets a genuine edge onto that one. Brilliant bowling once again from Patterson, but it is through the slips. Bounced, I think, in front of third slip, and much pondering. You can't see the slips, I think, in your picture, but a little bit, you can see a little bit of pondering there between them, wondering where, and they can see the divot there where it bounced. They're hoping the only divots they see tomorrow will be at Royal Cape or Erin Vale maybe, but everyone bouncing in front of Daniel Smith, or between Daniel Smith, I think it was, and Bjorn Hendricks, down to the boundary at third man in front of the impressive new multi-purpose building and centre to the northern side of the ground, and I can't for the life of me ever remember the name,
yeah.
David,
so,
of the building.
Yeah, it's the Snakeport building, the official name, and we can promote the fact that we are now open for business when it comes to Experience Newlands, the new Experience Newlands area.
Wonderful.
That we have, or company that we've created here at Western Province to run events. Whether that's a launch of a product, a book launch, or a wedding. We have various venues around the ground. We've got a full team in operation now to run these events, and you can get in contact with Gillian at experiencenewlands.co.za. That's Gillian, Gillian, at experiencenewlands.co.za. You're looking for somewhere to run your end of year party, your company party, James.
Yep.
And
fantastic. Yes,
we're going to have a Experience Newlands, a full experience to tell the history of Newlands in the new building here, and it's really the whole history of Western Province cricket, and this beautiful ground is going to be on display for schools to come through and do school tours, find out more about the history of this ground, and display some of our legendary players, past and present. Very similar to how it's a beautiful shot.
Beautifully played by Fantonda, and that is perhaps what Patterson wants him to do in some ways, play that ball wide outside the off stump, but this man has got talent, there is no doubt about it, as Reynard Fantonda, and that was beautifully played out into the boundary in front of the railway stand, and he picks up at another boundary. That's 16 that he is on now. The boundary earlier in the over, very fortuitous one for him. I think the slips have moved a little bit closer after that one. Just some of your comments coming through on the YouTube feed. Thank you. It really has been, it's good to have them. Bebop Williams, thank you for staying with us. Really good. Yes, you should come down to Newlands. If you've never been to Newlands and you live in Cape Town, there is no better time to be coming down to Newlands. Today may be a bit of a stretch for you if it is, but it's free entry today. And then, as David Brooke was mentioning yesterday, the 50 over competition, the List A 50 over competition coming in December. There's also the Women's Super League, when that entry to the ground, I'm sure, will probably be free. But the entry to the 50 over games going from how much, David? Now 30 rand?
30 rand to 60 rand for the One Day Cup games. And we're going to be running some ticket specials obviously throughout as well. If you want to come and meet the team, come to Sportsman's Warehouse this coming Friday on the 2nd of December from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. The team will be doing a signing session there. And come and meet your players, and I'm sure we'll be giving away some tickets as well to the youngsters that come through there.
Good bowling, good cricket there from Isaac Dikali, just rotating the strike, and that's exactly what you should be doing here. Just get the bowler thinking about where he's delivering that ball. I mean, they're going to want to bowl in the zone. You've indicated there, Bebop, that Mareki is in the zone, definitely. Tsepo Mareki, a really wonderful young man, and loves his cricket. got one of the biggest smiles you'll ever see on a cricketer, and he is really G'd up this morning and coming in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. I want to come back perhaps at the end of the over. I'll chat to you a bit more about what Neil Manthorpe was saying in his column, Manners on Cricket. David adding in there that, please read the column that Neil puts out, buy him a coffee. Huge amount of knowledge that he and insight that goes into what Neil puts out onto the internet. A son of the Western Cape, he does. I think he probably may well have been born in the UK, but he did play cricket as a youngster. Has been a commentator here for many years. Was a commentator here at SABC, and has really spread his commentary wings. Great delivery once again from Mareki, making Fantonda think here, putting it in outside the off stump, and then that one a little bit shorter, just keeping him honest. Really good to see from the young paceman. And so yes, Neil Manthorpe just talking a bit about the SA20 and how positive it can be for South African cricket and for the development of cricket, and just realizing and just giving some very real advice around how perhaps, well bowled yet again. Oh, that hurt. That did hurt, Fantonda. Oh, my goodness, it really seems tough if you're batting here at the Wynberg end this morning. Buren Hendricks and Seppo Mareki now hitting their men.
Yeah, it's again, James, that conversation that you have with yourself when you were back in school days and you decided to choose cricket over maybe a hockey or a rugby, and you're going, why did I choose this sport? But the next ball you might get a cover drive through for 4, and you go, that's exactly why.
Exactly.
But that's part of the game. The bowler's ready to run in, and Reinhard Fantonda's having none of it.
Well, he's hurting.
He is hurting, James, and this maybe has done a little bit of damage there. It doesn't look like he's just gathering his thoughts there.
No, he's not. No,
physio himself is not coming on. It's the 12th man coming on. Maybe just winded a little bit, and maybe needs a little bit of electrolytes in there.
I think so. And Reinhard Fantonda just getting some water, cold water. They decided to choose one of the sponsors' drinks here.
Powerade, our sponsors of Newlands in Western Province, as the physio does indeed come onto the field now, just for some running repairs. I think just for Fantonda to gather his thoughts. I think he'll be fine.
And Adrian Holdstock and Abdullah Steenkamp, the umpires, just walking closer to see exactly what is happening and why the delay. They just
they were converging.
Polite inquiries. That's exactly.
They were converging very slowly to the batsman, and immediately the 12th man and the physio scatter. So
that's so lovely, from a cricketing point of view. It's just like a polite inquiry, just by walking closer to them. The umpires have polite inquiry.
It's like as a child, you knew that if your father or mother was walking slowly towards you, there was nothing needed to be said.
No, not
but
at all.
But you knew exactly what was going to happen if you didn't get up and clean your room or do the dishes. That's exactly what the umpires did. I think they learned that at umpire in the levels.
You do, yeah. Beautifully played, and David described that so perfectly. It could not have been more perfect, David. And now that injury is completely forgotten.
Forgotten.
That's now why 100% again. Yeah.
That's why you play. That's why he chose cricket.
That's exactly why he chose cricket. Yeah. So he just had to.
Should I say the next ball and then he nicks off?
Exactly.
So
yeah.
Maybe that's what happened now.
It may well happen, because that is what happens all the time. You get maybe a little bit. Of discomfort, you feel bat on ball, and it just tempts you to be able to. Then you think you're king of the world again. Yeah.
Talk about it now, but talking about getting hit yesterday, Tony Dezorzi got hit on the helmet. A couple of shaky deliveries after that, but he regathered. I mean, it could have very well rattled him.
Yeah, could have done.
but he gathered his thoughts and he got to that incredible 300. When I say it, James,
yeah, I know it's amazing.
It just sounds unreal, but so happy for the man. And I think for South African cricket in general, I think it's an innings that will go down as one of the finest moments of the season. When we sit in March, April, when the end of the season, we'll look back on that innings and go, that was arguably one of the highlights of the season, no matter what happens from here on in.
No question at all, David. And I pulled some stats last night on my with my cricket group, just in terms of how many people have.
Very unlike you to pull stats.
It is. It's not something I would normally do, and I even made up a song about it. I'll talk to you a bit about that now. But just putting the stats on how many triple centurions there have been in South African first-class cricket, and by my count, this includes players from around the world. In fact, this, Dennis Compton is on this list, funnily enough, having scored for the MCC, scored a 300 for the MCC at Willamore Park in 1948-49. He's the last man, he's 300, the lowest score in the 300s on this list. As Nandre Burger is in from the Wynberg end, and that's a very good delivery from the young left-arm paceman first up, and it just played to backward point. So just to give you those numbers, this is all first-class cricket, so includes batters who played in the previously in what would have been the Currie Cup. It includes. It does not include, unfortunately, doesn't
in
include
South Africa only.
In South Africa only. This is in South Africa was only in South Africa, so it doesn't include Hashim Amla's 311 at the Oval. It does not include, let's say, Graham Smith scored 300, I believe. Ouch!
That's a nasty one there for Dekale. Nando Berger just getting in an awkward position there. Good delivery there from the left hand, quick, as he gets his first taste of the action this morning.
Yeah, stuff is happening out there still on a third day pitch at Newlands, which has really been an outstanding pitch that has been prepared here by Bram Mong and his team.
Yeah, very much so.
So
carry on with your
so just to give you those stats, I mean, one thinks of in years gone by, Barry Richards 356 for South Australia, I think it was. Many years ago. Another good delivery, but topping the list, and they're only then in South Africa, if one looks at South Africans who have scored these runs in South Africa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only 8 South Africans have ever scored a 300 in South Africa.
Incredible.
Which is incredible. And of those, if one looks at sort of senior level, if one would call it that, I know it's harsh to call it that perhaps, but if one looks at senior level cricket, then one would say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those only have been at perhaps senior level, senior cricket level. Of the 8, Tony Dzorzi then becomes what we would probably say the 7th at a very senior level. There are 2 300s that were scored, and I won't dilute the importance of that for these players, because any time you score a 300, it doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter if it's a school cricket. It doesn't matter whether it's in whether it's at club cricket level. If you have that opportunity, you still got to put the runs on the board. Doesn't matter who the attack is. It's if it's a recognised game in a recognised league, it takes an immense effort to score 300.
Yeah, very much so. As we near the first drinks break, I think we might get one more over in before the first drinks over.
How many balls left?
One. Tipped over to 11:04. 11:05 will be the first drinks break.
It will be, yes. Yeah. And so if they are able to get to the stumps, so if there's 30 seconds left, according to the umpires, or if it hasn't ticked over to 11:05 by the time Adrian Holstock walks from square leg to the position there, well fielded by Berger, just in fact gets a hand on it, and that will be a single. And if Adrian Holstock arrives at the stumps with the time still at 11:04 on the scoreboard, which he is going to do, then we will have another over. One of these wonderful nuances of cricket, as we see Seppo Moreki preparing to bowl his next over. So, yes, not to keep you in suspense any longer. So, Stephen Cook, 390, the highest Lions versus the Warriors at Buffalo Park. Daryl Cullinan, 337, not out. Transvaal versus Northern Transvaal, 1993-94 at the Wanderers. That, for a long time, was the highest ever first-class score in South Africa. 319, Riley Rousseau, Eagles versus the Titans in the franchise era, as was obviously Stephen Cook's. Then AP Agathangalo, I can't remember the gentleman's first name, but that is edged down into the slip area. It's Bjorn Hendricks gets a hand on it, bounced in front of him, and they come back for 2.
I'm just keeping an eye on Bjorn Hendricks here. It was an uncomfortable on his bowling hand. He's not signalling to the dressing room, so he is fine. But he did it was an uncomfortable one. He had to get his hand down. It wasn't a catch, it just fell short of him, but at quite a pace.
I'll just look, I'll give some more information on Agathangala. I think he may be playing.
He was playing for Titans, the Northerns.
Okay.
He played for Northerns as well. He was I think he played
international cricket.
He played for Greece.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he played for Greece.
To side the stumps from Seppo Moreki. But Agathagalu did play for Greece, I think, in the European.
Yes.
In the tournaments.
Yeah, I seem to remember that as well.
Yeah. Good player, actually. Very good player. Just didn't get a proper run at domestic cricket. An extended run at domestic cricket, but had some. I mean, if we pull up his stats, I think those stats are going to be quite good, to be fair.
Andrea Agathangalo, and he'll be in his 30s now, 32, 33-year-old Andrea Peter Agathangalo, and played for Lancashire, Leicestershire, second 11 in Leicestershire. Interesting, South Africa under 19s,
Stats are probably quite good.
Stats are very good. Average of 41 in first class level.
Good shot there from Ronald van Tonder. Just good cricket, and there's some energy in this final over before the drinks break. They'll be looking for that breakthrough. The Knights have done well to survive so far without losing any wickets.
Yeah, they have
this
done
morning.
very well.
The partnership is sitting at 38.
Yeah, so no indication, I mean, here from a point of view of his, let's just have a look at this. He's played for South Africa under 19, and last match shown as being for North. Oh my goodness, that's well fielded by Eddie Moore, but along the ground it came one bounce again to the slips. It's all happening this morning.
That was
a
great. Eddie Moore was on the ball there.
He was,
and
really
he took
fielding.
a good save there at second slip. Didn't carry to him, but definitely saved 4 runs. As the deficit is below the 400-run mark now, James. 392.
Wow.
Still a long way to go.
It is a long way to go.
But the batsmen so far have done a good job in keeping the bowlers out this morning. Not losing any wickets so far for the Knights. Seppo Moreki is looking to change that in the final 2 deliveries before the drinks break. They'll gather. There might be talk of George Linder coming on for a spell. They are behind the over rate, as we saw on the scoreboard. Not too bothered about that right now, but they need to keep that in check. They don't want to be penalised.
Yeah.
I think the umpires did have a word with them after the first innings to say that they were lucky that they bowled them out. We discussed it yesterday. They bowled them out within the 3.5
hours. Yes, just within that 3.5 hour area, and they'll want to make sure George Linder will have a role to play. You reckon Abiwa Ingwajima may also have a bowl today? That's very nicely played by Van Tonder, but he won't pierce the field, and it will be drinks, and that will give us a chance to maybe chat through this weekend. We'll also maybe just take a little bit of a break, and in fact we'll take a bit of a break, shall we, David, and come back with you in a few minutes. And it is indeed match referee Lawrence Matruis, I think, coming out with the drinks today for the umpires.
Yeah, it is. Mr. Matruis.
Yeah. Yes, we have Mr. what I was going to say with the umpires is like, yeah, Mr. Steenkamp and Mr. Holstop coming closer to the batters. Yeah, we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Right, we've missed no action as it's Nandre Berger away from us here at the Weinberg, and that is that's off the outside half of the bat. All three slips are chasing that one, and they do manage between them, the trio of slips, to get around, get their hands on the ball before it goes through to the boundary. And they've gone through, I think, for two have the batters. Dekale goes to 32, Fantondra on 20. This partnership is now 40, resuming from their overnight total of 34 for 1, with Matthew Kleinfeld was out with no out last night, and is now Berger away from us now. At the end of this over, we'll give you. Oh, I think he has got him. Oh yes, he has indeed taken the wicket of ITEC Dekale. And as David and I were talking about now off air, it was just going to be a matter of time.
Yeah, they needed that, and they regathered, and it's amazing what a break does for the bowling side when you're looking for that breakthrough, that first wicket of the day, and Nandre Berger has once again delivered for his side, and the captain himself takes the catch. Took it quite high up.
Yeah,
it was a big edge from ITEC Dekale. But Carl Verona, nevertheless, safe hands behind the stumps. And the first wicket falls this morning, that of ITEC Dekale. He goes for 32, and the score is 74 for 2. the deficit is 390. That's the first wicket, and the energy levels are going to be just lifted. They've got some Powerade in them. At the drinks break, regathered, a little opportunity to just tactically regathered, and De Cale was there for 128 minutes, 88 balls, 2 fours in his innings of 32, but he has to depart, and that's his job done, you feel, in this match, James?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's unlikely that there will be any more cricket for both him, ITEC De Cale and the other opening partner, Matthew Kleinveld, in this match, as it is Jacques Snyman who makes his way to the crease, and he will be...
He's on a pair, isn't he,
he is
James?
on a king pair at the moment, so call a pair when you score a duck in both of the ends. Here we're talking about all this cricket parlance. A duck, 0. So in tennis they call 0 love. In cricket we call it, when you get a duck, when you get a 0 as a batter, we call it a duck. And there's always a few jokes around that one, but it is Snyman facing Berger. And he does edge the first one, but he bounces ahead of Daniel Smith at third slip, and that is no more addition to the score, and Snyman survives what could have been a really, really nasty moment there for him. And so just looking at that dismissal of De Cale again, it was well taken to his right, quite a nice height for Carl Verena. Good catch by the captain. Oh my word! That
Dane Patterson just on his
heels,
on
and
his
he knows
heels a
it,
little
doesn't
bit.
he? He knows it. He knows that he should have been probably there to take that catch, and he's still standing there. That went to mid off, and would have been, had he been probably a yard further forward.
Yeah, I think if he was walking in there, James, he might have been in action.
Yeah.
But
My goodness,
it felt like it hung in the air for ages there. Dane Patterson just needed to be a little bit on his front foot.
Yeah.
Snandre Berger is building up ahead of steam here. That's better from Jacques Snyman.
Snyman survived his first 2 deliveries. Looked for all love and money that he could well have been out on either of those 2 deliveries. The second one he perhaps should have been out.
Yeah, nervous start there for the big hitter.
And it is what we said, David, and we were off air, and we said, look, it's it could happen any time.
Yeah,
the second wicket
could go bang bang, and then you're right in there. You're into the middle order. The captain will come in next, Pat van Biljon. He'll have a big role to play here today.
Yeah.
And if they can pick him up early, they'll be confident they can wrap this up on day 3. They don't want to be going into a day 4. They want to wrap it up today.
Yeah.
They've been dominant throughout this 2 and 1 hour of play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they want to continue that dominance. Title-winning sides dominate teams.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're wanting to display. They were dominant against the Rocks, wrapping the game up on day 3 there. And they've been dominant again here on their home turf. And that's what you want. You want teams, the away teams, knowing if they come to 6 Gun Grill Newlands that they're going to be under the pump. And the Western Province guys have done just that. They're making Newlands a fortress again. And rightly so. What's happening in the Women's Big Bash League there, James?
I think Laura Volfart is going to be returning to Cape Town with a Women's Big Bash League winners medal. And she had a huge role to play in them winning the title. Bowled once again by Mareki and the 2 younger fellows in this pace quartet of 6 Gun Grill Western Province, as Björn Hendricks, you might have seen that on your screen, really lovely to see. He just walks across to Seppo Mareki, and they just literally give each other a low 5 as he goes back to his mark. And such is the confidence and the camaraderie that exists in a team like this that is winning, that has got seemingly things working from a bowling and batting point of view.
I think that's been the strength of this bowling unit, is that there hasn't been one bowler that has taken 5 wickets or 7 wickets in an innings. It's been a team effort, and that's exactly what you want as a coach and as a captain, that no matter who you throw that ball to, they're going to do a job for you. George Linder even picked up 2 wickets in the last innings in the previous match. He wrapped up the innings there. Bjorn Hendricks doing a job there. But Tsepo Moriki has the ball in hand now. He goes in his 4th over. He's just conceded 11 runs and he's looked very solid this morning.
He has. He's towards it again. That's quick outside the off stump. And he has working up a serious head of pace as he comes into the wind from the Kelvin Grove end. And the wind is blowing significantly here in Cape Town this morning. It is protected a little bit on the field, and it's warmer down there than it would be where you're standing out in the lazy winds, the southeaster that we have here in Cape Town. And it is Femi Mareki again. So yes, just to say why we say that she's about to win a winner's medal is because the Sydney Sixers are 93 for 6 in the 16th over, and they are chasing a total of 148 to win the Big Bash League.
That's Pindiment. That could be LBW. Oh, that looked...
whoa,
that was
word.
Full. I can only think that was going down leg there, James.
Bit of doubt maybe, and Adrian Holstock does indicate with a very soft sort of signal of a flick of his hand to the right, a wrist to the right hand side. He was right that was going down leg side, but it was mightily close. Mightily close. So yes, the Sydney Sixers 6 down, requiring 13 runs over and over, requiring 54 runs in 25 balls to win. Sophie Eccleston and Maitland Brown at the crease, and the big guns for the Sydney Sixers, Elise Perry and Alyssa Healy, both not able to make the contribution that they would have wanted in this final. They're so reliant on them. Susie Bates as well, so they have a very, very good batting lineup, and they've not been able to do that today. Bates going for 10, Alyssa Healy 1, Elise Perry, their last sort of hope, 33, and she was bowled by Darcy Brown, who's taken 2 for 15 in her 4 overs, and that is a feather in. Oh my goodness, that bounced just short. Think of Daniel Smith. It's all happening now.
Yeah, Mareki's been unplayable. Basically this morning he's just, Kyle Varone is running up to him, just giving him a pat on the back there, and just saying, you've brought some good energy this morning. This is exactly what I needed from you. And you can even, Nandre Berger, the 2 change bowlers this morning have really done the job for their captain. And
wow,
they've really been on the money. And the Knights batsmen, there's something happening every single delivery here. I love the fact that Dane Patterson, the 2 most experienced bowlers, Dane Patterson and Bjorn Hendricks, are mid-off and mid-on respectively, with Nandre Berger, and just being there to guide him as he looks to continue here from the Weinberg end. Oh, and that's
another good delivery. My word.
That's cut in.
Yeah.
That swing where we are standing, James, we could see that swing from here.
Significant swing.
I think as a left-arm bowler, if you can swing it back in like that, you are going to be in international cricket.
Yeah. You are.
On a regular basis.
So we got a 7-2, offside leg side field. I would like to see a forward short leg in here, David.
Very much so.
I just don't understand why, with 390 runs in the bank before you have to bat again, you've got Snowman who looks like he's completely out of sorts.
That's
he
a good
played
shot
that
there.
Beautifully through the covers. That was. I was just giving him a bit of a G up there.
Yeah, great shot there from Snowman. Cover drive for 4 beautifully. We heard it from here. He has a heavy bat, Jock Snowman. He hits the ball hard, and that's his first boundary. He'll enjoy that.
He will. Very
that just
well
eases
played.
the nerves. He's off that.
He's
dreaded,
off the pair. Yeah.
He's off that dreaded pair, and that's a good shot from the young man.
And we'll talk a bit about the domestic competition shortly, as well, what's happening there, and particularly the women's cricket that's happening today. We have an interest in that competition. Oh, well bowled once again by Berger, and it is all happening for the 6-gun grill, the Western Province pace attack, as it has been over the last this entire season, in fact, of 4-day cricket. They have been dominant, and they're bowling as a unit. They're striking in pairs, complementing each other. And what's been most exciting to see is the way that they've just maintained their lines and lengths, their method of attack. And it's Berger away from us now, the Weinberg end. Oh my goodness, Sneeman can do nothing with that other than play at it and miss it, and he will be lucky to survive this spell, one feels.
Yeah, very much so, James.
Yeah. Action happening throughout the country. We'll give you some of that information at the end of the hour. So much to talk about here, and we have been recapping a bit on how incredible the innings was for Tony Dzorzi yesterday, just going through the triple centurions that have been gone before him. Oh my word, only 6 triple centurions at a senior first class level in South Africa, and we were going through that list. Number 4 on the list, which was more at a junior first class level, Andre Agathangalo. Terence Lazard, a man who we know very well here in the Western Cape, and I had the privilege of being able to umpire for at schoolboy level way back when I was with Eastern Province, represented Eastern Province in the under-19 tournaments or schools senior tournament. Way back when Terence Lazard was in that Western Province team. At that time, he scored a 307 for ball hunt versus Western Province. I remember at the time, well played, at being the highest first-class score in South Africa. Terence Lazard beating Eric Rowan's record of 306, which was for Transvaal versus Natal in 1939-40, and then I think I'm just trying to think of and then A.W. Norse. It wasn't Dudley Norse, it was his father, I think. A.W. Norse, Natal versus Transvaal, 1919-20, a 304 not out, which is the same score on which Tony Dzorzi ended yesterday.
Fascinating.
So quite something. And then the final South African player in South Africa to score a triple hundred, Marco Moret, who scored for Border versus Eastern Province at Buffalo Park, 2017-2018 season. That's a name perhaps we haven't heard for a little while. Well played in the gap by Fantonda, down to the third man boundary, and he picks up another 4, and he goes to 24. 82 for 2 is the score. Last wicket falling at 74, which was the wicket of Isaac Dechali, well caught by wicket-keeper Verena off a fired-up Nandre Berger, and it's fired up Tsepo Moreki as well, just conceding that boundary. Moreki perhaps unlucky so far not to have picked up a wicket. And he's away, towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, past umpire Holdstock. Fielded by Yassine Valley at mid-on, so we have 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. George Linder, no doubt, we will see before the luncheon interval. I can remember 2 days ago, David, you and I were sitting in the self-same chairs at about 11:29 on the first morning, 11:30, talking about the next 40 minutes being very important before the luncheon interval, and then all hell broke loose.
A memorable 40 minutes if you're a Western Province fan, and they ripped through that, and it changed the whole course of this match.
Very nice from
And it's
Fantonda.
been, since that moment, it's been Western Province all the way, dominating this entire match. So the Knights have had a tough couple of days here in what should be the most beautiful ground to play cricket, but they haven't enjoyed that experience so far.
No.
But they will be looking at that lunch interval in 40 minutes' time as the next goal to reach.
think the only mountain they would really want to be looking up at the moment is probably Naval Hill in Bloemfontein. Would be at the Mangaung Oval rather than here at Newlands. Anyway, it's Tsepo Moreki towards us now. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. Van Tonder just defending well, and very important innings here for Reynard van Tonder. In the first innings, almost inexplicably caught on the crease, offering no shot to Dane Patterson, and being out LBW, caught in two minds whether to play or not, and padded up to a ball that just angled into him, and it's perhaps disappointing from his point of view. That innings had to come to an end after he'd fought very hard for I think he got 20 in the first innings, and he's on 24 at the moment, as Yassine Valley does the fielding after a well hit shot down to mid-on. Moreki looking good in his spell so far. George Linder undoubtedly will, well, it looks like I think he will probably replace Moreki at the Kelvin Grove end, David?
Yeah, it does. It's going to be interesting to see how George Linder, with respect to the night spinners, I think he is a bit more premium spinner, genuine spinner.
Yeah, he is.
I think the Knights might have missed a trick there.
It's
down to third man, and that's going to go
under control. Yeah, sorry, David.
No, that's going to go down to the third man boundary for 4. Lucky to get away with that one, but just played that with soft hands.
He did, very well played.
And Moreki, just another good over, just giving away that boundary, but he's bowled well so far this morning.
Well, here's a strike bowler, Tsepo Moreki. That over just bookended by 4s, and it was another good over from Moreki, a good over for the Knights as well, for the ITEC Knights. Reynard van Tonder in particular, 28, and in what will potentially be a losing cause anyway. It's very important here for van Tonder to score some runs, get some big runs. He's a man who is certainly being looked at for the future in South African cricket, and he'll want to make sure that he fills his boots here. Jacques Snyman, at this stage, his intent is to survive, and he has had a torrid time facing Nandre Burger, the young paceman coming in from the Wynberg end of the ground here at Newlands. And there's a picture of Newlands at the moment, beautiful. The ground is looking in superb condition. The outfield looking absolutely impeccable. That's Burger away from us. Oh my word! Bottom edge. I mean, literally toe end of the bat there. That hit going down on the bounce to Eddie Moore at second slip, and once again Moore does very good fielding there, David. You mentioned it earlier on. They just got that on the bounce immediately, aware and threw in at the stumps. But Snyman not looking happy at all.
Just looking at our 6-gun grill Western Province ladies score here, James. I'm going to give you an update now. I'm just reloading the page here
as we watch Nandre Burger away from us now. Oh, that is a false shot once again from Snyman, and he's gone for the hook shot there on a ball that's angled into his head, and he's got a top edge. It's flown over Verena and down to the very fine leg boundary for 4. Signals 1 for the over from umpire Alahadin Steenkamp. Abdullah Steenkamp, sorry, my brain is not working. It's,
we could be in for a bit of fun here, James. Jacques Snyman does entertain. And Nandre Burger at that pace.
Yeah.
We just see Rory Kleinveld just head the bowling consultant, the bowling coach and the assistant coach here at Western Province. Just behind, looking for some angles just to see exactly what's going on with the ball, to see if he can add something to send a message out to his bowlers.
Yeah, good to see, yeah?
Yeah, it's good to see. Rory Kleinveld is an old school cricketer. Loves every single nuance of seam bowling. An incredible exponent of seam bowling in not only in just South African cricket, in county cricket for Northampton.
Yep.
For many years, played there with Richard Levy, his countryman, and I think he's got over 500 first-class wickets. Could be even more than that.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere close to 600 or 700.
I'll
We'll pull
have
up
a
his
look
stats.
now. I'll pull up his stats now for you, and we'll see.
I'll get a lot of stick if it's less, if it's if I'm not correct.
Oh, it's in the gap, down to the third man boundary. And Snyman is dealing in boundaries at the moment. He goes to 12, and he has hit 3 4s in that 12. That has to tell you that he's only dealing in boundaries.
Yeah,
he scores so far.
As I said, we could be in for a little bit of fun here. As the run rate goes up to 3 runs and over, the deficit is 370, and every single run matters to the Knights. Good first session for them so far, James. They'll be relatively happy with that. Yes, they have lost the 1 wicket.
Yeah.
But it's only the 1 wicket, and they'll look to carry on just losing the 1 wicket. As that hits Jacques Snyman,
oh dear,
a little bit of a shorter delivery.
And they are gonna, I think it
just played it to, I didn't hit him like the upper back region.
Okay.
Not it looked like a slow ball there, James.
It was, yes. Probably trying something a little bit different, and looped up then off the body to third slip, and it's going to be fun. You're right, David.
Yeah,
it's,
I like this challenge.
A good contest, isn't it? Yeah.
Very much a good challenge between bat and ball here. A fast bowler to a batsman who's not scared of taking bowlers on and attacking them. I think we could be in for a nice little session here before the lunch interval.
Good indeed.
But I do definitely think that we're going to see George Linder before lunch at some point.
So just looking at these records for the man you were talking about, David, if you look at first class level for Rory Kleinveld, 454 wickets, an average of 27.92. No, you weren't far off at all.
I gave him too many wickets.
You did, you did. But that, you know what? I mean,
he deserves it.
You're a man of generous spirit. Yeah. So.
Rory would love that.
Yeah.
But an absolute legend of the game. Yeah. In this region, the Kleinveld surname is synonymous with cricket. His first cousin Matthew Kleinveld playing in this match.
That's right. So,
their fathers, brothers. And Rory is now the assistant coach here. Just James, after this delivery, I'm going to give you an update of our 6-gun Grill Western Province women's side.
It's Mareki in again. Two Fantonda just defended into the offside. Linda does the fielding. No doubt he'll bowl this ball to Bjorn Hendricks, which he does. I think we'll be seeing him probably at the end of this on the probably next over from the Kelvin Grove end. I wouldn't be surprised. Teppo Mareki already 5.2 overs, so 5 overs, 2 balls in this spell, and it's Matthew Kleinveld, his cousin, born in the UK. Has British citizenship.
He played club cricket there for a couple of years on that basis. And he's been a stalwart of this. But just looking at our Western Province women's team, at the halfway mark, they've lost 4 wickets, unfortunately, James. 98 for 4.
Okay.
Sarah Smith was going quite well. She departed for 43. Andre Steins departed as well, 28. Laura Goodall was out for 5, the first wicket. Nadine de Klerk. Yandiswa Mangele is gone for 1. And de Klerk is 12 not out, and Delmi Tucker is with her. Just joined her at the crease. Just faced the 2 deliveries. A good start here for the Garden Route Badgers.
It's good for them.
Caroline Rhodes. Haven't seen her bowl much, but she's taken 2 wickets. And Michaela Andrews has taken the other wicket. A lot of batting to do. Delmi Tucker is normally
Yeah, she's good all-rounder.
Yeah, good all-rounder and reliable.
Cliff not in that lineup?
No, unfortunately, I think she's injured at the moment.
That's unfortunate,
Yeah, and they are missing her in that side. She's had a good start to the season. She was the T20 Player of the Year, named at the awards recently. But good depth, and having the likes of Nadine de Klerk and Delmi Tucker as well as Laura Goodall available has been a massive boost to Western Province, and that's one of the main reasons why they are unbeaten currently, and they'll be looking to maintain that unbeaten record so far this season in the Six Gun Grill Derby out at Six Gun Grill Recreation Ground. A beautiful ground there. It's probably very hot.
I'm sure it's very hot there today.
Yeah, the CEO, Mr. Albertus Kennedy, will be watching that game with huge interest. A real cricket man. Loves his cricket and loves it every time that there's a game out in Oudtshoorn.
It's Mareki in again at this time, and Fantonda once again is playing that one. Actually, probably feels he missed out there on the legs. Played straight to the man at mid wicket. Is no run. The field is still 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Man now going on to the deep square leg boundary. It's Dane Patterson, and a man at long leg, which is Nandre Berger, who no doubt will be steaming in after this delivery from Tepo Mareki. Nandre Berger will be coming in from the Weinberg end. And good ball from Mareki, came back very, very sharply, and left alone by Fantonda. He'll be well aware of his dismissal in the first innings. End of the over, 33 gone, 94 for 2, and maybe in for some more fun and games from Jacques Snyman facing Nandre Berger here. This is going to be quite a contest, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough 30 minutes to bat through. There's going to be a barrage, there's going to be a bit of spin. We see George Linda just marking out his, just doing a bit of visualization. Ala Muhammad Rizwan. And very famously had that visualization, that video that was put out. It was a lovely video, and fantastic to see it's important as a player that you can visualize exactly where you want to be, what you want to do, and how you want to bowl. And George Linda is getting ready. Looks a straight on Jacques Snyman. Nandre Berger, good delivery to start the over.
So just to give you the final update from the Women's Big Bash League final, and one of the Western Province's most, in fact probably one of their most famous daughters, Laura Wolfart, is now a Women's Big Bash League champion. They
got close there, James.
They did, didn't
they?
It
was a little bit closer than we thought it would.
It would, yes, indeed. And it was Maitland Brown, I think. Let me just get the right name. I don't know some of these players, but it was indeed Maitland Brown who took the Sixers close, and Adelaide Strikers have finally won the first time they've ever won the WBBL. Laura's been playing for them for a few seasons out of beautiful part of the country, apparently Adelaide, there in South Australia. Cathedral that goes over the ground there at the Adelaide Oval, and that is in the air, and it is out, and it's exactly what we expected. Yassine Valley takes the catch. Once again, Jacques Snyman is taking on Nandre Berger outside the off stump, and there was only going to be probably one result in that.
Yeah, he played a couple of false shots in the previous over against Nandre Berger, getting that bottom edge, and he's mistimed that one, and Yassine Valley is not going to drop that. Just popped up in the air for him, and he takes an excellent catch. Jacques Snyman's 12 runs come off 19 balls, 3 fours in that, so he was dealing in boundaries.
He was,
but boundaries is not what they need right now. They needed their batsman to stay there, and unfortunately for the Knights, he hasn't stayed there long, and Nandre Berger picks up his second wicket of the morning and the third wicket of the innings. Just before the lunch interval, we are still 27 minutes away from lunch, and the Western Province have got their tails up. They've taken the 2 wickets this morning so far. They've gone bang bang relatively quickly, and that's exactly what can happen when you struggle to take 1 wicket and all of a sudden you pick up 2. and the captain, Piet van Biljon, joins Reinhard van Tonder, who's still there on 28. And this is a massive partnership for the Knights. They need to see this through to lunch. If they don't see this through to lunch, James, I think we might not even make the tea interval.
No, I don't think we will
if we don't
see it through to lunch.
But this is a massive innings for the captain, Piet van Biljon. He held out to Tsepo Mareki, a fine catch down a fine leg in the first innings to Björn Hendricks, I think it was, who got his wicket with a shorter delivery,
yes, it was,
set the field to him, and it was a fantastic catch. It came low and hard to Tsepo Mareki down a fine leg, and he took a great catch, and that just gave the innings massive impetus. A big wicket, always a prize wicket when you get Piet van Biljon, one of the best batsmen around.
Oh, great average, isn't it? 46.7, yeah.
Yeah, and Nandre Burger is going to, his hair is flowing in the wind like a Hollywood star, and he's been a star for Kyle Verreynne, the captain. So far this morning, I feel that him and Tsepo Mareki have worked brilliantly together. Tsepo Mareki has done some hard yards on the other end. They might be tempted to keep him on maybe one over now that there's a new batsman.
Maybe.
But let's see what happens here as Burger comes in.
Oh, good ball.
And Piet van Biljon just comes across his stumps, walks across his stumps. Needs to be careful of that potential LBW. And Nandre Burger will have noticed that. That is for sure. Nandre Burger has bowled 9.4 overs, taken 2 for 30.
Yeah.
James, how good has Nandre Burger been in the last 2 matches that we've witnessed?
Just so wonderful to see this young man. I was actually going to bring his stats up. In fact, David, so I'll do that now. And we were a very good delivery again.
Yeah, I think this is a rebirth of Nandre Burger, if we can call it that. And he had a big injury last season, which curtailed almost his entire season. But he used that. He didn't just sit on his laurels. He recovered. He strengthened his body. He is stronger than he's ever been, physically and mentally as well. He's grown, and he's worked on his game. He's worked on his body, and he's worked on his pace as well. He's come back with
he's just
incredible pace and swinging. But that just goes and you just I don't even know. You just get like a bottom kind of.
Yeah, it was off the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? Down all the way on the ground, down into the vacant third man area for a boundary. Piet van Biljon is off the mark with that, and just searching for something more, perhaps outside the off-slip. He does have 3 slips waiting, and he is, though, successful in that over. He really won't mind conceding that boundary, and it is Nandre Burger with the 3rd success of the innings for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and we called it, David, that it is in fact going to be George Linder who's going to come on from the Kelvin Grove end, and Tsepo Mareki, an outstanding spell, very much bowling in tandem and pair with Nandre Burger, the 2 fast youngsters from 6 Gun Grill Western Province, who working together have been able to extract something extra from this wicket, which looks pretty flat at the moment. And look at George Linder's career stats. David, just take us through those.
Yeah, I think that's his 4 days.
First 4 day stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, 21 matches. He's taken 89 wickets, a best of 7 for 29. Obviously played quite a bit of semi-pro cricket back in the day. And at 7 for 29, I remember seeing that. That was incredible to watch. If I'm not mistaken, it could have been against the Knights themselves.
We'll have to see what we can pick up here on that for George Linder, as we'll see the first delivery from him to Reinhard van Tonder. It's on the spot first up from it's also what one would expect from the Proteas and Western Province left arm spinner and all-rounder, it must be said. He certainly fits into the all-rounder category. Been batting outstandingly well this season. It's a little bit faster. Later the man down here at backward, coming around for backward point, Mo Valley. So the field is a slip, backward point man, and the cover point boundary. Extra cover mid-off, deepish and wide, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man under the helmet, that's Daniel Smith at forward short leg, and a man at 45 on the leg side. And again, it's a little bit angled in at leg stump, and can't see exactly how much turn he's getting, if any. Try and get the binoculars on him maybe for a couple of these last couple of deliveries of the over. 3 to go in the over. We'll look at Nandre Berger's stats after that, and we'll try and then pull up George Linder's stats as well. Nicely bowled. Just to the right-hander, which is exactly why it's good for him to be bowling. 2 right-handers at the crease. Those of you that may not be aware of how a finger spinner would work this, he's putting the revolutions on the ball, on the cricket ball, gets the ball naturally to spin away from the right-handers. That's played very nicely out into the covers. The man coming around cover point on the boundary does the fielding. That is Dane Patterson, and they take a single. Fantone gets off strike from this end for the first time in a while. In fact, since before Jacques Snyman actually came to the crease. Jacques Snyman dealing exclusively with Nandre Berger from that side, and not dealing well with him in the end. Berger in, oh my word, that was nearly straight into Daniel Smith at forward short leg from Pite van Biljon, in the air for quite some time, and Tsepo Moreki does the fielding. I'd like to see Daniel Smith keep that helmet on and be in there at short leg, but that is not going to happen, I don't think. Nandre Berger will continue from the Weinberg end. I'm talking about him being at short leg for Nandre Berger. To me, there is no reason why they should not be attacking more. Still, they shouldn't be attacking more. The Knights need 365 just to make 6 Gun Grill Western Province bat again.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see that, James. If they get there, they would have done extremely well. Yeah. And we'll be here on Sunday. Yeah. On Sunday. Yeah, I don't mind that, but from a Western Province point of view, they will mind that. That will mean that the Knights have somehow come back into this game and survived day 3. It looks a little bit unlikely.
It does, certainly, but it's Berger away from now to Fantonda, and that's the first time Fantonda is facing. Oh my word, that looked very close for Moreki, attempting the run out at the keeper's end as Van Biljon coming through for the run, maybe slightly on his heels from the non-striker's end, but a good quick single. And Adrian Holdstock perhaps sort of indicating what he thought may have been the case, and that's the 100 up for the Knights, emblazoned on the scoreboard. 100 off 212 balls, 12 fours and 1 6, and that is 100 for 3 in the 36th over, and that's a bouncer from Nandre Berger, but not one for the over yet. That indicated not any indication from Adrian Holstock, should I say, that was over shoulder height, and it will be Berger to continue. And Nandre Berger, his first class figures, he has just ticked over the 100 wickets. His best bowling in innings 5 for 36. He's got 106 wickets at first class level. He's in now, and that is play. That is just rides the bounce, does Van Biljon, and it goes down to in the gully area. It would have actually probably carried to a man in a short gully position, and it just goes down to third man, and he takes the single. Nandre Berger from up country, played for Gauteng and now playing for here in the Western Province. Only 27 years old, just coming into his prime as a quick bowler, learning his trade, and as David said, a bad injury last season. That is well bowled again into the pads this time of Van Biljon, but there's not much he can do with that except to play it in to the leg side, and it is Seppo Moreki at mid-wicket who does the fielding. It are 15 minutes to go, just over 15 minutes to go before we take lunch here, and looking forward to another excellent lunch provided by the team here at Six Gun Grill, Western Province. And it's a burger away from us now. A good leave, a bit wideish outside the off stump, not needing to play at that one. So Nandre Berger, 36 matches, 60 innings in which he's bowled. He has conceded 3,020 runs before this match, and taken 106 wickets. He's added to that. He took 2 in the first innings, and he's taken another 2 now. So he's now to 110 wickets. His average is 28.49. It will look better than that at the end of this match. Economy rate just over 3 runs per over, which is very good. And that is very adjacent, and Abdullah Steenkamp is getting the full treatment from Nandre Berger in terms of the appeal, and that was mightily close. We will have maybe a squiz at that one to see what we think that could have happened there. That it was indeed a mighty close one for him, and he does survive. Pite van Biljon, he does survive. Perhaps very fortunate to survive that. And
James, from where I'm sitting, that looked
stone dead.
Absolutely stone dead. It sounded.
I also thought it was quite close, to be honest. But I'm going to look at the. I've just scrolled back a bit on the video, and that's something you can also do at home, because I'm doing it off the video that I'm looking at after the event here. And we'll look at that now. But George Linder's got our full attention at the moment. That just played nicely down to cover point, and that looked to me, David. Just looking at that again. Let's just see where it pitches. No, it pitched outside leg stump.
Did it?
Yeah. Okay. The only thing that probably saved Pite van Biljon there.
There's a reason why you're not an umpire anymore, maybe, James.
Maybe.
But no, it was a good decision in the end.
Yeah. So that's one of the nuances. We got some nice comments coming through here as well. Oh, it's just through Daniel Smith, and Van Biljon is going to be able to take a single, get him off strike, and George Linder won't be unhappy just to be able to sort of mix it up. He loves bowling. Thanks for your comments here. Thank you very much to Drift, who's commenting in. Reinhard van Tonder plus Pite van Biljon equals fire. Well, that's what they need today.
Well, they don't need fire. They just need stability here.
They do need stability.
Fire, they don't need. They need
You're
them
right.
to be boring.
They do.
And they just need them to survive.
And just accumulate runs. Actually, you're right.
They need to simmer. Let's put
it that way. Perhaps fire is fire's all right. I mean, they need to be there.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do.
There's no point in going 5 runs and over and you lose your wicket.
No, there is no point. But maybe they need to just stoke the fire initially.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 12 minutes to go before lunch. All they need to be thinking about at the moment is, we want to get to lunch, want to still be out in the middle. I don't want to be going in beforehand to have my traditional Free State salad. That's chicken, by the way. Traditional Free State salad.
I like the sound of that, James.
Yeah.
Good positive running here. Shy at the stumps.
Oh, good work.
But
from,
it's all action
Berger.
here, James.
It is, yeah.
You would think that they would just
fun.
You would just think that they just need to see out, but good from the Knights. They keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's important that they do that.
Keeping us interested here. We're not falling asleep on you.
Definitely not. This is exciting 4-day cricket, first-class cricket at its finest here.
Just loving every single moment of this and bringing this broadcast to you. You might have noticed that. Oh, well bowled. Just a little bit, maybe short of a length there from George Linder, and Pite van Biljon goes back and across and just defends into the leg side. So Nandre Berger really putting in the yards here and looking outstanding this season. And just going to bring up George Linder's numbers as well for you, and see if we can tell you a bit more about him. Hear my keys tapping here on my laptop, and so just to give you a bit of a wrap as well, we'll do that. I'll do that in between deliveries. Perhaps it's going to be Nandre Berger who's going to be coming in from going away from us, should I say, from the Weinberg end. He's into, I think, the 6th over in this spell. He looked outstanding this morning. He's taken the 2 wickets to fall. Just to recap on where we started this morning: 34 for 1. Matthew Kleinfeld out off the last ball of the day yesterday, a second day which will forever be known at the 6 Gun Newlands as the Tony DeZorzi Day. The 25th plaque on there, and it should be marked. That parking bay should be marked number 304.
Mr. 304.
Mr. 304, absolutely.
Maybe Chris Gale, what's his name?
Yeah. Universe
Mr.
Boss.
360.
Yeah, 360, Mr. 360, yeah.
333,
I
think
think
was
Universe
his
Joss, isn't it?
Universe Boss.
Yeah.
And he's got a club, I think, in his hometown, the Triple Century Club. I think Tony DeZorzi, I think maybe there's a deal in place that he gets free entry.
Could well
if
be.
He's ever there.
Why not? Why not indeed? Remember Chris Gale coming out, one of the one-day internationals, the T20s, with his highest, with a 330 odd on, 333 it was, yes, on his back. And Tony DeZorzi is looking at the stats worldwide of players who've scored over 300. There are not that many in world cricket at first class level. And he has joined a club which has elite, as the members of that club are quite elite. If one looks at it over the years: Graham Gooch, Virender Sehwag, has got a couple of triple hundreds. Hashim Amla, a man who I'm sure he admires tremendously, as do most, I think, if not all, South African cricket lovers and supporters.
I think, though, with any good cricket nuance, batting at Newlands is not the easiest.
No.
And those 300 runs were special. I don't think we're going to see that again anytime soon.
No, well, it is the first
That's a
time.
good
That's
shot.
very well played there by Van Bouillon, is it?
Yeah. It was indeed the
Beautifully
captain.
Played through the offside, and I think he's actually taken his moustache off.
Surely not, James.
He has, he has.
Mid-match, taking his moustache off?
Yeah, my word. He obviously figured that it hasn't worked. They conceded 500 or more into the last 2 innings, 2 bowling, and he's obviously decided that's the problem, is that superstition has got the better of him.
Yeah.
He's figured maybe it's just that in the wind here in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, just twitching up into the nose a bit. Anyway, Berger to him, beautifully played once again, and down to Patterson at mid-off. There's no run, and Linder will continue. George Linder's numbers at first class level, and he has, from a bowling point of view, he's bowled in 70 first class matches in 118 innings. So that now is 71, but only 119 innings. He didn't bowl in the first innings. And has taken 238 wickets with a best of 7 for 29, best bowling in a match of 11 for 131, and he is 26.27 average, which is not too shabby, Nige.
That's not too shabby, Nige. And Kyle Verreynne will know exactly what he gets from George Linder, and wickets is what he needs right now. He can afford to go for a few runs.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of runs to play with from a Western Province point of view.
Maybe.
And he's going to be attacking from the Kelvin Grove end as Fantondo just cuts that away for a single.
lovely sound off that bat of Reynard van Tonders.
Aviu Ngajima, we're seeing
I
limbering
think he
up
should
here.
be, yeah, maybe he's going to take an over before
I think
lunch.
that-
Maybe they can try and get 3 in.
Yeah, I think that's the plan actually. I think they want George
Yeah.
to bowl 2 more overs before lunch.
Yeah,
and
why
I
not?
think if Nandre Berger comes in
They won't
from
get
the
that in.
Weinberg end, they definitely won't get that in from a time point of view. As George Linde is rollicking through this over so far, he gets
He
through
is.
his overs very quickly. They need to up their over rate, and I
Yeah.
think that also might be playing on their mind.
Yeah,
And just maybe bring on the spinners for a little bit of time.
yeah. A viewer here in front of us. Is it? Yeah, just turning it on over. And we have for the left arm orthodox spinner, or slow left arm, as they like to call the abbreviation for a left arm orthodox spin wrist, or orthodox finger spinner, sorry, is SLA, slow left arm. It's, mentioned that yesterday to Omar Henry, and that was interesting. Oh, he didn't get a touch on it, did
Just
he?
a little bit of a quicker delivery there
yeah,
from George Linde.
nice
That's
from
good,
George,
good little
yeah.
tester there
Yeah.
for Van Biljon, and Carl Verona taking it well behind the stumps, but fortunately for him, there was no edge there. But the chatter amongst the players on the field, they feel something is brewing here, and they're looking for 1 more wicket before the lunch interval.
Yeah, I
And,
think they should be packing more guys around the bat. Just give him as much opportunity as possible if he wants to score a boundary or hit outs. But I think you should have 5 men around the bat.
Yeah.
Just I don't know. Maybe I
You've got to manage short cover,
yeah.
but maybe bring him in to.
Bring him in, yeah. Or at least bring in a silly point or something that if it's going to loop up, you're going to have somebody there to take the catch.
Yeah. And that
Okay,
just
way too
smacks
short,
through the
though.
covers, and that will go to the boundary. That's well played from Pipe Van Biljon. Too short,
It is.
and at that pace, Van Biljon has dealt with that to end the over positively. The score moves to 115 for 3 from 39 overs. The deficit 349. The partnership is 21. Good partnership so far.
Yeah.
Reynard van Tonder is still there. He is 34, not out this morning. He never took strike. Matthew Kleinveld was bowled with the last ball of what turned out to be the last ball of the evening, and Reynard van Tonder started his innings this morning, and he's survived so far in this first session, as we call it, James. Aviu Ngajima does come in from the Weinberg end.
Yeah.
He's got 3 minutes to get through, 2 minutes.
2
at least,
minutes,
but I
yeah.
don't think George is going to get another over
No,
in.
it doesn't look like it. It's he's taking his time. Maybe it's going to be difficult to do.
I don't
Get
think
that
he
in.
will.
Doesn't look like it. No.
But it's going to be interesting to see how the right arm
Yeah.
off spin of Aviu Ngajima goes here just before lunch, and a little awkward.
Yeah, it's an awkward
Over.
period always, isn't it? Yeah. It's the first time they would have potentially, some of them may have faced Aviu Ngajima. He's getting a bit of turn. I'll put my glasses on him and see what we can see on the pitch. Real old style stuff going on here. We've got a slip in place. That's Eddie Moore. Have a man at that man. Oh, he gets hit now. Does Daniel Smith at forward short leg? Also short leg was exactly at short leg. He's right in line with the popping crease. Gets hit on the pad that he's got on his below the knee under his trousers. It's a bit short from Ngajima, but Valley does the fielding. They do come through for the single. One feels perhaps that was not something that they should have been doing, but through for the single. It's going to be Van Tonder who faces the. Sorry, it's going to be Van Biljon who faces the last 3 balls. They're just making sure now that is going to be lunch by having a mid-pitch conference and probably just saying to each other, Mandi van die sonika vai sterk. Yeah, that's Aviu Ngajima in to Van Tonder, and he just defends out to the man at short mid-wicket. Apologies to all people who may be listening that are Afrikaans that found my English accent in the way I speak Afrikaans to you. Very interesting. It's, regime of bowling now will be the last ball, I think, before the luncheon interval. Adrian Holstock's given himself a long way to walk from that point position that he's at. He's looked at the scoreboard now, it still says 12:09. And if he runs to the stumps, they might get another over him, but they're not going to do that.
They tried.
Just turned over to 12:10, and they probably missed it by about 30 seconds. And it is lunch on day 3 here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. We'll be back with you after the luncheon interval. But just to finish off on some of the information from around the world and around the just really around the world, and perhaps we'll update you on the scores from the other matches when we come back after the break. It is here 116 for 3 wickets to fall, so 3 wickets to fall. One last night, Matthew Kleinfeld was 34 for 1. It score went to 74 before Isaac Dikali nicked off Nandre Berger into the wicket keeper Kyle Verreynne, and the Western Province team taking the second wicket. Third wicket fell at 94. There's been all the fours this morning. First, in the second innings, 34, 74, 94 the wickets fell. Jacques Snyman, who was looking very uncomfortable at the wicket against Nandre Berger, played one shot too many, top edge trying to hook him, and was caught at mid-off by Yassine Valley. And so going in now to lunch, the pairing of Fantonda and Van Biljon, I put on 22, Reiner Fantonda's on 35, Van Biljon on 15, and score 116 for 3. As you can see, there's still a deficit of 348 for the ITEC Knights before they can make 6 Gun Grill Western Province bat again. And this story will be continued in the afternoon. And just to end off on what's happening or happened in Australia, and we can proudly say from a Western Province point of view, and we will be sending probably some tweets out about this as well from the WP Blitz Twitter feed. So just if you want to have a look at that on Instagram or on Twitter, please, it's at WP, both capitals, _Blitz, and at WP _Blitz, the Twitter and Instagram handle, if you would like to go and have a look at that and tweet about Laura Wolfart. Laura Wolfart with the Adelaide Strikers, the top scorer for them in the competition, has become a Women's Big Bash League champion, one of the favourite daughters of Western Province cricket, and it really is a privilege to have her playing on representing Western Province, representing what is so good about women's cricket in the Western Cape. And it's very good to have Laura down there in Australia winning a medal, winning the winner's medal for the Women's Big Bash League. Congratulations, Laura, from all of us here at Western Province Cricket and in the Western Cape. And on that winning note, we are going to be saying goodbye to you for now from 6 Gun Grill Newlands. we start talking. Welcome back after lunch here on day 3 at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It's George Linder, and the first delivery after lunch takes the score to 117 for 3, as it is Fantonda that takes a single. He moves to 36, and let me just move the banner away from the broadcast. Apologies for that. As Linda again in to Van, and that's played once again into the leg side and is fielded there at the mid wicket. Coming around, I think that's Andre Berger. It is indeed Andre Berger at mid wicket. And so just to give you some updates on what is happening throughout the country. We'll do that at the end of this over. Is once again into the same region, and one feels perhaps that they should be having that man who was under the helmet at short leg, perhaps to just bring him back in. That would have gone straight to that short leg fielder, just to keep them a bit honest in this particular situation. I'll be giving you some indication of what is happening throughout the country at the end of this over, or between overs. Well, not between balls necessarily, and it goes into the same region yet again, backward of square, and they take yet another single. There's 4 singles so far off the over, and 123. Tactics here will be very much to survive as long as possible, keep the scoreboard ticking over at least, and not get bogged down. We'll have to wait and see if that is effective from the Knights, just to see what that situation is, and trying to get an idea of some of the scores, let's say, around the country for you. And that will be off the CSA app. It's a good delivery. It does manage to get some turn there from George Linder, and moves away from the right-hander, and it stays 120 for 3 at the end of the 41st over. So in terms of the 4-day cricket that is currently taking place throughout the country, just waiting for my app here to refresh, and I will give you some information there. Just let you know, in terms of the ladies cricket, women's cricket taking place in Oudtshoorn, West 6 Gun Grill Western Province up against the 6 Gun Grill Garden Route Badgers a little while ago, with about 8 or 9 overs left. It was 6 Gun Grill Western Province who won the toss and elected to bat, who were on 174 for the loss of 9 wickets there. And so looking at probably a total in that region, or in and around that 170 to 180 region. I'm just trying to get an update on that for you, as just don't have a live pictures for you at the moment. I'm about 4 minutes behind. I'm going to try and get up to a live score there for you as to what's happened and whether they are still batting. In fact, they are still batting. 45 overs gone, 182 for 9. 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and at the crease Robin Apples for 16, and with her is Nozipo Verzi. So it is going to be here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It's going to be Tsepo Moreki from the Weinberg end, replacing Aviwe Mgajima, the off spinner, just having the 1 over before lunch, not able to prevent lunch being taken on the stroke of 12 o'clock, and he's in to the Reynard Fantonda, who just stands up nicely on that one, lays it down into the ground. Key thing here for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province bowling side is to just keep those lines and lengths going, keep the attack at the batters all the time. George Linder is going to be doing his thing from the Kelvin Grove end. He's going to probably bowl through this session largely unchanged, one feels. Paceman rotating from the Weinberg side, Weinberg end, and we'll see how that works out. And Kojima may well have some overs that he would need to bowl, depends on the number of overs left in the day. At the moment, probably running about 2 or 3 overs behind in terms of staying up with the over rate, and they bowled only 29 overs. Oh my word, how that missed the off stump, I don't know. And just a very, very good delivery to Van Biljon from Tefo Moreki, full, and perhaps a bit of a surprise delivery for them, for him coming down very full, and there is nothing to report on the scoreboard on that one. As we get some of the scores from around the country, we will be with you shortly with those. That's out. Into the covers, Mo Valley, Yassine Valley does the fielding there, and there is no run. So we've got 2 slips, first and second slip, and 4 slips, so 3 slips in total. We've got a man at backward point, we've got a man at extra cover, mid-off, the triple centurion Tony DeZorzi, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. Let's see, have a look at some of these scores throughout the country. Just give me a moment. And that's on the pads, played straight to the man at mid-wicket. And that is Dane Patterson. And he just is the dedicated shiner of the ball. And just looking at the situation, the DP World Lions versus the Momentum Multiply Titans. The Titans batting, looks like they've just lost a couple of quick wickets. They are 369 for the loss of 5. It's short from Mureki, and there is no run on that one. Just going back to the situation there. 369 for 5 are the Momentum Multiply Titans. I'll give you some of those other scores as they come through. Moreki away from us now at the Weinberg end, and that is down the leg side, and attempt to flick that one down even further down the leg. Doesn't make contact at the end of the over. It was maiden from Tefo Moreki, and 120 for 3 after 42 overs are the ITEC Knights. As we have a look and see what's happening in the other matches, just to refresh the scores that we've got here. Let's see what we can do that for you. It's a beautiful day here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. The wind is blowing very strongly, but the situation in the match is that the Knights have to bat, and they have to bat long and deep through today. If they don't do that, they will struggle. In terms of their position on the log, it is not going to be good for them, staring another defeat in the face here, potentially very heavy defeat after the innings defeat against the Titans last week. And oh my word, Linda nearly gets through the defences of Van Biljon. Played that one incredibly late off the left arm spinner. Plenty to enthuse George Linder here. Plenty to enthuse him as Linda again in from the Weinberg, from the Kelvin Grove end, and that's outside the off stump, and he chops it into the ground, nearly goes back onto his stumps, but it doesn't do that. So it is going to be Linda again, and then we'll give you the scores from around the country, including the match in Oudtshoorn. Taking place there as it's Linda again towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, just defended, and there'll be a couple of balls left in this over, just to see what is happening here. It's Linda towards us now, defended again by Van Biljon. He's on 17, Van Tonder on 38, the men out so far, Dikali 32, Kleinveld 19, Sneeman 12, everybody has got into double figures. It's a good day for batting here at Newlands. The pitch is looking as flat as it's been the entire time, still something there for these 6 Gungrill Western Province batters, bowlers, and that is potentially going to go down to the boundary. No, yes it is. A valiant effort by Dane Patterson in the deep, but unfortunately he cannot cut it off. It was very well played by Van Biljon, slightly short and wide. Dozorzi at backward point attempted to get around, he just couldn't get a hand on it, and Patterson unable to stop it as well, getting his hand tripped, just rolling over the boundary, and it is 125 for 3 now, and this partnership worth 31. Every partnership so far in the innings, the wickets, shall I say, in the innings of the Knights, falling with a 4 at the end of the score. So first wicket at 34, second at 74, third at 94, and the men out. First man gone, Matthew Kleinveld last night. Last ball of the day for 19, bowled by Dane Patterson. Second wicket to fall this morning, it was Nandre Berger that got that wicket of Dikale. He was caught behind, sharp catch by Kyle Verena, as it's Mareki away from us now. Rode the bounce well there, did Van Tonder, and it is another single to him. He moves to 39. Should be eyeing a half century and potentially a century for him, as it's going to be Van Biljon to face Mareki, who's really been at a head of steam built up this morning. He bowled the first spell that he had of 6 overs from the 5 overs from the Kelvin Grove end, and he's back now into his second spell now. He's away from his good delivery to Van Tonder, but he looks like he's got a lot of time. Reynard Van Tonder just stands up nicely to defend that one back, and it's going to be Mareki to continue. So just going through that those wickets again, then Jacques Sneeman, who was the third man to go, was scoring 94. He traded in boundaries when he was there. Some shots that perhaps he would want to rather forget than remember. One very good cover drive, but ended up being bounced out by Nandre Berger. Oh, what a beauty from Tsepo Mareki! And how he didn't get an edge on that, Reynard Van Tonder, almost on the walk into the shot, and he is lucky to survive. 94 for 3 it was, with Sneeman just getting a top edge really, and to a pull he was attempting from outside the off stump to the left-handed, left-arm seamer Berger from the Kelvin Grove end, and looped up to Yasin Valley, who was at mid-off at that stage. Oh, this is played well by Van Tonder over the slip cordon. Those 3 slips are waiting for the catch. That was deliberately played over those slip fielders down to the Snake Pit building, the new complex here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and towards the two spectators that are out on the lovely sloped green banks in front of that building. There's a few trees that are there, the 5 trees that have been planted there. Looks like growing beautifully in the summer heat of the Western Cape. It's a hot day today. The wind is cool though from the southeast. The Cape Doctor is blowing as in goes Tepo Moreki on the line of middle and leg and tucked into the leg side by Van Biljon. He is on 25, so I think I said it was Fantonu who played that up and over shot. Van Biljon was in fact on strike, so apologies for that. Men both reasonably medium of stature. Van Biljon, a powerful hitter of the ball as well. Been around for quite a long time, Pat Van Biljon. Free State ITEC Knights captain. He'll want to be there for a long time today, and that's on the pads, and it gets the treatment that it deserves. And I think Nandre Berger is going to cut it off. He does the sliding stop, and that is in fact he will cut it off, but not before they're back for 3. Tepo Moreki very upset with himself that he has bowled that last delivery in the region, in the slot really, for a batter. Full and on the pads is exactly where you want that ball to be if you are a batter, especially of the stature of Van Biljon, and he makes no mistake in getting that through and takes the 3. Berger with the long chase out to the boundary, 133 for 3. And just some scores from around the country. The Multiply Titans playing against the Imperial Lions, or DP World Lions. The Titans at the moment just having lost a couple of very quick wickets. Tinus de Bruin there with 100, 101 of 94 balls. Heinrich Klaassen bowled by Dwayne Olivier. That's played into the backward point. Jazolzi does the fielding here. 69 of 75 balls. They've just lost Dayan Khalim as well, and they have moved to 369 for 6. They lead the lead on the first innings by 15 runs. That match delicately poised at the moment, and lower order runs going to be very important for them to get lower order runs here. Pillay still at the crease, and we know that he is able to score quickly and score runs. Let's see what happens in that particular game. It's played out into the mid-wicket region. They're not going to take the run. Mo Valley around very quickly from the right-hand side. Linda in to Van Biljon, plays it back to the bowler. Highveld Lions and Titans game. That was the Dolphins against the Rocks. The start there in Durban has been delayed. Yet again, a rain intervening with the Dolphins on 135 for 4 in reply to the Rocks 211. It was the overnight score, and in the match, as we see it defended there in the match in Gqeberha, it is the Warriors who are on track there for a big win as they scored 381, to which the Northwest Dragons replied with 116. They batted then 177 for 5 in their second innings when they declared, and the Dragons now 60 for 4 in their second innings. At the end of the over from George Linder, 45 gone, 133 for 3, and a wicket is what 6 Gun Grill Western Province are looking for after the luncheon interval. Matthew Bretzker, if we look at the Warriors Northwest Dragons game, the Matthew Bretzker getting a 91 in the second innings to go with his 112 not out in the first. And the fifth wicket has just gone down for the Northwest Dragons. They are in complete disarray. Only Senaram Mutusami potentially here standing between the Warriors and a significant victory. Seppo Moreki's away from us again, and it's nicely played, riding the bounce by Reynard van Tonder. He's on 39, his captain with him, Piet van Biljon's on 28, the partnership's worth 39, last wicket falling at 74 here. Man was, sorry, 94 here, man was Jacques Sneeman. So Delano Potgieter has just joined Senram Mutusami in the middle at Kabeja, and my old stomping ground there at St George's Park. And the key wicket takers so far for the Warriors, it's Marco Jansen, who's taken 2 for 12 in 8 overs. That augurs well for the Proteas in their tour down to Australia. And Stuart Abrams 2 for 17. The Northwest Dragons in all kinds of disarray. Only Wesley Marshall with 29 and Senaram Mutusami with 17 in double figures there, as they are 62 for 5 effectively, 62 for 6 with Senakwani retired hurt on the pads from Moreki, and they'll just take a leg by there. Bit of work for the Abdullah Steenkamp, just doing a bit of calisthenics there. What do you call it? Yoga, not yoga. I mean Pilates. No, I'm going to get shocked by the yoga and Pilates. So yeah, David Brooke rejoins me here in the commentary box. Thank you very much, David. And just some.
Thanks, James. What have I missed? I had a little bit of an extended break. Thanks for giving me off a little bit longer.
No problem at all. No problem at all. So yeah, a little bit.
No wickets.
No wickets yet after the luncheon interval. Tepo Moreki has been bowling well. He's been bowling with pace. He got 1 or 2, perhaps a bit unlucky not to get Reynard van Tonder's the edge of Reynard van Tonder's bat with one particularly good delivery that moved away from the right hander. It just straightened on him, and he went for it, missed the outside edge from a defensive prod. It's been quiet. George Linder just finding his length now. Struggled a little bit in the first over or two. First over probably after lunch. I don't think they quite got the field placing right either necessarily. Gave too many away into the leg side. Perhaps just too straight. George trying to, pitching it in that first over on middle and leg, and being able to be worked away into the leg side. That they'd taken out the short leg, and every single one of the first four balls he bowled after lunch would have gone straight along the ground, but still straight to the man at forward short leg. So just a little bit surprised that they didn't keep the attack going. That's Moreki though, and that's where he's been bowling. He's been bowling in the channel. He was disappointed with himself at the end of the last over. He let one stray a bit down the leg side and got clipped for 3 down to the deep mid-wicket region, but generally has been on the money.
Yeah, James, it's good to see some people coming in after lunch here, sitting in the oak grass embankment. The blankets are in play, and it's lovely to see some kids on the grass embankment running around. This is what Saturday afternoon should look like.
Yep.
And if you are in the area coming down, its entrance is completely free today, and all 4-day cricket is completely free. We want to get people in here coming to support red ball cricket.
Right, yeah.
And it's lovely to see some people come out. It's a beautiful day, a little bit of a breeze, not too hot, not too cold, and it's an intriguing day of cricket here. The Knights have done not too bad so far.
Oh, my word.
I thought that cleaned him up here.
Me too.
We didn't get a full sight of that because Carl Verona is obviously blocking us, but that was an incredible board. I don't know how that missed.
No, I don't know. It was the arm ball, I think, probably from George Linder. Just went straight through. No turn on that one. No turn necessarily on offer. No hint of turn on that. It has been turning when he's given it a bit of air from just outside that off stump. There has been a little bit of turn away from the right-handers, but nothing too much to speak of at the moment. I'll just put my glasses on him on the bowling just to see what else, if there is anything perhaps on offer there. 40 this partnership is worth. It's likely that a wicket is going to fall with the number at 4 at the end. It hasn't happened though now. They might have to get to a 50 partnership before a wicket falls.
Yeah.
So
it's been a good partnership so far from these two, Van Biljon and Randall van Tonder.
Yeah.
They've stood
they have. Yeah.
strong, stood tall, and a good contest. Finally, the Knights are showing some fight in this game.
They are indeed.
They've obviously exceeded their first innings score already by 24 runs, and they're just the 3 wickets down, and they will want to continue this fight. Deficit is still 329, which is a long way away, but they are showing some fight here, not giving up that easily as they
great
Tony
fielding. Wow.
Tony De Zorzi doing brilliantly at the point to stop that single there. He is G'd up in the field, showing some good energy. Still working off the adrenaline from yesterday's.
I'm sure.
From yesterday's exploits.
What an innings yesterday,
Pat van Biljon leaves that one alone. No need to play at that one.
So, someone making the point yesterday to me just before I left to go before I left Newlands yesterday evening was, and Tony De Zorzi scored exactly 200 yesterday before the declaration came. So he went from 104 not out overnight to 304 not out at the when the declaration came, and that in time just probably about in less than 5 hours of play yesterday. Really an astonishing achievement.
Yeah, that's really impressive. If a batsman starts on 0 at the start of the day and ends up 200, that's an impressive innings already. But he was already on 104. He had to refocus, he had to reset and restart his innings. And he went big, and boy did he go big.
Oh yeah.
He went big last week. We thought it was big last week.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
163 last week. He went almost two times better.
He did nearly
than that. And I feel that that's the making of a serious cricketer. Tsepo Moreki comes in again from the Wynberg end.
Yeah, it's good from Tsepo Moreki. You've got to keep them honest, make sure they keep playing and not lose that focus, not get frustrated that the wicket might not have fallen. Things happen so quickly in that first innings. It's a different game today, and that's what's so beautiful about cricket, is that from day 1 to day 3, a lot has changed. The wickets changed, the complexion of the wickets changed, the conditions have changed, no longer overcast, the wind is pumping here.
Just did well to keep that one down, Van Tonder.
Yeah, very well.
There's a man at mid-wicket there, Dane Patterson. He just did well to roll his wrists over that one.
He's waiting for that, and not sure whether Abdullah Steenkamp and Adrian Holdstock have asked for the heavy bails, and the bails have dropped off the stumps a couple of times today.
Yeah, the wind has picked up, James.
Yeah.
I just stepped outside around the ground during lunchtime. It wasn't that strong, but it definitely has picked up, and it obviously swirls a bit inside the stadium now that there's a bigger building on the snake pit side of things. It does maybe swirl a bit more than it did in the past inside the field of play.
Moreki away from us, and that's on the pads, but well dealt with by Van Tonder, and they come back well for the second. Good running by this pair. They take their partnership into the mid-40s now. 43 it is. Partnership 137 for 3 in the middle of the 48th over. And it might be a toil bit today for the 6 Gungril Western Province bowlers. But George Linder is going to just, what's the right word? I think they use on it. Not quite sure. He's a wheel away, is it, from the Kelvin Grove end for a long spell? You feel it's well bowled again. Just again, what's really good about this, David, is making them play virtually every single delivery.
Very much so. You've got a lot of runs to play with, so you can attack the stumps. And Tsepo Moreki is doing just that. You've got to create opportunities. It's key to not get frustrated. We spoke about it yesterday, James. It doesn't matter if you win at 5.55 on day 4.
That's right.
Still get the same amount of points for the win. 16 points, whether you win on day 3 or day 4.
And it's going to be a big haul of points for 6 Gungril Western Province. We know already if they win this game, which looks like they should win it, but if they win this game, it's just watch Moreki again, almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. That they will get that haul of 16 points for the win. They will also get for their 4 bowling points, and that they got 6.2, I think it was, we calculated 6.2 batting points.
James, you can't get more than 26 points, really.
No.
Realistically speaking,
you can't.
You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you hit the 26-point mark, you've done extremely well.
And they will do that.
And
so
that's the amount of points that they would get if they win. And that's nicely played, and that
well,
will go to the boundary.
Well played.
Too short and not much pace on that one from Moreki, and Reynard van Tonder deals with that one, and he picks up a boundary. Just the loose delivery to finish what was a good over before that delivery there from Tsepo Moreki.
And he may well be taking a break soon. I think short spells from the quicks this afternoon. Potentially Carvarena is coming over to chat to him, probably saying to him, look, Tsepo, one more. I think he signals to him, one more. Looked like that finger, the one finger coming out from Carvarena.
Either that or saying stay down at
stay down there.
Stay down at fine leg and just come up to middle.
That's right,
But he did attack the stumps there. It's okay to give a few runs if you are attacking those stumps.
Absolutely.
You've got enough runs to play with, and his 10 overs are gone for 3.3, decent economy there.
Yeah, it is.
He's been tasked with bowling quite a few overs so far. He did have a really good spell before lunch from the Kelvin Grove end. Were they just inspecting the ball there for a second?
I think so, they're still
maybe wanting to change it, not getting much purchase.
Maybe they are, yes. Look, you know what, this isn't reversing, and we haven't found that sandpaper shop again. I mean, that the Australians used.
Ball maintenance is key when you are looking
so.
to get purchased from the wicket.
Nicely
just played back to that one a little bit. Just didn't know really to go forward or back to that.
I do think George has the opportunity of taking a wicket here or two.
Yeah, he's a confidence bowler, and he knows, spinners know when they're getting the better of the batsman, and he knows that he's got a lot of overs to bowl here, especially with the over rate needed to come down.
Van Biljon not looking that comfortable against him. I mean, I don't necessarily think he is, let me put it that way, but there's been a couple of instances in the last couple of overs. Do I come forward? Do I stay back? He tends to stay back quite a lot, Van Biljon.
Yeah, George might fire one in a little quicker, just to test him out on that back foot. And if he can get it in quick enough and Van Biljon doesn't get his bat to the ball, he could be in trouble.
2 slips in place. For quite some time it was the case where there were actually 2 men in at short and catching at the extra cover position, but that has been dispensed with, and 2 slips in position with Jima at first, Moore at second, waiting for the one that goes off the edge of the ball, which naturally from a left arm spinner moves away. Nicely played by Van Tonder. The partnership is now worth 49, and it is going to be Van Biljon facing once again. He's on 29, Van Tonder's on 47. Milestone looking very imminent here for Reinout Van Tonder. Oh, he does exactly that, and how that missed the off stump. Only who will know? I don't know. It
very well bowled
so
from George Linder.
Close to bowling him, and that's the second time he's done that, David, in the last over or two. That's why I say I don't know. Van Biljon, he's got him guessing.
Yeah, he needs to start coming a bit forward to
Yeah.
George Linder. He needs
does.
to just play positive. Maybe there's singles down the ground there to long off. Just step to the ball and rather be there was that short leg, would have been in business there, James.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have a short leg in there.
Yeah.
I'm still baffled by the tactics in terms of the attack. I mean,
I think Carl's the kind of captain that does let the bowler set his field.
Yeah.
But interesting to see that we haven't seen the short leg employed that much. To the fast bowlers as well, even to Nandre Berger, as you alluded to earlier on, that they might employ one there.
I'd like to see for George as well. I mean, particularly to Van Biljon, who's really not looked that comfortable the last 3 overs. Just pack him in. Pack the fielders around him.
We might see a little message come down from the change room, from the coaches. They're seeing what we're seeing up here.
Yeah.
And they might just send a message to say, why don't... Sometimes you just need that extra eye. I know Salak Nakadin is not the kind of coach to send down too many instructions. Lets the captain on the field make the plays. But sometimes I believe that if you've got a message and you see something, get somebody on with a water for somebody.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
just relay the message.
I do believe that, and maybe I stand to be correct on this, but I do believe that the bowlers will be naturally conservative. They don't want to concede runs, which is understandable.
James, if you get 4 for 84,
it doesn't matter, does it?
In 15 overs,
I agree.
You've still got 4 wickets there, and you've got more than enough runs to play with. So
I'd like to see that. It's and you do need a prod now and again to just say, okay, let's have a look at it. Do you think you get caught up in the moment? I mean, yesterday we were. It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before. In fact, it was on the first day, towards the end of the day's play. And please don't think that we're being critical at all of the players out there. We're not. It's not about criticising anybody in terms of what they're doing. It's just looking at the state of the play and understanding from a distance. It's often easier to see sort of what's happening, as that is played down to the man in the deep, and that will be the 50 partnership for these two ITEC Knights batters. Taken the score from 94 for 3 to 144 for 3, and the scoreboard not giving us those details at this stage.
Good partnership for
it's a good partnership. Yeah,
important. They lost 2 wickets before lunch, and it was important that they not only saw out that little awkward session before lunch, they've carried on after lunch, and they've been positive, and they've kept the scoreboard ticking over. Captain Fight Van Biljon showing some fight with Reinout Van Tonder.
Mareki into Van Biljon, straight, very good rolling stop from Berger. It got past Azorzi at mid-wicket. A very good rolling stop, diving to his right by Nandre Berger, and prevents the run. Obviously fully aware of the fact that the score has got a 4 on the end and a wicket's going to fall here at this particular score. If it doesn't, then they have to wait for 154 to get the next wicket. Just love the numbers in cricket. You might have guessed that.
Yeah.
But yesterday the score was 555. The deficit, the lead was 444. So just lovely numbers.
Very difficult to explain to people that don't know cricket.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Van Biljon, is it? So it was, and it goes out to the boundary. He's on to 33 with that cover drive, just lent into it. Really gorgeous to see. and we are appreciative of good cricket. That was good cricket. Just over pitch from Mareki. This will certainly be his last over from this end, one feels. Just searching for something a bit more. He's got 2 balls left in the over, and then we'll see one of the other quartet of pace bowlers, no doubt, coming in with the wind from the Weinberg end. That's
definitely.
That is a wide, and given as a wide, that's.
He's put in a good effort here so far, except for Mareki, but you can see he's coming to the end of his spell.
Yeah.
But
that one pitched on his toes, I think.
Absolutely. You could see there was a bit of an effort ball there, but a bit too much effort. I think, James, there is these kind of innings have got a certain history about them. There's a bowler that might come in, a Buren Hendricks or Dane Patterson, and they can take 4 wickets, and all of a sudden the game could be close to be over. There could be a fifer here for even Buren Hendricks or Dane Patterson. You haven't, Pato's only picked up the 1. He could leave this day with 5 wickets.
Yeah,
you just never know, and it is going to need something special now. The Knights have done quite well here.
They have.
It's good to see from their side showing a bit of fight, and they're not giving up their wickets so easily. Still some batting to come. Gian Clitty, Aubrey Swanepoel, Gerald Coetzee can obviously bat as well.
Yeah, 67 overs left in the day, and I think 1 or 2 wickets, and the potential is that then you're going to have batters coming in that play their shots. Is Mareki again? That's a good delivery, very good delivery, and
it's 50 overs up.
Yeah,
and the score is 149 for 3 after 50 overs. It looks like they're calling for a helmet on the field there.
Okay, well that's a good sign. That does mean they're going to be putting somebody else under the cans, under the
maybe the coaches are listening to our commentary in the pod there, in the home pod, as Daniel Smith grabs the helmet from the 12th man, and it looks like he's going to be under the helmet. Who we got? We got George Linder continuing from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yes, it does look like that, and I do think that's the right call, to be honest. I think you've got to have men around the bat. You've got a lead of 315, still the deficit to make 6-gun grill Western Province bat again. So it should be.
I can tell you one thing, James.
Yeah.
Tony De Zorzi's left his pads at home. He's taken his pads and he doesn't want to bat again.
No, not at all.
He's got an average of 304 from this game.
Yeah, there we go.
So he's not looking.
No.
James, there's some World Cup football action on from Qatar. The first game is underway this afternoon, and Australia are up 1-0 against Tunisia.
Yeah.
Later this afternoon, there's Poland, Saudi Arabia. That should be an interesting game.
Yeah, I think so.
6 o'clock, great game here. France and Denmark.
Yeah, that's
and then
be a very good
crack
game.
of a game at 9 o'clock South African time. Argentina, Mexico.
Yeah,
that's a South American. That's going to be feisty there in Qatar. Definitely. Some qualification places up for grabs. Argentina need to win, otherwise they could be out of the World Cup.
Well, they possibly will be out of the World Cup. Take a miracle for them to get back.
Just again, Reina Fantona this time, just not knowing whether to go back or forward there.
And that's it. That's exactly what George Linder can do to you. He gets that. He's been able to. He's been allowed to settle onto that length. And that is something that perhaps the Knights batters may learn to regret. And if one considers how last week panned out in the second innings of the Rocks, just a little bit more onto the leg stump. Then George Linder taking 2 very important wickets after there was a stand in the middle for the Rocks, and then it fell pretty quickly after that, with the pacemen picking up the rest of the wickets. Linder has a very important role to play here. Something is going to happen soon, one feels, and that. So, just bringing that short leg in means that you cannot play the ball square on the leg side. So you've got to try and figure out how you're going to do it then, which they haven't had that pressure at all since lunch. That's why that's what I didn't understand. So this is the right call from the captain.
Yeah.
Whether he got the signal from the dressing room, I don't know. But it is the right call from the captain. And it's just, whatever they're doing, they're not confident in what they're doing. When they're trying to be confident, it's not coming off. Fontonda 2 runs away from a good 50, must be said.
No, it is very good 50, and he'll be happy with this, but he knows that 50 is not good enough.
No, it's not.
He knows that he needs a big 100 here. Couple of batsmen need to go big. 50 is not going to be good enough. Just grabs a single there as he moves to 49.
A little bit too short from George Linder, perhaps trying for that ball that just comes in. It's a 150 up for the ITEC Knights at 150 in the context of how many balls or how many minutes it took is almost inconsequential at this stage. They're still over 300 runs away from making the 6-gun grill Western Province bat again. So it's 314 still the deficit. And it's Linder in again. And just the point that I was making there, David, is that he has to play that ball either forward of square or he has to play it backward of square. He can't now play it square, which is what they've been doing since the luncheon interval, and picking up runs at will. If the line is middle leg, what it does mean by having the short leg in there is that George Linder can bowl a more attacking line.
Yeah, very much so. I think the more you can close off options as a bowler for the batsman, the more he has to think, the more his mind is away from what he needs to do when it comes to watching what the bowler's doing.
Exactly.
So we just see Dane Patterson, a good spell from Tsepo Moreki comes to an end. His 11 overs went for 39 runs, and Dane Patterson comes back on. I think this is a very important
it's a good move
spell.
as well.
I think it's a good move from Kyle Verona, and this is a very important spell. Dane Patterson took the 1 wicket last night out of Matthew Kleinfeld, and he comes back into his 10th over, and that just played on the offside. George Linder at point, no run there.
George is certainly up for it here this afternoon. He's been allowed to now settle into his rhythm, and that's dangerous. That's what we saw against the Rocks. Once you allow him to settle in, and he's getting that ball landing on that ticky on the pitch. Ticky was on an old sixpence, was it? In South African parlance, landing it on a sixpence. It's very difficult to. That's a very good play there, and good fielding here in front of us. Yassine Valley, is it?
And that's his half century, James.
Well played, Reynard Fontonda. That's his 50 up for the young man from Bloemfontein, and those numbers are 50 runs, 106 balls, and 6 fours. He's been there for 177 minutes. So just shy of 3 hours, and remembering in the first innings, I think he was also in for a significant amount of time, just trying to shore up the innings for the Knights, but unfortunately for him, then padding up to a straight one to this man, Dane Patterson. That's Van Biljon is facing now. Well done, Reynard Fontonda. It's now up to him. He has to go on now. He has to just resettle, refocus. 50 is just not enough. 100 is not enough. 150 is not enough today. He's got to go big. And there's still 65 overs left in the day. Good delivery.
The little teaser there from Dave Patterson, and he knows it. He knows exactly what he was doing there. He landed it exactly where he wanted to. Just teasing Fontonda out there, Van Biljon out there, outside off, forcing him to play that shot. James, I'm just going to give you an update from our Western Province women's team, our 6-gun grill team. They were 185 all out, and the Badgers are 3 for naught after 1. In the first innings, Sarah Smith, 43 top score. Delmy Tucker got 35. Some late batting from Robin Apples, 19, and Gemma Berta, the young Gemma Berta, she's 15 years old. With 15, and at the top of the order, Andre Steyn scored 28. Haroline Rhodes, 4 wickets for 38 runs. Michaela Andrews 2 for 36. And the Garden Route Badgers, just going to refresh to see if there's an update, with the hope that our Western Province women have taken a wicket. It's a hopeful update.
Yeah.
Let's see if it works, James.
No.
That's good bowling from Dane Patterson on the money. It hasn't worked, unfortunately, James. The Badgers are 5 for naught after 2.1 overs. Amber Burton, we spoke about it, Tasman Blitz, who's playing for the Badgers this season. She is at the crease. Nadine de Klerk and Delmi Tucker open the bowling for Western Province.
Interesting that Delmi Tucker opening the bowling. The wicket apparently there in Oudtshoorn very slow. So the feedback we received from pitch side there, our man here, Brent, with all the contacts, just getting some feedback from there, is that the pitch is slow and it is not easy to bat on. So,
so maybe 185 is not such a bad. Oh, that's a bit of extra bounce there from George Linder. Pantonda does keep that down very well, and he just picks up a single, but Linder getting a little bit of excess bounce there. I think that'll encourage him.
He's bowling into the wind here. The wind is coming across the ground, and as we know from a bit of local knowledge here, although the southeaster is blowing, the wind comes through from the railway line area, this very large south pavilion and the members pavilion. It blocks a lot of the wind. That's very well bowled. And what happens is that the wind comes in from the southwest, almost in a bit of a channel, through over from the railway line to our left of our commentary position, and that does provide the spinner bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, perhaps helps them with a bit of that drift and dip, and those are two things that from a spin point of view are very important, as this is attempted sweep from Van Biljon. He doesn't get anything onto that. Dangerous shot to play, probably against the spin of Linder. That just shows a bit of desperation coming in, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit. I think George has done well here, keeping the runs down, the boundary balls down.
Yeah.
Not conceding any boundaries here. And he goes in once again.
Oh!
That isn't it. Didn't know where to go there. Van Biljon just again going back to him. And George Linder, teapot is out. Not tea time yet, Georgie.
No.
But he's on the money here, and he smells some success.
He does, doesn't he?
And he can feel a little bit hard done by his bowling really well here. This is what you want from your spinner, Carl Verena.
So you have to feel the wicket cannot be that far away from him if it continues like this. Something has to happen in this spell now, and it's been already unchanged since the lunch interval. Unsurprisingly, I think he's going to probably bowl unchanged throughout this session, George Linder.
Interesting game, James, in the Yukskate Derby.
Yeah.
The Titans are leading by 57 runs. The Lions scored 354 all out, and the Titans are currently 411 for 6. So they are building a little bit of a first innings lead here, which just gives them a little bit of a sniff of an opportunity to.
It's Jivishan, is it Pillay? Jivishan Pillay at the crease still?
Yes, he's there, 50 not out, but Tennis de Bruin scored 101 of 93, and Heinrich Klaassen again in the run, 69 from 76. And Aya Guamani, 25 not out currently. So they're going to be looking to pile on some quick runs here to try and build maybe a 100-run lead, and try and bowl the Lions out cheaply. Maybe a couple of wickets this evening, and then try and get them out cheaply tomorrow to maybe only chase 100 in the final session.
Yeah,
you would think so. It's an exciting game there if bad light or rain doesn't come into play.
Yeah,
exciting. I mean, big scores there. We thought that the game was heading for a draw, but I think the Titans spoke about it. In this game with the run rate, when you bat quickly and you bat, positively, it can buy you time.
Absolutely.
And even if the Lions scored 354 in their first innings, you think, okay.
Yeah, it's a big score, isn't it?
It's a decent score.
Yeah, it's not a decent score. It's
a massive score, but if you get all of a sudden 100, 120 run lead, it does put the pressure on.
It's inviting Fantonda to drive, and he takes the invitation. It's only as far as Yassine Valley at mid-off, and this is a good spell already from Dane Patterson. He's really done exceptionally well and bowled it outside that off stump in the channel, and we know that's exactly how he plies his trade, and has been very impressive from the young man. I hope you're enjoying this coverage of the cricket here from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and you can see from our YouTube feed that 51 of you are watching. We thank you for that, those of you that are watching now, and please spread the word to your family, friends, whoever else there may be out there. Those of you that are watching and listening to us, thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate it. That's again driven nicely, but still only as far as Yasin Valley, and there have been comments coming through, really appreciate them. And we are enjoying the cricket here. It's been a beautiful day, very windy here in Cape Town today, but it's a glorious sunny day. It's the type of weather we expect in the Cape at this time of the year. Very windy, but clear skies. Weather set fair for the next day and a half, as Patterson's away now, and another very, very good delivery outside the line of off stump. One ball left in the over, and he's been getting that to shape in to the right-handed Fantonda. Is he going to try and get one to shape away slightly? 3 slips are waiting for that. He also has a man at backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. So just one man on the boundary, as one would expect. It is all about attack for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Very good ball once again, and a hand in the air from Patterson. Pressure is on. Runs have now dried up of late. Patterson keeping it tight here, and from the other end it's George Linder who has been keeping Pite van Biljon and Reynard Fantonda guessing as to what is happening. It's attack from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team, and the field is going to be for the right-handers to George Linder. We have got a 5-4 offside leg side field. We have on the leg side a man at 45, got a man at short leg, that's Daniel Smith. Yasin Valley in mid wicket, and then Nandre Berger at mid on. That's tossed up beautifully by George Linder. He will try and emulate Cristiano Ronaldo there, but can't quite get that right as it trickles through to Nandre Berger, I think that is, at mid on. Is indeed Berger, and he's there. Lots of smiles out there on the faces of the 6 Gun Grill Western Province fielders. Kajima waiting for a catch at first, slips in the air a little bit straight to Yasin Valley at mid wicket, and this is good cricket at the moment, all round. Good defence from Van Biljon, very good tight bowling, tight cricket. Something is going to happen at some stage soon. It's going to be a wicket, or it's going to be a 4. Something's got to happen. Van Biljon's going to come down the wicket, or he's going to play a false shot. That one, a faster one from George Linder, and it is a glorious move. Just turning away from the right hander. That'll have him thinking. Getting some purchase now, Linder. Into his work for the day. This is what he does. This is what top left arm spinners do. Left arm finger spinners. This is how they bowl. This is how they get wickets. And that, it's gone through everything. That's going to go down to the boundary in front of us for 4 byes. Carverena very upset with himself that he missed that down the leg side. And it is down there. Extras moved to 9, 4 byes, 3 leg byes, 1 no ball, 1 wide. And Linda won't be unhappy with that necessarily. He'll be upset, obviously, that 4 buys were given away. They don't, though, accumulate to the bowler. They go in as extras, and this is why the wicket keeper would be most upset. It really goes against him, as that's shorter and played out into the cover point region, and they take a single. Van Biljon, sorry, 2. Was it? No, they just take a single. Van Biljon into the 34. Fantonda has 51. 1 ball left in the over, which is the 55th of the innings. Second new ball, one feels may be crucial, depending on what happens with this partnership. Linda again to Fantonda. He can leave that one alone outside the off stump. And the end of the over comes, just to give you an update then on what's happening in the CSA women's match, and the big wicket has gone down there in Oudtshoorn. The wicket of Tasman Blitz. She has just been dismissed by Nadine de Klerk, and try and give you some of that information now, just trying to scroll back on that particular wicket. Very important one for the 6-gun Grill Western Province team, and she took that wicket. Tasman Blitz it was, who came down and tried to manufacture a ball into the leg side, and ended up playing it, what it looks like, playing it to mid-on, and falling for 15 of 14 balls. And in the 5th over, there it is, the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers losing the talismanic Tasman Blitz. She was the key wicket. Chatting a bit to Coach Claire Blanche yesterday before the team left. I'll chat to you now a bit more about that. It's beautifully played into the offside by Van Biljon. Goes down to the railway stand boundary for 4, and appreciative crowd here. They come in. We've got about 50 people here under the Oaks. Nobody at the moment in the railway stand. Probably a bit cool out on that side with the wind blowing, whistling through here behind you if you're in the railway stand. But under the Oaks, the weather is superb. A little bit less windy on that side. Bit of protection. Patterson is doing his work here from the Weinberg end. He's in. Another good delivery. And well played by Van Biljon. This partnership now 67. And it certainly is the key partnership, one feels, for the ITEC Knights. Patterson away from us now, the Weinberg end. Oh, he is bowling well, is Dane Patterson. Just on the money virtually all the time. And from the other end, wheeling away with his left arm, orthodox spin. George Linder, highly economical, 11 overs, 0 for 24. Patterson, 11 overs, 1 for 34. And David just rejoins me after a little bit of a break, and I have the news that Tasman Blitz is out in Oudtshoorn.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I walked away, I did the trick.
15 of 14 balls there for her.
We'll take a wicket in any of the match right now, James, if
we
you're
will.
a Western Province supporter.
I was going to say to everybody, and you probably appreciate this, you know my sense of humour, but chatting with Claire Blanche yesterday as I was rushing in, I was a little bit late, and said to good luck in how's it going, and what's the plan for tomorrow, how are you going to, have you worked it out already, what you're going to do with Tasman? She's in really good form. So she says, they've got a bit of a plan. So I said, yeah, you just need to blitz the Brits. She is Dane Patterson in just on the pads and going to be eased into the leg side by Van Biljon. He goes up to 39, 162 for 3. after 56
That's
overs.
the drinks break, James.
And the drinks break, okay.
That's a good session there. No
Sure.
wickets lost
Yeah.
there from the Knights. Reinhard van Tonder's gone to his half century. As you can hear, some clapping from the Knights dressing room here. And the score moves to 162 for 3 after 56 overs. Piet van Biljon, the captain, is there with Reinhard van Tonder. Van Biljon is 39 not out. Van Tonder 51, and the partnership is 68. Very frustrating runs for Western Province, but I think they just need to remain patient. The Knights 162 has come in 249 minutes, 338 balls, 19 fours, and the 1-6. A chance. They picked up a wicket
straight after drinks.
Straight after drinks last time, and they'll be hoping for exactly the same. A little bit of a regather. Kyle Barena is just chatting to the umpires. It might be about the over rate, and just check that they're in line with the over rate. As the Knights batsmen just do some stretching and just grabbing a quick break, keeping limbered up, because they know that these two batsmen, it's key to their survival to get somehow survive this day and possibly even get into a fourth day. Keeping Western Province at bay at the moment.
They are, and you do feel though that if one wicket falls here, more could fall. George Linder's looked really impressive. I think they've allowed him to settle, which is not the right thing from a Knights point of view. You would have liked to have seen them taking him on a bit more maybe, just to unsettle him, just to get him to think, okay, where am I going to pitch this? Am I going to get hit? Am I not going to get hit? It's all about the psychology of the game here. That's what makes 4-day cricket, and obviously Test cricket, the more, the one level up from here, what makes it just such a game for the purist, because and even tactically, if you are somebody that loves tactics, it's like a bit of a game of chess almost sometimes. I mean, like here, definitely, it's here is something. It has to be survival as well as keeping the runs ticking over for the Knights. For Western Province, it's around just don't deviate from your plan. Keep going with your plan. Stick with the lines. Stick with what you're going to do. Maybe you make one or two variations in the field. But don't try anything different. What's worked for them in the last 3 innings plus half of this inning so far, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. The Knights are still under huge pressure.
They are.
And just because there's only 3 wickets fallen, it doesn't mean that you're not on top of the game. The Western Province players know that they're on top. And it just takes 1 or 2 wickets to really break the back of this. The second innings from the ITEC Knights, George Linder is aiming to do just that. He's the kind of bowler that can break the back of the Knights, and he'd be looking to break this partnership, which is at 68 so far. This broadcast is brought to you by Six Gun Grill, the main title sponsors of Six Gun Grill Western Province and Six Gun Grill Newlands, as we bring you the coverage of day 3 of this 4-day series match between Six Gun Grill Western Province and the ITEC Knights.
It will be Van Biljon, is it Reynard? It's Van Biljon. It's going to be facing up to Linder, and Linder once again is on the money, as he has been for a lot of this spell. He's had Van Biljon guessing, and Van Tonder, both of them guessing, what do we need to do here? What's he going to do? Is he going to be putting it faster? Is it going to be a straight one? Is it going to be turning away? Most of it is a conventional delivery from George Linder. He's just is nice and flighted this time, and Berger just does the fielding down at mid-on. We've got a man at 45 on the leg side. We've got a short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Short extra cover, man on the deep point boundary, backward point, or it's a bit wide backward point, more at 45 to third man boundary, and a man at slip. Oh, I can't. Oh dear, that just releases a little bit of pressure there. Mo Valley just gets around on the edge of the square, and that one just goes almost under him, it looked like, as he came round to field. That's very uncharacteristic.
On those side wickets there.
Yeah.
Not easy to field on the side wickets there. But he'll be angry with himself. Mo Valley sets himself very high standards.
Yeah.
Sets the standards for the whole team. We'll give him that. He's saved many a run.
Oh, he has
in this
saved
game so far.
plenty runs, and an integral part of this team. A very, very good 136 he scored between day 1 and day 2, shared in a 263 run second wicket partnership with the triple centurion, Tony DeZorzi, who's at backward point at the moment, and that partnership only 8 runs short of the Western Province record in 4-day cricket. Bounces once before it gets to that man DeZorzi, cut shot from Van Biljon, and George Linder won't mind that.
No,
rocking back, do you go back? Do you play forward to a spinner? I always found spin very, very difficult to play. Just not knowing whether to go forward or to go back. And
in my school, James, we didn't unfortunately face too many good spinners in the school I was at, but I know what you mean. If you get a good spinner at youth level, often I think George actually started out as a medium pacer.
He did apparently, That's in his bio. He did start out as a medium pacer, and it does happen. The guys move. Some of the best spinners, perhaps starting off rather as medium pace. Johan Botha was another one who used to bowl medium pace even when he was playing at first class level in the Eastern Province and the border region, and he converted very successfully to off spin.
If I'm not mistaken, he's coaching one of the Big Bash teams.
Yes, I think he is.
Season.
That
still looks young and fit.
Yeah,
that he could just get onto the field now and still play.
Incredibly fit man, and another product of an alumni of the school at which I went to in Port Elizabeth. Proudly has his name up there on the boards at school, as do some other greats of the game, as it's Patterson away from us now. Very nicely played by Van Biljon. Back past to Yassine Valley. It's Tony DeZorzi shining it a bit. It's a very windy day here in the Cape. You might even be able to hear the wind whistling through there as the snake pit is hissing at us today, David, with the wind.
Yeah, very much so. You can hear the wind pumping through behind the perimeter boards, the advertising boards. One or two have flicked up as well.
He's getting
such as the nature of the wind here. The new trees there in front on the snake pit grass embankment are waving away.
They are indeed.
And the side screen, we had a little bit of an issue yesterday with the side screen and the wind, but we can see today that it's tightly tied.
It is, and
no front, issues there.
The flap at the back is struggling a little bit behind there, but it's it is still.
I've been in that tunnel,
position.
James, and if you get caught in the wind there,
must be howling
it howls through there. That's why.
That was exactly what he was looking for, wasn't it? Getting into play, he plays it on the up and through the cover region. DeZorzi, a long chase for him out to the railway stand. Great fielding from him in the deep, and a fantastic throw over the stumps from the young man who
he felt all 304 runs of that.
He did feel it. You can see that. Dear, 3 that is to Van Biljon. He moves to 45, and it's going to be Fantonda on strike to Dane Patterson, who's got 2 balls left in this over. Patterson there, that wasn't the most convincing shot. I mean, it did go out and nearly went for a boundary, but Patterson has been working on something here. and he nearly got it to pay off against Van Bullion.
Yeah.
He now has two balls left to Van Tonder. Whether he's going to get that to work against Van Tonder, we'll wait and see. Lovely shot. That's going to go away to the boundary as Tony De Zorzi dispenses involuntarily with his floppy hat and goes down to the advertising hoardings in front of the railway stand, takes the partnership to 78. Van Tonder to 55. Van Bullion's got 45, 172 for 3. This is a good partnership. But just to remind you, even though it's 172 for 3, the deficit is still 292.
They're just going to keep on reminding themselves that they are in pole position still, Western Province.
Yeah, don't change anything. Yeah.
The pressure has been put on. The Knights batsmen have done well to fight off the challenge here. But it just takes one wicket for that pressure to come right back on. And Dane Patterson is honing in on those stumps.
Yes.
And that's a good end to the over from Patterson. His 13th over, he's taken 1 wicket for 42 runs. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet today, but
no,
he is going for it, and Western Province need that breakthrough as Kyle Verena goes down to talk to, I think, Bjorn Hendricks we might see from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad call.
Saw Nandre Berger limbering up as well, so we might see change from both ends. Or maybe Nandre is coming in from this end. Yeah, it look like
having a bit of a spurt. George Linder taking a bit of a break. It's interesting, just going to change it up a bit. Might not be a bad idea. After a little bit after the drinks break, it has been very tight from George Linder. He's given his fast bowlers the break. He's given them the opportunity as we see Nandre Berger doing more of his limbering up routine, just making sure he's nice and warm, doesn't want to pull anything here or have any issue from an injury point of view, having spent virtually the entire season last year out of action. He's back with a vengeance this year, David. He's looking really, really good and putting his name into the hat for Victor and Pitsang and the national selectors as well, to say, look, I'm here or hereabouts. I've got a gig in the SA20. I'm bowling well. He's bowling around the wicket, and that is going to go down very fine for 4. First ball of the over to Van Bullion. He moves to 49 and has been batting quite quickly in this innings. He's on 49 now off 94 deliveries. Just one shy of a half century for the ITEC Knights captain on the back of a 0 in the first innings, getting a duck, holding out to deep or to a long leg position. Catch well taken by Tepo Moreki, probably the catch that turned that innings completely on its head. Already was in a difficult position. The Knights were already 38 for the loss of 3. That wicket of Van Bullion taken to 38 for 4 just made it incredibly difficult for them to recover from that position. So
yeah, it's an important spell here for Nandre Berger. I feel that this next kind of hour before tea is going to determine whether we could go into a day 4 or not. If they lose 2 quick wickets, we might see. And if we look at the ladies' game, 28 for 3 now. The Gardener badges. This is really good. Nadine de Klerk has taken.
She's going to be on a hat trick.
She's taken 2 and 2 there.
Taken all 3 wickets to 4 so far now.
Amazing.
And she's on 3 for 19 at the end of her 5th over, by the looks of things.
That's an incredible effort. That's exactly what you want from your Proteas, momentum Proteas cricketer. Nadine de Klerk doing the business so far. When you got a target of 186 to defend, it's exactly the start that they needed. 3 quick wickets and they're in there.
So apologies, she's only taken 2 for 19. It looks like obviously the 3rd wicket fell with that score on on 28. 28 for 3. Apologies there. Looked just got getting the feed a bit late. Misread that one. But 28 for 3. Yeah, Garden Route Badgers in all sorts of trouble now.
That's a good start there from the Western Province bowlers in their defence of 185. Not a big score. But
No.
we got the message. It was looking a little bit slow there at Recreation Ground. I've been to that ground a couple of times. It's not the easiest place to bat. And Nadine de Klerk showing all her experience.
Oh!
That's an excellent delivery from Nandre Berger, coming around the wicket to Piet van Biljon, who's on 49.
That hurt,
And
didn't
he
it?
just, it looked like he stubbed it into his toe, possibly.
I think so. Okay, yeah, sort of
And
down
George
onto
Linde
that.
showing some maybe fake concern, a little chirp in his ear to say maybe watch the ball a little bit. And I know that they are two mates. They know each other very well, those two.
That's funny.
Maybe something in Afrikaans as well.
Maybe.
And luckily there's no stump mic for the 4-day matches. But Nandre Berger has he's made a good start here. That was a good over there from Berger. 13 overs for him, 2 for 46, and the score moves to 176 for 3 from 59 overs.
I mean, probably, if they know each other well, he probably knows Piet van Biljon's mother very well.
Yeah.
No, oh dear. So yes, 176.
I thought Nandre Berger was giving the umpire's cap on this end as well. It looked like he was keen to carry on bowling.
Oh, you can't blame him, can you? That was a good over, wasn't it?
This is not the 100 where you can bowl 10 balls in a row. This is 4-day cricket, young man. As Dane Patterson continues from the Wynberg end, he goes to Reinhard van Tonder.
And will he be able to set Van Tonder up for this over? It's he managed to do that in the previous innings here, just getting Van Tonder's wicket, and he padded up to one that cut in from outside off stump, almost inexplicably padded up to that. And but it's not the same conditions today, it must be said. Not the same conditions. You have very windy very bright overhead, windy conditions. Ball not perhaps swinging as much as it was. The pitch is a lot flatter. That is a good delivery from Patterson. He's just working those angles, David.
Yeah, very much so. Good bowling there from Dane Patterson. Van Tonder and Van Biljon, they might be not out, and that's all that matters for them, but they're not looking assured at the crease every single delivery, as the likes of Tony de Zorzi never really looked bothered, never looked uneasy at the crease. They're not looking completely comfortable, and the bowlers are still going hard at them. As you can see, the wind, the umpire's shirt is, and that's straight at the stumps there from Dane Patterson. And you feel, James, that something is building here.
Yeah, it is. It's been building for a while. You just feel it. You felt it when George Linde was bowling. They're not that comfortable out there, are they? I mean, they are putting away the bad ball most of the time.
Yeah.
But there are so few bad balls, so few bad deliveries on a pitch which looks like it's really good for batting. But the attack's been relentless. Oh, that is... Yeah, great bowling from Dane Patterson. Nice soft hands from Reinhard van Tonder, it must be said. Gets through for 2 there. So he's learning a bit about batting and how you bat on this pitch.
Yeah, it's a good challenge. Good challenge for the young man, as Dane Patterson almost went to cover with his head raised to the sky. It looked like he was so hard done by there.
Oh dear, yes.
But he knows that he's getting closer and closer, and all it takes is for one to go to hand, and you break this partnership, and all of a sudden you'll hear the volume increase in the field.
One delivery, that's all it takes, and that's well fielded. My goodness, that's well fielded there by Tsepo Moreki at mid wicket. That was absolutely hammered.
Yeah, that was hammered, and he's letting his fingers go there, giving it a bit of a flick to make sure that the all are in place.
Yep.
Thankfully, all are in place, but he's just
rubbing them up against his leg there just to make sure that
don't blame him.
takes the sting off a little bit.
Oof, that was.
But if he was warming up his hands, they're officially warm.
They are indeed.
Doesn't need to warm them up now, and that's good bowling there from Dane Patterson. I think Pato here is enjoying this spell of bowling.
Yeah,
this is a challenge. He loves a good challenge, and I think some good energy in the field still. Their heads are not down. They are way ahead of this game. They know there's 56 overs left in the day. They don't need to do anything fancy. It just takes one good delivery, as George Linder looks like he might be coming on from this end.
That's interesting.
A bit of a change of end just to try something a little bit different. Wind direction, you never know.
Well, you never know. I mean, maybe he'll get more drift from here.
Yeah.
With the wind that's coming across the ground, it is very strong. Again, something different for the batters.
Once again, Daniel Smith doing a good job there, falling
good.
Short. Not even just short, falling way short of him there at third slip. But Nando Berger finding the edge. It wasn't well played there from Piet van Biljon. He's on 49.
Was really searching for it, wasn't he, outside the off stump? And now he's looking for that extra run. I mean, personal milestones are now very important here in a game that, the only way for the Knights to do anything here is to try and save this is just to bat and bat and bat and bat. And that is not going to be that easy. We're 20 overs away from the second new
that's
ball.
going to be interesting, James.
It will be very interesting,
They don't want to be 5 wickets down with the new ball in place, with possibly 2 new batsmen in place. These batsmen need to continue and need to get at least another 40 overs in. They want to see off maybe the first 20 overs of the new ball, but that's going to take a lot as the Western Province bowlers are right at them. So really, it's an enjoyable contest from a neutral point of view. As we look at the women's team, they've taken their 4th wicket, James.
Yeah, they have indeed.
Nadine de Klerk again, it looks like.
I'm not sure. She those are the 2 wickets she took. I'm not sure who else has taken the wickets.
There. We'll check on pitch vision.
Let's have a look on pitch vision. So, just the visuals here. Just have a look, try and get that scorecard. I'm just looking at the visuals as they're being provided by pitch vision. But looks now like unless something exceptional happens, as the hero of the bowling attack for 6 Gun Grill. Another good delivery. Berger looking really good
just
today.
Tucks him up there, and Piet van Biljon is really not looking comfortable, not looking like a man on 49 not out.
No.
But he survives.
How about a change of line here, maybe in the next over from Berger? How about coming over the wicket, just angling it across? I mean, I don't know. I'm just maybe worth a try. Kyle Verreynolds, I think, having a look at that scoreboard. He's thinking out there. And that's the thing now, in a situation where you want to just need to keep it tight, keep it going. Oh my goodness. That's his 50. Well played, Piet van Biljon. He came in at a difficult time, 94 for 3. He's gone to his 50, and he has done that in some style. His strike rate is just on or around 50, so he's batting well. At 50 off 104 balls, 8 fours, and mostly on the offside. That is really because the attack has been largely focused in or around off stump or slightly outside. And Van Tonder is going to take strike, but exactly 50 for Piet van Biljon. A partnership of 85 with Reynard van Tonder, and it has not been easy. It continues not to be easy out there.
Yeah, that's a good single there.
Oh my word, very good fielding from Yassine Valley, and he holds his head in his hands. I think that would have been mightily close had it hit.
It would have been. And James, the 4 wickets that have fallen, 2 wickets to Nadine de Klerk, 1 to Delmy Tucker, and a run out by the captain Leo Jones.
Wow.
So the Badgers are struggling there in Oudtshoorn. They're 29 for 4 after 10.2. They're chasing 186. Yeah. And this is a really good fight back from the Western Province ladies.
Yeah, it was, I think as we was chatting to our colleague here, Brent, who does a huge amount of the back behind the scenes work here. So one of the few from a technical point of view backroom people here that we have, and works a lot with the pitch vision feed, but working here at Six Gun Grill Western Province. And Brent, very familiar with the situation in the southwestern districts as well, and Garden Route badges now, should we say? The old SWD, and now the GRB.
The GRB, the SGG GRBs, as a GF Linda comes in from the Weinberg end.
Yeah.
George Frederick Linda.
George Frederick Linda.
Geerfie, if you if you know him well.
Yeah.
His mates call him Geerfie.
Yeah.
And Geerfie Linda comes in, changing ends here. And it gives us a little bit of a better view.
It does actually. It's very nice that he's changed ends.
Yeah, very much so.
Can see what is on offer for him, and I will get the
George
get
is
the
a nice
glasses
guy.
on
He's
him.
done it just for us, James.
Yeah.
He is a
of
very
course.
kind guy.
He is. He's a real gentleman.
For our viewing pleasure, he's changed ends.
Absolutely right. So he's in past Abdullah camp, and that has got some purchase on it. It is moving away a little bit from the right-hander, and a similar field that he's got set here as we did have. In fact, it's an identical field as we had for him bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. And he's away from us now past Abdullah camp. Yeah, just a bit on the legs, but having that man in at short leg just changes the dynamic.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. I wouldn't mind someone on the offside as well.
Yep.
At silly point, maybe.
I think,
put extra pressure on.
I think take away one of your deeper fielders, maybe at mid on and mid off.
Yeah,
let him give you the charge. See what happens.
You've also got your fine leg there.
Yeah.
Is he going to go for the sweep shot? Possibly not. It's a little bit risky.
Maybe not. Yeah.
At this point, and you do have a short leg, you can chase down to fine leg, but maybe just put somebody in front of the bat, under his nose.
Yeah.
And just
don't look very comfortable, do they? They don't look comfortable against him. So, yeah.
100% right there, James. Yeah. They don't look comfortable as the wind continues to howl. Yeah, and George Linda does look like he is bowling with a lovely rhythm.
Yeah,
George Linda is the kind of bowler that, in red ball cricket, he needs overs.
Yeah.
He needs to build up that momentum, and his captain is giving him a lot of overs here today so far, and he's going to need many more from him. He's going to need a wicket as well from his frontline spinner.
Oh,
has he got him?
Oh, I think
he dropped him.
I think he dropped him, or did it just bounce short? Don't know. Eddie Moore is there at extra cover. He's standing with his arms folded. Does that tell the story?
I think that might have carried to him.
It might well have carried.
Looks like he's going to be apologising.
Yeah, I think George. It did carry.
Yeah,
George Linda just patting him on the back and says, "Look, it's okay."
It was
not an easy chance. Diving forward to your left, not easy.
It was a tough chance, and you can see Eddie Moore's head is down. But it was a good effort, and chin up, and an edge could come here, and you need to be ready for it.
Well, that's right.
Put that behind you.
Yeah.
He knows he's on his haunches at the moment. He knows that could have broken the partnership. You've got to take those catches. But George did well there to just say, "Don't worry, mate, we'll get him the next over." You might even get him this over here.
Yeah, he might.
As Nandre Berger continues from the Kelvin Grove in 180 for 3 after 62 overs. Van Biljon and 50 not out. Van Toorn 58. The deficit is 284. You don't get to see the deficit on the scorecard that you are viewing, so we'll remind you of that deficit throughout. The Knights scored 111 in their first innings.
Oof.
And the Western Province Blitz scored 575, obviously, with the 304 from Tony DeZorzi and the 136, I think it was, from Yazin Bali.
Indeed.
And this is where it currently stands. The Knights have done well so far in day 3 to stave off this defeat so far. We're sitting here at 25 past 2.
Yeah.
Many thought that we would be
home
enjoying
already.
a cold one by now, but the Knights have
delayed that, and they've delayed it very well, and they don't want to give this. They don't want to. They're showing some fight, some good fight. These two batsmen, the partnership is 86 now, and this has been very good. It's a good contest between bat and ball today. The most equal contest we've seen so far in this test match has been one-way traffic for the first two days.
It has been.
And the Knights have finally come to the party and shown some fight in this game.
I love that slight slip there, David. Test match. You said it is indeed a very testing match, and this is what it's all about. 4-day cricket, 5-day test match cricket is all about this. It's all about the contest between bat and ball, a fair contest between bat and ball. It's looking at the skill levels of both the batters and the bowlers, as the bowlers just try and work things out. The captain tries to think of different ways of potentially getting wickets. How are we going to do that? They consult with the senior players on the field. You have the coaching staff that are looking at the match from the dressing room and trying to assess what's happening and analysing what's going on. And that's a very nice shot played there, but beautifully fielded, must be said, in the deep by Buren Hendricks, running and diving to his left-hand side. And it is his dominant side, but still, you have to get there first. He did really well to restrict them to one, I think it was, that they only took in the end. And that's what you want. You know, they've been struggling for runs. You get the bat on ball really nicely, and then you only get a single. They're expecting that ball to race away to the northern pavilion, the pavilion here on the northern end of the ground, and it doesn't do that. Berger once again from the Kelvin Grove end. Oh!
Just nipping at a wide one there, just a little teaser outside off stump there.
Yeah, he had a bit of a nibble, didn't he?
Just had a little bit of a nibble at that one, almost finding the edge, and he would have been gutted if he went out to that shot. Didn't need to be played.
But
and Andre Berger knows that he almost had his man there.
You know, I don't even think it. You know, it's not obviously not. Scoreboard pressure is not even a thing here at the moment. I mean, but you have to keep the runs ticking.
Yeah.
You have to turn the strike over. You have to just feel like it's happening for you. Oh, my goodness!
Almost found the bottom edge there.
Yeah, it didn't.
Good end to the over there from Andre Berger. That's the 63rd over, 181 for 3. Partnership is at 87, the deficit 283. Andre Berger's bowled 15 overs, 2 wickets in the bag for him. Both of those wickets coming today, 2 for 49.
Yeah, he's taken the 2 wickets to fall today, and those 2 wickets to fall were either Dekale, who was caught behind just after the drinks break in the first session by the captain Kyle Verena, as there's a strong tornado-like gust of wind that comes through.
I thought somebody was whistling at me.
It did sound like they were whistling, didn't it? Yeah. So it really is a very, very strong wind here. And when I went home yesterday evening, David, probably up to 200 kite surfers off Bloberg Beach.
Oh, wow.
So,
you mentioned that,
yeah. Incredible stuff.
That's just perfect windy conditions for exactly that. They know the weekend that they need to have that kind of event.
Yeah.
And that must have been a sight
on
your side of the neck of the woods there.
Incredible sight as you drive north along the what we call the West Coast Road. And
at my neck of the woods here in Rondebosch here, we just have roadblocks and the Rondebosch Common.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
A little bit more sightseeing down your side there, James. There's George Linder.
Yeah, he's bowling well, isn't he? I mean,
some might say he's a sight for sore eyes. Oh, James.
Wow.
That did not sound good. If
no,
you heard
that
in your
yeah.
That sounded cold as well, James.
It did, very cold. Very, very cold. Just a little bit lost it a little bit there, did George Linder, but
I wonder if there's ever been play has been stopped, James. For wind.
Due to wind. It could be, you know.
Maybe in Sri Lanka or
maybe You don't get, it's more
sandstorm or something like that.
Could have been probably in Middle East.
In Dubai.
Yeah, very likely in the Middle East. You get some really, really difficult sandstorms, and you see them brewing out on the horizon. There we go. Well, it's quite a sight actually. I was never caught in one badly when I was working over there, but you just see it whipping up the desert in the distance, and just a wall of sand. It's quite something.
Doesn't sound fun to me, James.
No, not at all. No.
Oh,
my goodness.
That's good turn there from George Linda, just hitting I think it was on his back pad there.
Yeah, I think it
good
might have
delivery
been.
there from George, but doesn't look cold out there, James. You're not seeing many of the players with long sleeves or jumpers on.
But the whatever high cloud there is, it's being blown. You would see that. Man, we don't really see it on your feed, but it's really whistling across the ground, and those clouds are moving over the ground very quickly.
That's a good shot
It's
there,
a good
but
shot,
just he's got protection out there on the extra cover boundary, and I think that's is that Mo Valley there on the
it is
cover
indeed
boundary.
Mo Valley.
And George Linda just gives away the single.
Yeah, another good over
Good
from
over there.
George. 14 overs, 0 for 31. The rest of the figures. Nandre Berger, who's going to be steaming in from the Kelvin Grove end shortly, 2 for 49 of 15. Both wickets to fall today. The first one I described a bit earlier. Kyle Verreynne catching a pretty sharp chance of ITEC and the man going there for 32. And then it was Snyman caught by Yassine Valley at mid off, trying to pull the ball, just getting a bit of a leading edge, and going off to Yassine Valley high up and easily taken, trying to take on Berger. He's in again from the Kelvin Grove, then right outside the off stump. And it's Berger then, he's 15 overs, 15.1 overs now, 2 for 49. Hendricks, 9 overs, 0 for 14, incredibly economical. Dane Patterson, 1 for 44 of 14. Except for Moreki, 0 for 39 of 11. He was also very, very lively today in his spell. George Linda, 0 for 31 of 14. Aviwa Mgijima, 1 over and 1 run just before the luncheon interval. It's half an hour to tea, and these two have done exceptionally well in this post-lunch session. No wicket has fallen post-lunch. 2 wickets fell in the session this morning from opening of play until lunch. It is a good batting day. It has been testing, though. The bowlers here for 6 Gun Grill Western Province have stuck to their task. It only takes 1 delivery to make that happen. And news from Oudtshoorn is that Gordon Badgers have lost their 5th wicket, 39 for 5 they are now. If you're a Western Province fan, that is very good news. And one of the bowlers of the season so far yet to bowl, Nasipo Vezi, just coming into the attack there for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. It looks like a massive uphill task for the Garden Route Badgers to defeat the undefeated 6 Gun Grill Western Province team, as it's Nandre Berger towards us now. Oh, good delivery over the line of off stump, and left alone very well there by Fantonda. He has left well today. He's been watching he had plenty of time over the last day or so to watch the Tony Dezorzi masterclass in leaving, and he's taken, certainly would have taken a lot of learnings, one hopes, from that innings from Dezorzi. Became only the 3rd player at this level. That's gone up high, has it? It's not. It's along the ground, and a valiant attempt by Dane Patterson to cut it off is unsuccessful. Lost the track of that ball for a while, but it was well taken on there by Fantonda, and it went down to the boundary for 4 and takes him into the 60s. 63 is captured with him. Van Biljon 54. Partnership is 95. They've done well, these two, to take it from 94 for 3 to 189 for 3. It is something they needed to do for the Knights. The deficit is still 275. Yes, 275. They were 464 runs behind on the first innings. It's Berger in again. It's a good shot. Straight to Yassine Valley at mid-on. There is no run. End of the over from Berger. One feels that may well be his last in this spell. Bjorn Hendricks potentially coming on. He's getting a bit of a conversation from his captain, Carl Verena, asking his senior bowler what does he want to do, and his senior bowler saying, I don't know, Skip, what do you want me to do? Bit of a shrugging of the shoulders there. So, and it is going to be George Linder to continue. Been bowling very well, George Linder. He's coming in, going away from him, should I say, at the Weinberg end, and he's bowling to Van Biljon, very well bowled, and just defends back into the leg side. They're trying to frustrate the 6-gun grill Western Province bowlers. It's don't think that's going to happen. There's a lot of talk and chatter. There's still been that out there in the middle. They are still really amped for this, and it's played out into the covers. No runs once again. Eddie Moore, who had a chance, we think, in that last over, just diving off to his left, not managing to take the catch. It's Linder. They'll be away from us now, past umpire Abdullah Steenkamp. That's into the pads, just tickled out to Hendricks on the square at mid-wicket.
James, it's
Yeah.
good to see some people out here today.
Yeah,
The kids
it's
are on the
great,
grass
yeah.
embankments there playing cricket.
Yeah.
A little bit of an uphill
the
bowling.
same, yeah.
A little bit of an uphill, not playing.
Shame not helping them, is
But
it?
I remember when I was a kid here, James, growing up at Newlands, all you needed was a 3 meter by 5 meter.
Of course, yeah. You don't need much, do you?
You needed a bin.
Yes.
You needed a tennis ball and a bat or a makeshift bat.
Yeah,
and
a piece of
you can have
plank.
the best time, which is, I love to see this. And
Yeah, good cricket happening out there in the middle. This is good, hard, first-class cricket at the top level.
yeah, the Knights are making the Western Province guys work for this. It's been dominant for the first 2 days. Just a little bit of a challenge here. 51 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
And so we're basically at the halfway mark.
Oh,
And he just bowls that leg side, and Van Biljon goes for the sweep shot.
Yeah.
And Carl Verona did well behind the stumps. He was there. Should Van Biljon just veer a little bit out of his crease, and that's good from George Linder and Carl Verona.
so 20 minutes to go, David, until the tea interval, and then we have another, probably, we do have then after that, we're going to have another 2 hours and 40 minutes of cricket. They need to bowl 16 overs an hour, and so we've got 3 hours left in the day's play potentially from now onwards. 20 minutes until 3 o'clock, and another 3 hours after that. So
Sounds good to me, James.
Okay, there we go.
I'm here for the long run. I'm quite happy for Western Province to win this in the final over of
Absolutely.
the day.
Yeah, me too. So, anytime is Bjorn Hendricks. I thought that may be the case.
Yeah.
Coming into bowl from the northern end of the ground. That's called the Kelvin Grove end. Those of you that know Newlands very well, it's the Kelvin Grove end of the ground. and he's going to be replacing Andre Berger. I thought that might have been Berger's last over. Just looked like he was just tiring a little bit. You've got a 4-man pace attack. They can all share the bowling around a bit, and at 14 overs still to the second new ball. Why not?
Yeah, that second
Great
new
throw
ball.
from Dane Patterson in the deep, and just bouncing in front of Carvarena.
Yeah,
Captain probably not that happy with that, but he's all right.
That second new ball is going to come after the tea interval. Probably we've got 20 minutes and 40 minutes after the tea interval.
So that's a good timing. Perhaps they would have maybe wanted it a bit earlier than that. But
Yeah, they're hoping maybe that George Linder can pick up 1 or 2 with the old ball.
Yeah.
I think he's going to continue. We might see Tsepo Mareki before the new ball comes into play.
Yeah.
But it's important, these 20 minutes for these two batsmen to survive. The partnership's on 97, and it's been a very good partnership from them, and their team will appreciate their efforts, but the job is far from done.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. Good to watch them battling. It's been good to watch the 6 Gun Grill Western Province bowlers just sticking to their task. David, they really have done that. I've been impressed today. You know, it's easy enough to stick to your task and make when make things happen when they are happening. But to just stick at it all the time and keep those lines and lengths going, which they have been doing, and it's been a grind, really. It's not that easy out there.
The batsmen haven't looked dominant.
No, they haven't. Not at all.
The bowlers haven't given them anything. There's been 1 or 2 bad deliveries, but that's expected.
Yeah.
But the bowlers haven't really let them get away with it. And 2 or 3 quick wickets, and all of a sudden 191 for 3 can turn into 200 for 6.
Oh yeah.
And it's a total different picture, and you're on your way to victory.
Yeah.
And that's what they just need to keep on reminding themselves. They've been very disciplined, despite only picking up the 2 wickets so far. And they'll be looking for at least 1 wicket to take them into the tea interval, which is in 18 minutes.
Yeah. 1 wicket before tea, and you start to changes the game, changes the complexion. The dressing rooms as you go into tea have got a different mindset. You've got the Knights thinking they go into tea at 3 down. They're thinking, okay, we can still be 3 down by the close.
Yeah.
Got them going into tea at 4 or 5 down. They're thinking it's going to be all over by close.
Yeah, very much so, James. This little session of play here is very important. I've enjoyed this day's play, James.
It's very good.
From a Western Province point of view, maybe not so much, but from a neutral point of view, this has been good cricket from both teams, good challenging, good thinking cricket. A lot of the times in T20 cricket, you don't get to think.
No,
you don't have time to think, you just have to react.
Yeah.
You're facing bowlers at 140 kilometers an hour and you expect to hit it out of the ground.
Yeah.
As a bowler, you've just got 4 overs to get into a rhythm and try and get wickets. But here, this is proper. That's a good shot.
It's a lovely shot, and holds the pose as he should, does Fantonda, as that's played beautifully through the offside for 4, and
100 partnership as well.
Very, very good. 100 partnership, yes, as David says, coming up for these two. 101 off 202 balls. That's a very simple calculation in terms of the strike rate. In
my standard grade maths, James, can tell me that that's a 50% strike rate, but that's absolutely fine from a Knights point of view. The important thing is that partnership is unbeaten on 101. Just 12 fours in that. Van Billion's contribution 54 and Fantonda 41 with 6 extras. George Linder continues from the Weinberg end.
And so it also is telling us, it's been attacking fields. The gaps have been there. A run out of only 3 with an attacking field like this, your attack's been disciplined. You know that they've been on song most of the time, and it is very, very important for this drift. Just reminding us of the first comment made, Reynard Fantonda and Piet van Biljon equals fire. They have been a steady fire Yeah, they've kept adding
the slow burning fire.
Slow burning anthracite fire. Perhaps not the wood fire that one might use to stoke the braai and keep that braai going, but certainly has been a lot more fire and in this performance than there was in the first stint at the crease. And that was a very tough first day for the Knights, very tough second day for the Knights, and today it is looking like it is a much better day for them from a batting point of view. You have your two premier batters in this lineup. It must be said, these are probably the two premier batters in the lineup, as that is pulled from a short one from George Linder, pulled through Bjorn Hendricks at the mid-wicket position, and the 200 is up for the Knights. 200 for 3 in the 68th over. It is Fambilon on 55, Fantonda 73, and that is some good batting. 14 minutes to the tea break, and we'll hope to give you some of the updates from around the other grounds before we go for tea. A quick run down to the man at deep mid-off. I'd like to see that man in a bit more. I don't think giving away runs at the moment is an issue at all. Just you don't want a defensive field. It's going to give the wrong mindset, the wrong indication to the batter to say, okay, you're getting on top. They're not. It's a partnership of 107, but you've never felt that the batters are on top. So it's an interesting situation.
Yeah, if you're the Knights coach, JP Trickhout, you're a happy man with how things have gone on day 3 here. And that tea or coffee is going to taste a little bit better.
It is.
He thought he might have been having his coffee back at the hotel, possibly by now, after yesterday's play. But his team have done well to bat today.
Yeah.
And it's the end of the 68th over, 202 for 3. Reynard van Tonder moves to 74. Pat van Biljon is on 56 not out.
So David, just to update you with some of the numbers from the other matches, it has been the Titans, the momentum multiply Titans, that have taken a lead of 95 into the Lions' second innings. Lions have just come out to bat now. Ryan Rickleton there as the wicket keeper, taking making 6 dismissals, 5 catches and 1 stumping for a man who is supposedly injured. That's outstanding work. Simon Harmer weighing in with 28, Ayad Kamani with 25, taking the Titans through to that score. So the Lions now 11 without loss in their second innings, and they are trailing there. They're still 84 runs behind. The Dolphins versus the Rocks in Kingsmead, that match has still been delayed, and unfortunately, and the situation with the Warriors and the Northwest Dragons is that the Warriors have won that match. Warriors winning by 239 runs in Abeja on the 3rd day of that match. Northwest Dragons, who were in a serious amount of trouble, have not been able to score the massive amount that they were required to get back into the match. Some contributions down the order from the Dragons batters. Unfortunately for them, Mutasami out for 28. It was Dwan Janssen 35 at the end, Meyer on 42, got 42, Delano Potgieter not out, 38. So the tail wagged a little bit for the Dragons, but it was the tail that was wagging. The fire didn't come out the top order, I'm afraid, for the Dragons. That's played beautifully through the covers that has hit the boundary before we've even had a chance to describe that shot from Fantonda, and it's coming a bit quicker now for the Knights batters, as Björn Hendricks just not finding his lengths at the moment, and want to try and just pull his length back a little bit, maybe a little bit shorter of a length outside that off stump has been where it's troubled the batters the most. And 10 minutes to go to the tea interval.
Yeah, and I think that tea interval can't come quick enough for the Western Province bowlers and the fielders. Just regather, recalibrate, and come out after the 20-minute tea break and try and wrap up those Knights wickets, which have not been given away by the batsmen today. A good job by the Knights. This is good to see from them. Some fight being shown on day 3 here. They would have had some harsh words at the end of play yesterday, and they've come out, and that's what a captain and a coach wants. They want their team to react when times are tough.
Yeah.
This is first class cricket. It's called that for a reason.
Yep.
And this is exactly first class play from Billion and Fantonda currently.
Yeah, well bowled this time, well played by Pite Van Billion. He's on 60, Fantonda's on 74. He's on the scorecard. And just want to give you a bit of an update from Oudtshoorn, from the recreation ground there. Another wicket has fallen for the 6 Gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. They're now 51 for 5. Delmi Tucker, having just come to the end of her 10 overs. She bowled 10 overs on the trot. I think her figures were 2 for 17.
10 overs on the
10
trot.
overs on the trot. Opening the bowling
incredible
for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team. And she took 2 for 17 in that spell. The right arm spinner who had played a couple of games for the Momentum Proteas, and just to give you that indication, I mean, Nozipo Vezi not even got into the attack yet, and they were 5 down, so 4 down. Leah Jones in for another over here. She's just been hit for a 4, but 55 for 5 now. Michaela Andrews and can't remember the lady's first name. Rhodes.
I think it was Harlow or Harley.
Are in at the crease and have faced a significant number of deliveries already. 20 overs gone and 55 for 5. The Garden Route Badgers played into the leg side. It's well fielded by Björn Hendricks, chasing it down to the Oaks side of the ground there, down the hill, and it is a single.
Yeah, important little period of play here, James.
It
10
is,
overs
yeah.
until the 10 and a bit overs till the new ball.
Yeah.
If George Linder can pick up 1 wicket here.
That's way short.
That's a rank long
yeah, it is.
It's just stuck in his hands there.
Got exactly what it deserved.
But Pat van Billion had to deal with it, and he did just that.
Yeah.
That's a gimme from George Linder. Just stuck in his hands there.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get out there. And he'll be livid with himself.
What he is, you can see it.
Yeah.
Right hand on the head. He is livid with himself, but he shouldn't be. He needs to just pick himself back up. He's had these guys guessing for most of this particular spell, and that is another one that he's tried to sweep. He just can't get that sweep right today, Van Billion. And I think George Linder, maybe we should try. He's just getting some word from Fantonda, just saying to him, look, Skip, there's only 6 minutes until the tea break, because we want to be there at the close as we go into tea.
1 wicket here, James, changes the entire dynamic of the game.
Yeah.
The Western Province would go into the break with renewed energy.
Yeah, it's just dipped off a little bit lately, hasn't it? Just dipped off a bit.
If they lose their wicket now, the Knights will go in knowing that they're going to face an uphill battle to see out the day here. It's a good contest between
It is a
bat
good
and ball.
contest.
Really, from a neutral point of view, it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, loving
And
it.
there's something for the
Loving
fans
it.
who have come out today, getting what will probably be close to a full day's cricket, James.
Yeah, it
It's
will
looking
be,
like a
yeah.
full day's
Yeah,
cricket.
it
We
is
didn't
looking
expect
like it.
that at the
No.
beginning of the day,
No,
but the Knights have done well to keep the bowlers at bay here. Body language is a little. You're looking at the bowlers, a lot of hands on hips,
yeah,
and
a lot of
not
teapots
really.
here. Yeah.
But at least they're walking in with the bowler still, old school, walking in with the bowler.
Yeah.
We always got told that.
We did indeed.
school,
You just keep
the basics.
Got to keep walking in. You know, you got to be aware of what's happening all the time. Gee the guys up. Now, you know,
You never
cricket's.
know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, cricket's not just about batting and bowling, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what. No, I know it sounds really cliche, but that is what it is. It doesn't matter whether you're playing at the lowest level of the game or at the highest level of the game. You know, everybody has a part to play.
Yeah, very much so. Every single fielder, no matter if you're a batter, don't need to be bowling. You can do
Yeah.
your bit to keep the energy high.
Yeah.
You've got Tony DeZorzi there working on the ball. He's done his bit with the bat, but he's there. He's looking to help his bowlers out, shine that ball. Ball management key, and especially when it's 70 overs old now.
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe.
Oh!
And that's a little hopeful. But that just gives Western Province a little bit of hope here.
Yeah.
It's 4 minutes to the tea break. Are we going to see the breakthrough before the tea interval? This is nervous times for the Knights batsmen.
yeah, I don't want to go out now, do you? You don't want to play. Just lose your concentration ahead of the tea. It happens so often.
Yeah, you think about
Yeah.
that kettle boiling,
Yeah.
maybe a little muffin or croissant that's waiting for you there in the change room, but it's not going to taste good
No.
if you have got without that star next to your name. Not out. You want to be not out at the intervals.
You do.
You want to come back after that tea break and you want to continue your innings. Both will be looking for centuries here today. They've set it up nicely
They have indeed.
and they don't want to give it away, especially.
Oh,
umpire
no,
just-
yeah.
the
What
gust
happened
of
now?
wind.
Yeah,
the
blown
bail
the
comes
bails
off.
off. I do think after tea continues like this, I don't think they've got the heavy bails on there, David.
I think we might have to get the heavy bales out of the
I think so.
back cupboards here.
Yeah,
at Six
yeah,
and Gold Newlands.
definitely.
Might have to dust them off. We haven't had
Yeah.
that in a while. I haven't seen this kind of wind here at Newlands in a
No,
while.
This is really hectic.
You won't see it on your
Oh.
screens, but it is very blustery.
Yeah.
You might see the umpire's shirt just
Yeah, whipping
flapping
in the
away,
breeze. Yeah,
and
it's-
maybe the hats of the umpires won't make a return come the final session of the day. But it's tradition. That's something we love about cricket.
yeah.
I don't think anywhere, if they walk out to the shops at tea break in their umpire gears, they might get some funny looks.
They might.
But on the cricket field, you look the part.
Yeah.
Certain traditions which we love about cricket, and maybe after tea we can talk about some of those traditions that
Yeah, we can.
personally love.
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult to explain to non-cricket lovers, and I think that's why T20 cricket has become so popular and opened it up to a whole new audience,
Yeah.
because it's so quick.
Yeah.
It's even though the same intricacies come into play, it doesn't take much to. You don't need to know everything about the intricacies and
No.
about Duckworth Lewis and all of that to enjoy the game of cricket. First class cricket, explaining to somebody that's never watched it about follow-ons and not enforcing follow-ons, it's always a little bit of a tough explanation, but it's
You're right. I mean, it's a game that's been built on the traditions of this, the longer format of the game until the early 70s or probably late 60s, early 70s. There was nothing but 3, 4 or 5 day cricket, or 2, 3, 4 or 5 day cricket. Oh, it's got an edge onto that one, I think. I know it's a huge appeal. It looked to me like there was an inside edge.
It was. That was
So-
more hopeful than
Yeah.
anything, James.
Yeah.
There was definitely a double sound there from even where we're standing.
Yeah.
And from Adrian Holstock's position, you could see that very clearly, and he wasn't getting anything from the umpire. No grace given there, James.
No, and that's
Mr. Holstock's been around for 101 first-class matches now.
I was going to say.
He's seen and done everything in this game.
Yeah.
And he's not going to let that one.
Oh, that's exactly it.
Put a black mark against his name.
You know, you're not. He's not going to fall for that trick, is he? I mean, he's seen them all. This will be the last ball before tea. In fact, it won't be the last ball before tea because he's
a little
just
bit of drama,
up.
James. We've got everything here today.
Yeah, we have got everything here today. One thing that we know, which is good, is the consistency from an umpiring point of view in making sure that hat is glued perfectly onto their heads to prevent it from coming off. It's the only explanation I can give you as to why it hasn't flown off yet. And no further ado for the batters. Well played, Piet van Biljon and Reynard van Tonder. You get the plaudits for this session, gentlemen. You have gone through the entire session without conceding your wicket, and that has been an outstanding session for the ITEC Knights in their quest excuse me, to bat out 2 days of cricket, and they have done exceptionally well here in taking the score to 211 for 3 at the end of 71 overs. There'll be 9 overs before the second new ball, and we'll get to that after the tea interval. And from us here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, we'll see you in about 20 minutes time. course. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. It's great to have you with us for the final session of the day here, third day of this match here, and it's been a good second session. It was between lunch and tea for the ITEC Knights. No wicket falling in that session. Their two premier batters, Van Biljon and Van Tonda, still at the crease. 117 this partnership, taking the score from 94 for 3 to 211 for 3. With me, Tariq Abraham. Really great to have you with me, Tariq.
How's it, James? It's amazing what a new day can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Viwe Mgijima from the Wynberg end, and there are 9 overs to the second new ball. One feels it'll be Mgijima and probably George Linder who will bowl these last 9 overs to try and just get that over rate up for the captain and the team. No bonus points. They won't want to lose any bonus points for a slow over rate at all, and that is going to be very important. Gajima bowling his what would you call them, off spinners? I mean, he's not a wrist spinner, he's a conventional finger spinner. Bowling more the off spinners. He's bowling to the right-handed Van Tonda. That's in and just tickled around the corner on the leg side down to the man at long leg. That is Nandre Berger. They'll take the single. Just to give you an idea of the feel for the off spinner, there is that man at long leg. There is a short leg, short mid wicket, man at conventional mid wicket, man at long sort of deep mid on. Oh, that ball's moving radically in to the right hander, Tariq.
Yeah, it definitely seems as though Viwe Mgijima is making use of the strong breeze.
Yeah,
that
he is
blowing across the ground. And just getting that one to drift in with the wind, and a lot of oohing and eyeing.
Yeah, a lot of oohing and eyeing. Beautiful drift, as you say, and that's it's quite interesting. It's looking very much like he could take a wicket with any delivery. But you have to probably make it bounce to make that work, and that was a really hit hard off that full toss outside the off stump. Yassine Valley, who bore the full brunt of that one, but managed to prevent what would have been a certain boundary, and well done, young man, for that. Says his teammates 2 or 3 off the over. It is 214 for 3 after 72. It's going to be George Linder to continue the attack. He's going to be bowling now from the Kelvin Grove end. Bowled quite a bit from both sides, bowled from the Kelvin Grove and here from the Wynberg end today, Tariq. I know you haven't been able to be here all day. Not say haven't been here all day. You haven't been able to be here for the whole day. Let me put it that way. That sounded very bad. It wasn't meant to. And but it has been interesting day's play. Yeah, some really good rearguard action from these two.
Well, this is what you want if you in the ITEC Knights dugout. I want your two senior statesmen to put the hand up and get a good partnership, which they have. Both have gotten themselves in, and especially for Van Tonda, who in the first innings, the way he walked off the field was as if he was very frustrated with himself in the manner in which he went out.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
For him to now come out in the second innings, change that mindset after having been in the field for so long, and find himself 76 not out, it just shows you just what is needed mentally. And these are the type of things that would filter its way down to the likes of Kluti and Swanepoel and Kutsia, who's up next.
Absolutely.
They'll see what these two batters have been doing and how they've been applying themselves, and that'll rub off on them. So when if they do come out at some point, they will want to continue where these two have set the groundwork.
Yeah, application is needed to be very good today. I felt for quite a bit of the day, and I know we're into the third session of the day now. I'm not sure. For me, I don't think that 6 Gun Grill Western Province were aggressive enough. I don't think the field settings were as aggressive as they could have been with the amount of runs they had on the board. They have had a short leg in place for a lot of the day, but dispensed with that quite a bit too quickly for my liking. But then again, I've never captained a team at first class level or even played at first class level. I have spent some time on the field as an umpire at some senior club cricket and at provincial schoolboy level, but it is different. You just feel though that there's the opportunity when you have got so many runs on the board, the opportunity for all-out attack is there, and make sure the batter is just trying to figure out what they're going to do to pierce the field, or if they do get one that just pops on them, there is somebody there to take that catch, which certainly hasn't been the case, not necessarily been the case today. I don't know, it's a theory. It doesn't necessarily work.
It's also a bit of a conundrum for the batters. I mean, you set, you've gone past the 50 mark.
Yeah.
A solid partnership going. Yes, the deficit's also still there in the back of your mind, sitting at 249. So what do you do? At what point do you start kicking on? At what point do you decide to attack 6 Gun Grill Western Province a little bit, try and get their field to spread, and then pick off 1s and 2s? All these sort of things are going to come into play now because of the fact that you're staring down a massive deficit.
Well, that's right, and that's the thing. It doesn't need to be like that. You are in fact quite happy as 6 Gun Grill Western Province to probably give away that boundary, as it has just happened, going down to the deep cover boundary in front of the railway stand. And another boundary for Piet van Biljon. He moves into the 70s. He's on 71, Van Tonder 76. Both of these men should be eyeing hundreds. But then, as you say, do you attack? If you attack, you've got the potential to get yourself out. If you get out, the rest of the team could just fold quite easily. So it is a conundrum. He got him! Oh my word! He has indeed taken the wicket. It is Aviwe Mgijima that has taken the wicket, been given out by Abdullah Steenkamp. Aviwe Mgijima is, I don't know, overjoyed is perhaps beyond description there.
I saw him do a bit of an Imran Tahir run, mix it in with a swan dive from the football. He loved that wicket so much.
He did.
It came at the perfect time as Piet van Biljon. He's got to go for 71. He's been there for 165 minutes, 142 balls, 11 fours. But more importantly, he stood there for 111 dot balls. And that just shows you the amount of application that he had. But be that as it may, he's got to take the walk off. He
That's a
took
huge
his time
wicket,
as well.
Huge wicket, didn't he? Yeah, just I think he stood there after the dismissal was given for 111 balls, actually, dot balls. So it was that long. I think he was just maybe disappointed with himself. I'm just going to be looking at. We're going to look at it. I'm going to look at it again on our monitor. I've just gone back through on the screen, as you have the opportunity to do at home as well. Just looking at this dismissal on that, I do think was the right decision from Abdullah Steenkamp. Looked, unless there was an inside edge on that, to me it looked stone dead.
Yeah, I reckon that Piet van Biljon was probably just standing there more in perhaps a disappointment, having dispatched the previous ball through the covers for 4. I think it's caught on the crease and trapped LBW. So Aviwe Mgijima does the business for his captain.
Yeah, golden
They wanted
arm.
that partnership to be broken.
Yes,
and
they did.
just taken all of 2.2 overs after the tea break for 6 Gun Grill Western Province to get that fourth wicket that they've been searching for.
And he was getting some prodigious turn that we saw. That ball was hitting Van Biljon on the line of off stump, and he wasn't that far forward. He played sort of half forward to it. He's trapped on the crease. The only thing that could potentially have been that it could have concerned him was that he might have got a tickle on it, but Abdullah Steenkamp didn't see or hear that tickle. And as we know, in this level of the game where you don't have the benefit, I mean, Abdullah Steenkamp doesn't have the benefit of an action replay or what do you call it? We call it decision review system, the DRS, not in play. So he has to give a decision on the field, and the decision he gave was out. And he doesn't give decisions easily, Mr. Steenkamp. So,
that is true as well. We've seen quite a few in this game that he's turned down.
Yeah.
So for Mr. Steenkamp to stick the finger up,
he must have been convinced. He must have been convinced, as it's going to be Ngujima into the new man, Jean Klutter. One just feels now that breakthrough happening. Could be another 1 or 2 quick wickets. There's still 6 overs and 4 balls to the new ball, and that new ball could wreak a little bit more havoc as well, potentially. Aviwa Ngujima believing that every single ball is going to bring him a wicket now.
Yeah, and why not?
Yeah, exactly.
You've managed to break the big partnership. You managed to get the ITEC Knights captain out. So why not believe that every ball you bowl will bring something?
Yeah, a very big partnership there. Very good partnership between Pat van Biljon and Reynard van Tonder. And ultimately, it was Van Biljon who had to go. Partnership worth 125. Oh! Oh, he puts him down, a full toss, and it goes straight back to the bowler, and he would have thought he would have taken that one, wouldn't he?
So we just said he can believe that every ball could be a wicket.
And it nearly was.
It was nearly hand-to-hand stuff. Came back quite fast.
It did. He hit it hard.
So
he would have thought he would have taken that, wouldn't he? Oh, that one goes through short leg and to the man in the deep. Aviwa Ngujima is making things happen here. But a surprise package. He's wringing his right hand after that. And you should see that. We should get a chance to have a look at that catch again. It's the end of the over, though, from him. It's 220 for the loss of 4. And, 220 for 4 in that over. It is the wicket of Pite van Biljon, the captain of the ITEC Knights. And it is going to be George Linder now who's going to have the opportunity to bowl to Jean Klutter. He just took a single off that one after he was dropped by Ngujima. Ngujima throwing himself to his left to try and take that catch off his own bowling, and just not able to hang on to that, just parrying it almost goalkeeper-like around the corner. He's going to take up his position now at first slip, or only slip. And he will be watching there as George Linder will be coming in to bowl to Jean Klutter. 6 overs to the new ball. It's Linder into Klutter, and he's back and across defending. So Aviwa Ngujima getting some significant turn. And George Linder not as significant turn, but the opportunity, the window is now open. And I think they should be having, I know they've got a leg slip in place, they've got a slip in place for Jean Klutter, maybe a man at silly point. Just put him in there, put them under pressure before the second new ball. Be interesting to see. And Klutter again into the leg side. the man under the helmet. And Daniel Smith it is there, comes around. Yassine Valley moving into 45 on the leg side. Kluter facing up. The normal delivery it is that comes in to the man there. They've only got a 3-man, 6-man offside leg side field now. Forward short leg slip, man at 45 on the leg side. Slender in again, and he's trying to use this Midland leg stump line to Jian Kluter. 224. The wicket fell at 219. And it's going to be Linda yet again from the Kelvin Grove end. He's in, and good defence from the man. And Jian Kluter.
So the question now is, James, how does Jian Kluter approach this?
Yeah,
does he go against his natural convention of playing his shots, or will he indeed do that? Will he play his shots and? He looks for that sweep, so I guess
he
he's
does.
answered
That's
me.
why Yassine Valley's there. There was no man at 45 previously. Brought him in good fielding position. Brought in from for George Linder. You just wonder as well if Ngajima's getting good purchase on this. Are they going to delay the taking of the second new ball? We'll see. All those questions will be answered for you on.
Stay tuned for more.
That's right. Exactly. It's yeah, but he is. You're right, Tariq. I mean, you described it exceptionally well. It is very windy out there, and he's getting drift in with that wind. That wind whips across the ground from the gap here at the railway side. That is too short, and that is going to get the treatment from Reynard van Tonder, and so it should. It's in to the grass banks in front of the Oaks, and yet another 6. I think it's the second 6 of the innings. Both, maybe 2. Van Tonder, he goes into the 80s with that shot, and it will be good for him to get 100. Good for the confidence of the young man. Certainly is somebody who we have our eyes on. It's another short one. It's the same maximum for Van Tonder. He's heading quickly towards his 100 now. 88. Good to see from him.
Copy paste.
Yeah, it was copy paste. yeah, literally. So yeah, Ngajima just pitching it too short. First 2 deliveries of the over have not been where he wants them to be. I think just got to slow down a bit. Maybe he's just got a bit too excited from the previous over. Part-time spinner. It's been the golden arm here for that's much better delivery. Pitching it up, Van Tonder outside half of the bat down on the offside. Anything could happen right now. Van Tonder wants to fill his boots now. He has the opportunity to do that. They're exactly halfway to knocking off that deficit. Much better from Ngajima. Fuller, faster. Must bowl full. Get the full opportunity of let it drift. Give him the opportunity to get the man playing a false stroke. Anything short on this pitch, whether you're a quick bowler or slower. Oh my word, he beats him outside the outside. My goodness. Aviva Ngajima nearly picking up another wicket. We felt all day, Tariq, that it's just been a matter of time almost that a wicket falls. I mean, the attack has been incisive. They've been bowling well. Haven't had the reward. That's another very good delivery. End of the over. 76 gone, 232 for 4. To say exactly halfway towards making 6 Gun Grill Western Province bat again. If that is going to happen, then Jian Kluter and Reynard van Tonder are going to need to be there.
Yeah, well, you probably feel that the 2 of them will have to be there for quite a while. They're going to have to score the bulk of the runs. And with 6 wickets in hand,
only 6 wickets in hand.
These two being the last out-and-out recognised batsmen.
They are.
Swanepoel's more of a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah.
Kutsia as an opening bowler. So you feel that the rest of this innings relies on this partnership.
It does, and that's probably why Pite van Biljon did a bit of a Daniel Smith on us earlier on. Just didn't want to leave the wicket, did he? Oh my goodness, Klutter's left that alone, and it was within a whisker of bowling him. Something's going to happen pretty quickly here, I think.
Listen, that's it definitely seems as though that 6 Gun Girl Western Province fielders feel that every ball is going to be a wicket. And you can just hear.
Oh yeah, he reverse sweeps that very nicely, Jean Klutter, and it's down for his first boundary to the railway stand for 4, and that's an interesting shot to play. First up, maybe he's just going to play his shots. Hard to see them getting the 228 to even make the 6 Gun Grill Western Province batters bat again. Just doesn't want to give it away necessarily. He gets some good runs here.
Well, if anything, Gian Kluti could see this as an opportunity to bat and just to spend time in the middle. Perhaps get a bit more field, bat on ball for a bit longer, get a bit of extra confidence. So when the One Day Cup pops around in a week or two, you'll go into that competition with a bit of confidence as well.
Well, it's a good net, isn't it? It's a good opportunity from a for a batter to have a bit of a net situation. I'd like to see a silly mid-off or somebody in there close on the offside for him, just to prevent him from being able to lunge forward and defend into the offside. But that's just me.
That's exactly what the home side would want. They want Gian Kluti to play those type of shots, leaving a man out there so that they could get a catch or a mistimed shot.
That's right. It's they do. That's exactly what they want. I mean, that one probably a little bit of a top edge, but it well enough played down to Berger at backward square, which is exactly what Tariq is talking about. There's one ball left in this over from George Lindsay. He's getting through them quickly at the moment. Looks like 6 Gun Grill Western Province are getting back on track to achieving the required over rates. I think maybe this will carry on a little bit longer, having the two spinners together. They are also getting some traction. Linda in to Van Tonda, end of the over, and he keeps Klutter on strike. It's going to be fascinating to see this contest between Ngujima now and Klutter. Anything could happen. Aviva Ngujima getting it to turn square, it looks like, from the Weinberg end. Simon Harmer, I'm sure, would love to be bowling here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Instead he's bowling at the Wanderers, and just to give you an idea of what's happening there at the Wanderers, I'm just so my Cricket South Africa app is reloading, and those of you that are listening, please, very good app from Cricket South Africa. This broadcast at the moment being brought to you by Cricket South Africa and Pitch Vision, the new app for Cricket South Africa. It has all the live scores on, and knowing that it has the live score that's coming to you from the Wanderers, I was trying to get that information. I'll try and feed it to you now. Lots of oohs and ahs going out on the field at the moment. Every delivery from Aviwa Ngujima has the potential to take a wicket. At least if you're Aviwa, it does.
Yeah, I
You've
think
got to believe
Abiwe-
that as a bowler. Yeah.
Abiwe wants to be bowling to Gian Kluti.
He does.
Right now, especially with the way the wind is blowing, drifts it into him, turns it away, and probably feels as though that he's got the better opportunity to grab a second wicket with Kluti on strike.
Yeah, off spinner bowling to a left-handed batter. It's moving away from the left-handed batter, and as Tariq explained, that's more difficult to play. Coming into, you've got a bit more time. Going away, you're not quite sure how that trajectory is going to be off the pitch. That's a very good delivery, and Gajima, remember, dropped Kluter. Second ball that he faced, played a full toss straight back to him, but it was a very difficult chance. Hit very hard, but he would feel that he should have taken it. That maybe, well, I don't know if it's playing on his mind, he's just enjoying bowling here, I think. It's a physio running on to for Abiwe Ngujima. Maybe he just hurt his hand when he tried to take that catch. I think so. Might have split something on the on his right hand. The physio is out having a look to see what he can do to help. A bit of plaster coming on. Yeah, he's just taping it around and just putting that tape. Make sure that it's bound. He doesn't hurt himself anymore. George Linder will continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end.
James, 2 overs to go until the new ball becomes available. But your spin twins of Ngujima and Linder have been asking good questions.
I'm not sure they'll take the new ball, actually. I mean, also I think over rate may come into it. Yeah, too short from George, and that's played very nicely by Reynard Fantona, though he doesn't get the second run. I think he'll be upset with himself on that one. He moves to 89 with that single. Yeah, I would be tempted not to take the new ball the way that these two are bowling. Or if you do take the new ball, let them continue to bowl. As the Highveld Lions are 2 down up in Johannesburg at the Wanderers, still with a deficit of 34 runs against the Knights the New Titans in the second innings. Titans scoring 449, a lead of 95 that they achieved. So that's interesting. And at Oudtshoorn, it is the 6 Gangrel Western Province ladies that are on the verge of victory, it looks like, in their match against the Badgers. 6 Gangrel Garden Route Badgers, the SGGGRB. Those of you that are abbreviatorily inclined, should I say? It's just having some fun. So yeah, it's George Linder. Yeah, it's all happening.
And it's those moments, James. It's those moments that will probably put a bit of doubt in Calverain's mind of, do I take the new ball or do I let them continue to bowl with the spinners bowl with the old ball because something is happening for them?
Yeah, he's still got 2 hours and 10 minutes to bowl tonight. He has to get in. He has to get in 38 overs in the day. If he doesn't get those 104 overs in before the close, if it lasts that long, obviously there's also that factor, but he has to increase the over rate. So one feels another 4 or 5 overs, maybe to take it to 5 or 6 overs beyond the 80 is going to give him that opportunity. Another good over comes to an end from George Linder. He's been really good in this spell. Wicketless, which he's been unfortunate because he has actually tested the batters a lot today.
There's another way to get around the over 8, James, and that's just to bowl the opposition out, I guess, before the end of the day.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, they can do that. It's on the completed innings. They'll want to get that done. And that is a way most certainly of doing it. And we saw, based on the analysis we pulled on the or worked out on the previous innings, because of the short nature of the innings, it meant that there were, despite the fact that they were back on the over rate, that they were down on the over rate, didn't matter. That's nicely played by Reynard van Tonder. Ball come into the right-hander. He's on 89, 11 short of what would be an excellent rearguard 100 for Reynard van Tonder, and one that I think he'll probably treasure. It's Njima again. That's to mid-wicket this time. No run. Getting through the overs quickly, which is exactly what his captain wants. Well bowled. Just picking it back up of his own bowling. Gone quietish here with the tension in the air as he's in again. That's pitched up, squeezed out, backward point. George Linder does the fielding in quickly. A lot more energy now with that wicket having fallen. Went a little bit flat before tea time. It hasn't been completely flat, it must be said. That 6-gun grill Western Province, to me, it's been very impressive to see how they've kept the energy going all the time. And that really is been outstanding from their point of view. Yeah, no runs coming there, and that's a maiden over from Mngijima. That's exactly what his captain would have wanted after being slammed into the Oaks for two maximums the previous over. And I'm going to say goodbye for the moment. It's going to be Zahir coming in to join Tariq Ibrahim. It's just the final update on the match there at Oudtshoorn. It is the 6-gun grill Garden Route Badgers, 117 for 9, chasing 186 to win. As I'm going to try and squeeze out of here.
Yeah,
and
it seems as though
Tariq and Zahir.
Seems as though the 6-gun grill Western Province ladies are on the verge of securing yet another victory in the Women's Provincial One-Day Cup competition. In fact, they've won all but one of their games thus far. The previous game against the Dolphins last week, unfortunately for them, was rained out.
Just how's it, Tariq? Just wondering when does that side ever lose? So
listen, Coach Clare has got something really good going. As looking for that LBW appeal from George Linder turned down. Look, they've won every one of their games. They've won all their T20 matches. And they've won everyone barring one of their One-Day Cup. So the 6-gun grill Western Province women picking up, could one say, from last season, where they claimed the T20 title, and this year looking to go for doubles.
It's interesting that the new ball is available, but Western Province have stuck with George Linder, the left arm spin of George Linder, as he comes in from the Calvin Grove end and just finds the edge of Gian Cluti with 8 batters in pursuit. You would think that the Western Province side would look towards that impressive seam bowling attack. You can see Buren Hendricks warming up there, Nande Berger. These are the destroyers in chief for Western Province.
Probably that last ball, Zahir, is probably why they didn't take the new ball. Just coming off the outside edge, always seems as though something can happen with the spinners being on. Lots of oohing and eyeing after every ball, whether it hits the middle of the bat or not. Doesn't really matter, they're still going to ooh and ah. So fielders always think they're in with a chance.
No, Mr. Ibrahim, not about that life. Get the quickies on, get the quickies on, get the slip cord, and let's get out of here. Let's not be back tomorrow. That's what I think the message will be from Carl Verheyen to the likes of Buren Hendricks and Andre Berger. That's what do I know? What do I know? George Lender, he's got the breakthrough. Tariq Ibrahim, he's done the business for his captain. And that is the 5th wicket down for the ITEC Knights, and it is Gian Clutie will depart for 8. And I think now it's the time to get those new ball bowlers on, and because you've got an open end.
Well, all I'm going to say is it's been up until tea time that the 6 Gun Western Province were looking for the breakthrough. And for the first time today, I get to sit down and I've witnessed 2 wickets fall.
Well done.
So it seems as though something always happens when I'm around, Mr. Adams.
Even if you have to say it yourself. Listeners, please share your YouTube comments on this. But it is Western Province who have taken the 5th wicket, and they're now halfway there towards their 2nd consecutive victory. They've been made to toil hard here by the ITEC Knights, who showed much better application in the 2nd innings, particularly Reiner van Tonder, who remains undefeated on 89, and also earlier Piet van Biljon. The two put on a very good partnership, and but they only have Van Tonder remaining. As Gerald could see, he's the new batter. He walks to the crease. We do know that he enjoys swinging that willow, so it could be a fairly interesting couple of overs here as we approach the final embers of this 4-day clash here at 6 Gun Newlands.
Very interesting indeed that they're sending Gerald Coetzee out now. Aubrey Swanepoel was down to coming next, and seems as though there's a bit of a tactical change there, we say.
No, yesterday we saw Aubrey Swanepoel. He hobbled off after bowling his 35 overs, had a bit of a groin injury there and hammy and all of it together, and it seems that he won't be coming out, and it is going to be the new ball taken. That is exactly what Western Province have done, and it is Buren Hendricks. He's loose, and he'll get ready to take aim at Reiner van Tonder. And if you are watching at home, I think this could be a very fascinating, just about a half an hour to an hour here at 6 Gun Newlands. Hendricks charges in and immediately finds the edge of Van Tonder, and suddenly you talk about oohs and ahs. This is the oohs and ahs that we come here for.
This is the ones that you enjoy.
That's 100%. I'm all about the fast and the furious.
It's also good to see Buren immediately after his lengthy break coming back, new ball in hand and hitting the spot first time.
I do know that Buren does struggle these days coming back for that second spell.
Don't let him hear you say that.
It's a little bit tighter, the muscles a little bit tighter, a little bit stiffer than charging in from the outset. He's particularly after spending a season in England on the county circuit, him and Dave Patterson actually put in plenty of overs there in the Shires of England, and coming back now to lead the Western Province attack. See Seppo Mareki there with a new ball in his hand as well. I thought he was really impressive during his spell. He was very unfortunate. He went past the bat quite a few times, and his figures don't tell the full story. There were a few, as we say, jaffers in that spell. It just did not quite go according to plan. Buren Hendricks on the money here, the first 3 balls. If you want an update on the women's game, the Western Province very much in charge, defending their target of 186. They have reduced their neighbours, the 6 Gun Garden Route Badgers, to 120 for 9. needing just one more wicket to close out the victory. But all our eyes are focused on Newlands, and that is the class of Reiner van Tonder. He was under pressure for the first 3 balls, and the moment it was just a little bit shorter, he rocked back, and with the slip cordon packed with at least 4 behind the wicket, it was as long as he found he did not find the point fielder, he easily collected another boundary.
Van Tonder just waiting for that delivery. Nice short outside the off stump where you can just rock back and punch this one through the covers.
I think Reiner van Tonder, he's a real asset for this night side, and I said it a couple of days ago at commentary, I could not understand why he was left out for the game at Centurion last weekend. We know that he didn't have an altogether great season last year, but he's definitely one of the brightest young talents in the country, and all the talk about him only scoring in Bloem, hopefully that'll be set to rest now. If he does manage to get the extra 7 runs required for that milestone, it's often said that the inland batters do struggle on the coast, and this would be definitely a good test of his credentials against a high quality Western Province attack. Looks like George Linder will continue from the Calvin Grove end despite the new ball being taken. The left arm spinner will continue his efforts, particularly after taking the wicket in the previous over. We do know that he's quite capable bowling with the white new ball, as he does in T20 cricket particularly. But he will now continue with the red, and hopefully just get a little bit of extra bounce to find that the edge of the bat with 2 slips in place. And as we watch the Newlands, we also turn our attention to the West Province ladies. They've closed out the victory, dismissing the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers for 120 at least, for a victory of 66 runs. So the Western Province women, they continue on their march towards the title. I'll be very interested to see how great, at least George could see he plays this. He's not blessed with an abundance of patience. So if the ball does go above the eye line, I'm sure he will take on the challenge.
And perhaps that's why Captain Calvin has kept George Linder on, knowing that Bill Coetzee is one that loves to play shots, like to go after the ball, so keeps them and keeps 6-run Girl Western Province in with a chance to pick up another wicket quite quickly.
He's also quite attacking policy by Carl Verena, keeping both mid-on and mid-off up in the ring and inviting Gerald to have a go. And they've now put somebody right under the grill, Daniel Smith. And that is beautifully bowled by George Linder, beating the outside edge, and also almost the wicketkeeper, Carl Verena, wasn't able to take it cleanly, but it definitely got some purchase off the surface and turned quite prodigiously.
Using his feet this time, as could see, doesn't want to be bogged down, so decides to come down the wicket a little. This is what 6-run Girl Western Province wants to see.
Definitely a cat and mouse game here because I think George could see he's just counting the balls down basically before he's going to have a go. And that is a big shot there by George Linder. And that is fantastic bowling by the left arm spinner. George could see not picking the arm ball and not offering any shot. As we figured that Gerald could see, we thought he'd play a big shot. Instead, he didn't play one at all and just offered his pad. And that is the 6th wicket to go down. Yeah, George Linder making huge dents into the Knights lineup. It's his second one in 2 overs. As could see takes a long walk back to the pavilion.
Always flirting with danger when you not offering a shot. George Linder making the most out of it, ensuring that he gets the batter to be in 2 minds. Well, the persistence for a 6-run goal Western Province with the spinner of George Linder's pays off. Perhaps his second in quick succession. Definitely when you're showing your arms, it always invites the umpire to stick the finger up.
Results coming in from around the country. The Warriors, they've also won their 3rd consecutive game to go top of the log. They've comprehensively beaten Northwest Dragons. So the side of Robin Peterson and Barker Abrams doing quite well. And sure, Western Province will look to try and keep the pressure on them with their 2nd win on the trot here at 6 Gungril Newlands. Regardless whether you are 93, that's still a beauty to receive. And that's well bowled there by Bjorn Hendricks.
Whether you faced 100 and odd deliveries, what is it now? 179, 180 deliveries, or whether you faced none. That ball is something to behold. So Hendricks continues from the Wynberg end. Pushes this one a little bit wider, and Fontonda shows his arms. So allows this one to go through to Verreyn. Just checking in with all the other games around the country, Zahir, it also seems as though the match between the G-Bits Rocks and the Hollywood Bets Dolphins is probably destined for a draw.
I don't think they get enough hours in play there in Durban. Light closing there fairly early. It was very interesting to see over the weekend. So Keshav Maharaj made his return to the Dolphins, and one of his sponsors put up a post on social media. Come and see Keshav at our store at about 6 p.m. and messaged one of the sponsors and asked him, "Is that not still play? Is that not still play being in?" And he was like, "Well, it's Durban. They're off the field at 3 p.m. already, so he's got enough time to go shower and get home, and then still come out." So that's what transpired over there at Kingsmead this past weekend. So another beauty by Bjorn Hendricks, an absolute stunner. If I was Bjorn, I'd probably want the mid-on or mid-wicket to also get there in the gully, because I wouldn't want to leave any gap for the... So some beautiful bowling here by Bjorn Hendricks.
Feels that Björn Hendricks feels as though he's on top of Van Tonder. This time dealt with by Van Tonder, pushing it into the cover region. Jogs through for the single. So here's an interesting battle now. Zaire. Björn Hendricks, fired up, charged up, tail in the air. And Alfie Motoa getting himself ready to face his first delivery. And we saw in the first innings, Alfie was not going to stick around for long. He was persistent in playing his shots, and perhaps we could see the same thing happen right now.
Björn Hendricks charging in from the warm again. That was an interesting shot. Looked like at least the left foot went out wide, and then he decided, no, let's not have a swing. Let's just get the defensive strike out. That's the end of the over. Another good one by Björn Hendricks. Unsuccessful though, as the Knights move to 245 for 6. Maiden van Tonder 94 not out. Chasing a maiden 100 here at Newlands. And it looks like Western Province will continue with George Linden. Why not? It seems that he has had success in his last 2 overs.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So George will be rewarded with another over. It's good to see, be it the old ball or a new ball, that George Linder can pick up wickets. So is it a case for Van Tonder to get to the triple figures with one shot? He's going to try and work his way to the 3-figure mark. But extra bounce for Linder gets the interest of the slip fielders as well as the backward point. Good old tussle this one. Van Tonder approaching a key milestone, and George Linder searching for more wickets. Cut through the cover region, only one, as Tony De Zorzi does the fielding at deep cover. So it brings Motoa on to strike. Now the short leg goes in. I'm sure that's a single that 6-gun girl Western Province didn't mind giving. Give George Linder a chance to bowl at the new batter. It seems as though Motoa's in 2 minds. It seems as though the ball's delivered, he's shaping himself up to play the big shot, and then just plonks the bat and make sure that he keeps the ball out.
Once again, just turning prodigiously there by George Linder.
And a change in field, the short leg now goes on to the offside, right under the nose of Alfie Motoa.
Almost getting through the defences of Alfred Motoa there, George Linder.
Just a quicker ball, the arm ball. And I think Motoa got a bit of a scratch on that one. So survives, brings it into the 85th over. The ITEC Knights 246 for 6, still trailing 6-gun girl Western Province by 218 runs. So what do you feel here, Zaire? Van Tonder gets to 100 and then starts letting loose. Or is it a case of let's try and bat through the day, come back tomorrow, and enjoy Cape Town for another day perhaps, and not wanting to go back to Bloemfontein tomorrow?
I think that is the chance that Björn Hendricks was waiting for. Reinhard van Tonder, he's been all at sea against Björn Hendricks, and that the edge was eventually found, and it went straight to the gully. It went in and went out.
It almost seemed as though it bounced off the chest or stomach of looks like George Linder there at gully. And it just couldn't get the second grab at it, just out of his reach as it hit him. And knowing the high standards that George Linder sets himself, he's going to think about that one for quite a long time.
Björn Hendricks will be very disappointed. He had set up Van Tonder beautifully in the overs before, and then when he eventually did get the nick, wasn't grappled at the back. And said it countless times before, when you have a quality attack like Western Province do have, you need men behind the wicket that do take the catches.
Short ball this time from Hendricks, and Matoa ducks underneath it.
That's the Alfie Matubu we know. He's not going to hang around. And he's creamed it through the covers. Just to add a little bit more insult to injury for Björn Hendricks.
So that brings up the 250 for the ITEC Knights, coming off 516 balls, 34s and 3 sixes. Bringing up the 250 in the 86th over. Still got a long way to go to the ITEC Knights though, if they are wanting to make 6 Gun Drill Western Province bat again. They still got to get a further 213 runs.
Put over by Björn Hendricks, comes to an end. Fortunately not the wicket that he was craving, as a drop catch by George Linder, who will resume the attack from the Calvin Grove end. It's the ITEC Knights 252 for 6. 36 overs. Reinhard van Tonder though, he'll breathe a sigh of relief. He's on 96. And he would desperately want a century here at Newlands. Should have been all over, but not to be.
probably feels that catch been taken. It would have been the writing on the wall for the ITEC Knights, with only the bowlers left. So George Linder will continue, and just how long will he be thinking about that drop catch? Can he make up for it in this over? Indeed he does. He gets straight through the defences of Alfie Motoa, picks up his third wicket, and I'm sure that he would go straight to Buren Hendricks in that little huddle and say, sorry my friend.
He is George Linder just showing his experience here, just way too good for Alfie Matua as he cleans it up. And it seems like we could possibly be ending today. Doesn't look like, oh no, as we said, Aubrey Swanepoel does look like he's going to make his way out into the middle. He's very much limping his way towards the crease, and it's showing a bit of bravery here by the ITEC Knights batter.
Aubrey Swanepoel is taking his time to get to the middle. You mentioned earlier on, Zaire, that he picked up a bit of a groin niggle in his bowling spell, so it'll take some time for him to get to the middle. It seems as though he's waiting for Van Tonder as everybody gets a bit of a drink. And while the players do enjoy their few minutes of a break, it is the ITEC Knights that are currently 252 for 7. 86.2 overs have been bowled. George Linder doing the bulk of the damage since the resumption of play after tea. Is now picked up 3 wickets for 53. The other wicket since then picked up by Aviva Mgijima, who broke the 100-run partnership between Van Tonda and Piet van Biljon, trapping the ITEC Knights captain LBW. And that pretty much is what got it going for 6 Jungle Western Province in the field. The wicket by Mgijima, and as with anything after a long partnership, you break that one and then extra 2 or 3 wickets fall soon thereafter.
It was the golden arm of Mgijima that brought Western Province back into the game. They were toiling away for a long while with Van Tonder and Biljon. That just broke open one end, and Western Province should have had Van Tonder as well in the previous over, and George Linder making amends by clean bowling Alfie Matua as the still hour and a half left here on this third day. And Western Province would be looking, we're hoping at least, to try and pick up those final 3 wickets, particularly with an injured Swanepoel at the crease. Can't imagine him wanting to spend too much time out there. He'll probably throw the willow at it if he does have an opportunity.
First ball floated up there, get him to stretch a bit, perhaps overstretch, or just dink one straight to the man at silly point. Like you mentioned as he walked out, it's good bravery shown by Swanepoel, even though he is struggling. Don't think we're going to see many singles either.
I think it's you back your end and I'll bat mine. You know, that'll be the message. Possibly just coming out here to ensure Reine van Tonder does get to that 100. Taking one for the team is Aubrey Swanepoel, because he knows that the likes of remembering Budaz was injured as well. He also hobbled off during the Western Province innings, so the Knights are a bit lean in their batting lineup today. The mind says, let's take the single, and then he felt the twinge. And he thought, let's just return.
There's the temptation from George, just floating it up outside the off stump, wanting Swanepoel to come forward and stretch that groin a little bit. But does Aubrey Swanepoel to get the bat out of the way and allow the ball to go through to the wicket keeper.
Georgie bowling with good pace here, asking different questions of the batters. Just shows that how rounded the Western Province attack are at the moment. They had the seamers do the damage in the first innings, and that's as we sing his praises. It's a long hop, and Aubrey Swanepoel, he cashes in. But just the overall picture is the seamers who did the damage in the first innings, and George Linder, he probably wanted 5 a year. There's 2 wickets still possibly to pick up, so he's bit in the third innings.
I feel Buren probably also deserves a wicket or 2 in this innings. He's bowled really well, bowled with good pace. He's been hitting those areas hard. Still good to see he's got a massive smile on his face as well as he walks to his mark. So he certainly put that earlier chance behind him, knowing that he gets another chance at Fantonda. So it is Reina Fantonda on 96 not out for the ITEC Knights. They're still 208 runs behind and 3 wickets in hand.
Taken off the pads, and Swanepoel just hobbles down to the striker's end. It'll be interesting to see this little battle. How will Aubrey Swanepoel approach this? Fantonda is now just 1 stroke away from that elusive century at Newlands. Well played there, but the injury just hampering the getting away for the single. Once again, Buren in, Hendricks in from the Weinberg end. Loads. It's a lovely shot there by Aubrey Swanepoel. Just overpitched by Buren Hendricks, and he leant on it to go straight down the ground.
Full face of the bat. Definitely no foot movement at all. It's just get bat onto ball. And it is Swanepoel that benefits with another boundary, his second of his short stay thus far. You can see that there is an effort from the 6 gun roll Western Province bowlers to get the ball as full as they can to Swanepoel, just to get him to move that feet a little bit.
I was actually wondering when that might come there, because he's leaning on his front foot a little bit, just to let him know that you can get up there as well, and whether he can get back quick enough to play the pull shot. So all eyes on the non-striker though. He's on 97 as Reiner van Tonder, and inching towards that milestone. It's well left there by Swanepoel, and it's Hendricks now who feels a little bit of a cramp. That's not a good sign. There's a big one-day competition still to come for Western Province, and they'd like to take this momentum into the white ball competitions, particularly after disappointing CSA T20 tournament. They'd hope to be on the money in the longer format.
Swanepoel navigates his way through the Hendricks over, brings the end to the 88th. There's the ITEC Knights, 261 for 7. The deficit now down to 203. Just having a look to see if Six Gun Girl Western Province will be making a change from the Calvin Grove end. They're not. It will still be George Linder to continue, and he'll be into his 26th over. He's got figures of 3 for 57. Looking, eyeing, prowling perhaps for another 2 so that he can bag a fifer. So there's Van Tonder on strike on 97. Can't get past Buren Hendricks at short cover. So 3 runs it is for Van Tonder to get. Seems like there's some nerves going on for Van Tonder. Nervous 90s. And he hits his way out of it. Pierces the gap through mid-wicket and brings up his century. A first at Six Gun Girl Newlands. Richly deserved.
That is a fantastic achievement by the young man, Reiner van Tonder. There have been plenty of questions around him, whether he can translate that prolific Bloemfontein form to other venues around the country. And he has answered that in an emphatic manner. A little bit of a swipe across the line, but that doesn't matter. Brings up 101 off 194 balls. And 12 boundaries and 2 sixes for the young man from Bloemfontein. Van Tonder will take plenty of confidence from this, and although he was dropped in the 90s just a few overs earlier, he'll take plenty of confidence, and also just possibly just the confidence booster he acquired for the rest of his career, knowing that he can play at different venues, and also against a very high quality attack. As you see, just another lovely cover drive out there. But fantastic for South African cricket to see young men. We saw in the first innings, Western Province's first innings, Tony de Zorzi striking a triple century, the first one ever in the history of 134 years at Newlands. And now another batting prodigy, Reina van Tonder. They played together in the SAA side against India A last year. He now gets a 3-figure mark as well.
Well, now that he's reached that milestone, it will be interesting to see if the game plan changes, if he decides to up the ante a little bit.
I don't think so, Dorek. I think he'll just bat time. He'll just keep plugging away. He knows that the longer he stays here, he'd love to bring Western Province back here tomorrow, even if it's just for a change of shoes. As Western Province do make a change. We saw Bjorn Hendricks just pulling up a little bit stiff there in that previous over. He'll hobble off for Carl Simmons, the 12th man, to come onto the field. As Nande Berger, he'll take over the new ball duties from this one begin.
Berger returns for another spell, having bowled 16 overs already. He's claimed 2 wickets, conceded 53 runs. So will this bowling change bring good fortune to 6 Gun Girl Western Province? Offered up outside the off stump. Bit of a loosener from Berger, and Reina van Tonder takes full advantage of that one, strokes it beautifully through the covers all the way for 4. This time shorter from Berger, and turned around the corner by Van Tonder. It'll just be the single as Swanepoel hobbles his way over to the striker's end. So the deficit under the 200 run mark, 193 runs to go for the ITEC Knights to make 6 Gun Girl Western Province bat again. For the home side, 3 wickets stands between them and a consecutive victory by an innings. Big edge of the Swanepoel bat flies over the slip Gordon and away to the 3rd man boundary for 4. I think we've reached that time in the day, Zahir, where the batters are going to start playing their shots.
I think Swanepoel doesn't have much choice considering his limitations. So he will definitely swing the willow. And possibly just hope for the best. I do see Dane Patterson starting to stretch a little bit. Perhaps he'll be brought into the attack. Berger once again goes short, and Swanepoel gets the bat out of the way. Berger coming in from the Weinberg again once more. That's a lovely shot by Swanepoel.
Valley making a bit of a hash of that one. Perhaps a bit too casual was Yassine Valley. His attempt to pull that ball back completely misses it with his hand. And it goes over the rope for another boundary to Aubrey Swanepoel.
Captain Calvarena, he's definitely not impressed. He's got the full teapot out there, hands on the hips, and looking at his senior player with not much happiness there.
It's probably the one thing you don't expect from Yassine Valley. He's usually one of the better fielders in any team that he plays in. I guess you can forgive him 4:45 in the afternoon on day 3, having to run after a ball. And I would say it's probably a long way to get down to try and keep the ball down, but he's not the tallest of men.
Conversation still going on between the captain and Valley. It hasn't stopped there. He's still, the skipper's still having words with him off screen. Just reminding him he is one of the senior players in this lineup. He's got to set the bar. And looks like Scholes has got the full air dryer treatment out there. He's still having a go.
Just shows you the standards that Captain Verheyen is wanting his side to set in the field. Regardless of the situation they find themselves in, every run's still important to him. Linda continues from the Calvin Grove end. I wonder if they shouldn't bring the short leg into play for Van Tonda as well, just to put a bit of doubt in his mind.
I do find the deep extra cover quite intriguing, to be honest. The lead of 185. George Linder just looking after his figures a little bit there. Not quite 100% sure that deep extra cover is required. The only reason I could possibly thinking is to give him the single, to get him off strike, because if it's to save the boundary, then I'm a little bit perplexed. George Linder in from the Calvin Grove end. Still 26 overs left in the day. Not sure that we'll get all of those. Possibly just at least 16 of them. Maybe 18.
Could also possibly be a reason why Linda's continuing from his side. Yes, he has picked up the wickets, but also the over 8 being important so that they don't lose any points. Brings an end to the 91st over. As ITEC Knights 280 for 7. Reinhard van Tonda 108 not out. Aubrey Swanepoel 16 not out. And all of Swanepoel's runs coming by the way of boundaries. He is out there batting with an injury. He's tweaked his groin during the Western Province batting innings. So there will be not many quick singles taken between this pair.
Thunderberger running in from the wide again, fully charged. Van Doorn gets behind it very nicely, like a man that's on 108 not out, and seeing it at cricket ball like a watermelon right now. That's a really quick bouncer there by Thunderberger. And Van Doorn, he thought about that and just pulling out at the last minute. We saw Sepa Moreki take a great catch in the first innings on the fine leg boundary, off, if I'm not mistaken, off a Thunderberger bouncer. That was clearly the intention there once more. Slip Cordon just becoming a little bit more chirpier there behind the wicket of Western Province, just trying to inspire Berger to produce something magical here, just to break this partnership that has grown to 28 already for the 8th, 9th wicket. Quite up, I think, had George Linder taken that catch earlier in the day, we could all possibly have been home already and had the covers on. But that's not the case. Rainer van Donder, he's still toiling away here. He's not going to give his wicket away without a fight, particularly after being offered a second life.
Yeah, it's also good to see Van Donder take advantage of that. This one skews off the toe end of the bat and falls into no man's land.
Once again, I don't understand that deep extra cover, or at least deep point. If he had been in a regulation point, he would comfortably have taken that. And do think that regardless of the batsman's total, should still be playing normal cricket, because you got a charged up fast bowler with a new ball in his hands, and had that been a regular point, would have gone comfortably into his hands.
And even with Swanepoel on strike, he's still out there, Isaiah.
That's exactly why I say I'm not quite understanding Calveraine's thought processes here.
But has bring the end to the 92nd over. 281 for 7 now, the ITEC Knights. As George Linder continues his spell from the Calvin Grove end. So 3 wickets. That's what stands between Sisgangal Western Province and an innings victory. 183 runs for the ITEC Knights would make them come out to bat again. But it's an hour and 10 minutes to go in the day. We can play up until 6 o'clock. So there's still plenty that can happen between now and then. Tonda settled on 109 not out. Swanepoel fighting his way through injury at the other end. So Fantonda punches this one straight back to Linda. Just feels as though we've gone into a bit of a lull since the fall of the Matoa wicket. Short and wide from Linda. Finds the fielder at deep extra cover. Bjorn Hendricks is back on the field. So they'll trot through for the single. And that'll bring Aubrey Swanepoel back on strike. And immediately the man at short leg pops the helmet on and takes up his position. See, not much foot movement from Swanepoel. It's all going to be hand-eye coordination for him. Stein presses forward and just see, lifts his head, looking to the sky, perhaps feeling that groin a little bit with that stretch forward. It's one of the situations where your instinct takes over. Your body just naturally wants to get forward, defend the ball strongly as he did. But with the groin that is struggling, just see he's walking gingerly between overs, signaling now for the physio to come out after those two balls that he had to stretch for. So out the physio will come just to give Aubrey Swanepoel a bit of treatment. So it is the ITEC Knights at 282 for 7, still trailing 6-gun girl Western Province by 182 runs. Take you back to day one, it was the Knights who won the toss, decided that they were going to have a bat, and then the seam quartet for 6-gun girl Western Province did the damage, dismissing the ITEC Knights for 111, and then came the chance for the home side to come out to bat, putting on a mammoth 575 in their innings. It was 575 for 7 declared, and Tony DeZorzi picking up a triple century. So a massive 464 run lead for the home side when the Knights came out to bat. Managed to get to 282, but they've lost 7 wickets along the way. Berger finding good areas now. It seems as though he's found his rhythm from the Wynberg end, and without doing much, this 8th wicket stand between Swanepoel and Fantonda now stands at 30. Fantonda on strike once again. Clips this one off his pads. The call is for 2. Swanepoel still hobbling. Shouters for the bowler's end. Is he going to get back? He does indeed. And somehow Aubrey Swanepoel has found a way to complete that second run.
He's quite comical watching him get between the wickets. My only fear for him is he could possibly be doing it long-term damage.
And since he's moved from the Northern Cape Heat to the ITEC Knights, he was the Northern Cape Heat captain last season. He's become a fixture in this ITEC Knight setup in all three formats. It was a long stint of bowling that he did in that first innings, close to 40 overs.
Did do the hard work for his team.
It's a bit of a tempting one for Van Tonder as Nanderberger throws it a bit fuller and wider. Had a quick little snap at it, did Van Tonder, before pulling the bat away. Not wanting to get himself out by going after a wide one. Two balls to go in the over. Just dropped into the vacant point area. Single taken by Van Tonder. And that'll bring Swanepoel on strike for the last ball of the 94th over.
The deep extra cover does baffle me every time I see it. There were two balls left in the over and he remained on the boundary. Surely if it was to save the single he would come up. So I am completely perplexed by that fielding position.
Swanepoel manages to keep that one out. It's an end of the over. It will seem as though we will have a bowling change from the Calvin Grove end. The protective helmets have been taken off the field. So George Linder, his spell comes to an end, and it seems as though Dane Patterson has removed his cap, and he will have another chance to add to his wicket taken tally.
He's Dane Patterson in from the Calvin Grove end. Probably looking to be a little bit straighter than that.
It's good to see Patterson back into the attack. Long little rest period for him. And on the money straight away. I'm sure he'll probably just take this first over to find the range, and then out comes his bowling plan. Siskankel, Western Province would love to see the back of Van Tonder right now. Also still plenty of chatter among the fielders as this breeze starts picking up even more, which is Something the bowlers could make use of. Get an extra bit of movement from the ball.
Was airborne for a little bit, but once it hit the turf, it just sped away past the diving Nandre Berger at mid-off. And it's another lovely boundary to Reinhard van Tonder. He moves to 117. Not out, the young man. And that is Dane Patterson. The experience of Dane Patterson. He comes back, and after being driven through the covers, he pulls his length back just a little bit and finds the faintest of edges of Reinhard van Tonder, who has batted really well here for his 117. But he departs, and with it, probably the end of the night as well, as the visitors slip to 290 for 8. Well played, young man. You've been at the crease for 361 minutes, 221 balls, and struck 14 fours and 2 sixes. Reinhard van Tonder, he is someone to look out for in the future. But it is Western Province that are closing here on a well-deserved victory, as the Knights now are 8 wickets down.
Splendid innings from Reinhard van Tonder. Should be really happy with himself. That's exactly why Captain Verheyen brought the experience of Dane Patterson back into the attack. So that's that experience to know that you've just been driven down the ground for 4, drag your length back a little bit, get an extra bit of nibble off the surface, and all it needs is a feather. And it is the feather that brought into that Van Tonder inning. So 8 down it is for the ITEC Knights. 2 more to go for 6 Gun Grill Western Province to pick up a consecutive victory in the 4-day series. So Nielen van Heerden, the new batter for the ITEC Knights, faces up to Patterson. Manages to keep that one out. Does van Heerden. It brings an end to a successful over for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Thought perhaps it could be a change of bowler from the Weinberg end as well, but it's not. Nandre Berger will continue. So just 2 wickets away from that victory on the home side. And, seems as though that they could, in the 4-day series thus far, make 6 Gun Grill Newlands a bit of a fortress.
That is correct, Tariq. It's been a long time coming. And Aubrey Swanepoel on the up, just sways his arms. And finally, the boundary makes Carl Verheyen realize he does not need a deep point cover. So it brings him up, and hopefully that will bring about a change in fortunes from the Weinberg end. But it'll be interesting to see how Swanepoel goes about now. He knows he's got very much the tail with him now. And I think anything that's remotely within his range, he'll throw the hands at it.
This one punched off the back foot, back-to-back boundaries it is for Aubrey Swanepoel. And not a good start to the over for Nandre Burger.
Seems that the Western Province really are confused by that point fielder. They're not knowing whether he should be out or in, and some debate here out in the park. Now they're bringing the mid-wicket across into the covers. So all just a little bit, considering a team that are leading by 166 and 2 wickets away from victory, all a bit frantic, and now the fourth slip comes out, so just all a bit, still a little bit confusing out here.
I guess also the fact that Swanepoel is just standing and delivering has added to that bit of confusion.
Definitely keep the gully in though for the edge that will come. And Burger just trying to pitch it short there though, but still feel that the gully plays an important role. Again, whether he strikes 10 boundaries from here and then makes absolutely no difference to the ultimate result.
It's probably a chance for Swanepoel to be out there and just express himself. Listen, this is how I can bat even with an injury. Like that. Just stand and get the hands flowing through the ball.
Anything in remotely in his arc, he's going to throw the hands at. And that one was a little bit uppish. Was a little bit uppish, but it yielded the result.
So Swanepoel,
he moves to 28.
and he's been there for just 23 deliveries. Definitely sure that there's not been a single taken from his bat. I think it's all been boundaries. As he again flashes at this one, and a much better line and length from Burger.
I think this is when I'd like to see the intelligence by the fast bowler, that he doesn't just run in and charge and expect the batter to make a mistake. We saw Kakisa Rabada perfecting that in England. Stuart Broad, he was going hammer and tongs against the likes of Andrik Nortje and Mark Jansen. And KG came in, and the second ball was a slower ball, it went straight up in the sky. Sometimes just a little bit of nous beats brute force.
Driven hard, straight down the ground from Swanepoel. Brings an end to a very successful over for the ITEC Knights. 16 runs coming off that one. It is the ITEC Knights that now find themselves 306 for 8 of 96 overs. Aubrey Swanepoel has taken his personal tally to 32.
Was a good effort there by the Knights, considering they were trailing when they started their innings yesterday. Losing Matty Kleinveld to the last ball of the day would only have made the task even harder, but they have fought it out and showed great courage and character. Surely there would have been harsh words spoken in the dressing room yesterday by their coach, and saying that we might have the game might have been lost, but we got to show some character and resolve here, show some fight, and that's exactly what they've done to keep Western Province in the field for 96 overs thus far.
Yeah, in all of that that has happened in that previous over, almost failed to notice that the Knights have gone past the 300 run mark. is compared to what they managed in the first innings. It's definitely something that will give them a bit of confidence at the end of this game, and then heading into the one-day cup that will be starting next week. Perhaps CSA Western Province should be targeting Van Heerden, because Swanepoel's just going to stand there, and anything that's in his arc he's going to swing hand, so go after the other batter, get him out, and I guess then we'll wait and see if Budaza will be taking...
He limped off during the Western Province inning, so don't see him padded up in the dressing room. Pardon me, he does have the pads on there, as does Budaza. So the Knights still have one man to come.
Well, the Knights showing that even if you got yourself injured in the game, you're still going to come out and we're still going to fight. And show a bit of courage and a bit of heart. No matter the situation. So the final ball of the Patterson over. Nice to get this one through, but dug out by Van Heerden. So it's the end of the 97th. The ITEC Knights 306 for 8. 2 wickets. It is that's required for 6-gun Grill Western Province.
Looks like there will be a change of bowling from the Wyoming end. Semper Mareki, I thought he was really unlucky in his first spell. He bowled a couple of jaffers that went past, particularly Ren van Tonder, and was not able to get any rewards. Maybe it's him that will finish it all up here for Western Province. Still 19 overs and 45 minutes remaining in the day. So if the wicket falls, do they get an extra half an hour?
They do.
Yep. One does feel as though they can ask for that extra half an hour.
Is the extra half an hour not from 5:30 already till 6?
No.
So, it could be here for a little while, ladies and gentlemen, if the Knights continue their resolve.
I reckon at the moment it's just a case of, do the Knights want to have an extra night in Cape Town, or?
I think that flight's booked for Monday anyway here, Tariq. I think it's more about seeing Caprice tomorrow. That's more the challenge at hand.
And immediately Mareki finds a spot from this Wynberg end and beats the bat of Swanepoel, who's up until now.
And that's once again why I don't understand the deep point there. Do not understand. He's just gone past the bat beautifully. You'd think he'd get another slip in there instead of a deep point. So, but yeah, Carl Verona, he's the captain. He's leading the team to their second consecutive victory. So who are we to question decisions?
Now perhaps it's a question to ask him at the end of the day, and that's probably why that man is there, to see if they can run Swanepoel out. But I think this Aussie is perhaps too deep.
I think there's a better chance of running me out from point though. But
Well, the Lions
It's once again Simon Harmer. He took 7 wickets in the first innings and he got 5 in the second. So the Proteas off spinner, he is turning it on once again for the multiply Titans.
Yeah, we could see perhaps that game also only lasting 3 days, the Warriors game ending early on. This match right here at 6 Grill Newlands perhaps on its way to being concluded on day 3. But I'm sure the ITEC Knights would want to have a say about that as we just wait for the helmet to be brought on. It's Daniel Smith that gets the helmet, and he'll take up his position at short leg. So it's Moreki bowling to Neelan van Heerden. He'll have a chance to get rewarded. And he does indeed pick up the wicket of Neelan van Heerden. That's Seppo Moreki. A brilliant Yorker that clips the outside of the off stump. And that is the 9th wicket for the ITEC Knights.
That is the end of Van Heerden for the Knights, and also the end of my spell as I welcome James back into the comedy box to close it off all at 6 Gun Grill Newlands with Tariq Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Zahir Adams. It's always a pleasure to have you here in the commentary box as Neelan van Heerden, the 9th wicket to fall, makes his way back. And very good to be joining Tariq Ibrahim here for the last rites of the innings here and the match. Neelan van Heerden out for 8 balls. And that means 8 dots balls. Sometimes you wonder why they have why they put that on, but that's a standard program on the scoreboard. 3:07 for 9, and there are 12 minutes left before the scheduled close of play, and they can ask and will ask for the extra. They will have until 6 o'clock anyway, out of standard playing conditions, and you can't perhaps see this lasting even up until that time unless Budaza can stay with Aubrey Swanepoel, who is 1 run away from equaling his highest score in first-class cricket.
And doing that with an injured groin as well.
Yeah, he is really, one wonders why he's been standing and delivering, isn't he? I mean, he's
done his job.
He's come to 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and he's as if he's the wounded cowboy walking down the dust-filled streets in the Western, doing a job for his team. Saw his colleague, teammate, Reynard van Tonder to a well-deserved 100. Meant a lot to the young man, and a bit of fun there for Seppo Moreki, not sure. The batter just pulling out of that, and this might not last too long.
Yeah, I think Calverain was just getting Daniel Smith into the correct position.
Yeah.
And Moreki wasn't aware of that, so he came charging in, looking to wrap this up for 6 Gun Grill Western Province.
Leg slip, a man forward, short leg. It's not forward short leg, more sort of short leg. That is just angled away down to the third man region. Tony DeZorzi chases it, and they both hobble through, probably is the right word for a single. Both players, batters out there who are actually injured at the moment. So interesting. And in the other 4-day series match, it is, Simon Harmer 5 for 54. He has, as the Lions are 107 for 6. That is a lead of 12, I think. That is very interesting. Mareki is going to be bowling. We've got 2 balls left in this over. Tariq, you've been... he's taken the 7th wicket as well. And that is the end of Vian Mulder. Simon Harmer now 6 for 54. Whoa.
Again, stand and
played by that man Aubrey Swanepoel. Nandre Berger chasing it down to the straight mid-on boundary, and he's now equal to his highest score in first-class cricket, as Simon Harmer has taken his 13th wicket in the match up in Gauteng on a very fast-paced seeming wicket. The Wanderers, no, just being very facetious there. Obviously, very interesting to able to do that. Aubrey Swanepoel, yeah, as I say, just make sure he's scoreboard told us earlier on 34 was his highest score. We'll have a look at that now, just to make sure he's on that score now. He's not out. Budaza faces and lets the last ball go in in that over. I'd be tempted just to bring George Linder back on unless he's got an injury. It is going to be Dane Patterson to continue. Patterson getting the wicket of the century maker, Reynard van Tonder. He was dropped twice as far as I remember. He was once off Linder in the cover region by Eddie Moore diving to his left, and then Linder himself dropping van Tonder when he was on 96. He went on to score a well-deserved century. It was something the man that deserved, the young man. He batted well today with his captain Piet van Biljon, the two of them batting well together. Swanepoel won't take the run on this occasion. Down.
Definitely no quick singles between these two. Swanepoel struggling with the groin. Budaza limped off during his bowling spell, so
I would say that
it's going to be boundary or nothing for these two.
And they're not even taking slow singles; they're taking very slow singles. Shame. Both hobbling between the wickets, as I said earlier on. Literally, they are doing that. It's not that sounds funny, but it's not actually too much of a joke. But he's been dealing in fours, has Aubrey Swanepoel. He's been hitting the ball incredibly hard. And
he's been timing them really well.
Beautifully timing them. It's a beautiful wicket to bat on at the moment. Really has been a very good batting wicket, as evidenced by the fact that the Knights are on 309 for 9 after they scored 111 in the first innings. The Western Province replying with 575. Deficit still 155 to make them bat again, and that is the game, ladies and gentlemen. The wicket top of off stump is taken by Dane Patterson. Aubrey Swanepoel trying one shot too many, one feels, and that is what he had to do. He is bowled for 34 and 6 gun grill. Western Province have wrapped this match up. 309 all out of the ITEC Knights in their second innings. The win by an innings and 155 runs. 2 consecutive innings wins for 6 gun grill Western Province. Really just finally wrapping it up for you. A good second innings performance by the Knights. Standout features 117 for van Tonder as we say goodbye to Tariq, and just wrapping it up for you, Van Biljon 71, Dikali 32, Kleinveld 19, Snyman 12, Kluter 8, Kutsia without scoring, Matoa 5, Van Heerden without scoring, Swanepoel 34, now the last man out, Budaza not out on 1. Bowling figures 2 for 87 for Berger in 20, 0 for 40 by Hendricks in 16. He bowled better than that. 3 for 48 by Patterson, 1 for 42 Mareki, 3 for 64 Linda, and 1 for 21 Mgajima, the very important wicket of Piet van Biljon just before the new ball, and that is the end of the game. But the game dominated, and really was a privilege to be here to witness yesterday and the day before the record-breaking and first ever triple 100 in first-class cricket at Six Gun Grill Newlands by Tony DeZorzi, opening batter for the Six Gun Grill Western Province. It's been a comprehensive win for Six Gun Grill Western Province, and they will go into the second round of matches starting in February with 2 wins and under their belt. Second place in the current log to the Warriors. Did close that gap a bit as well now, and there's all to play for when we come back in February. There's hugs all round with the team from Free State, and they leave the field now. It has been an outstanding performance by the Six Gun Grill Western Province team. Congratulations to them, and we will say goodbye to you for the moment. We will be broadcasting again on the matches that are not televised in the One Day Cup. The WSL will also be on YouTube on Pitch Vision. We'll give you more details as and when we get those. And we just want to say thank you very much for tuning in. To those of you that have tuned in and sent through comments, we really do appreciate it. And from me, the Cape Fox, on behalf of my fellow commentators, Zahir Adams, Tariq Ibrahim, and David Brook, it is goodbye from Newlands.